装备、道具等等。所以，只要能在回阳镜中获得胜利，收益将会是非常高的。
老师，那如果我拼刀没拼过怎么办？
如果在回阳镜中博弈失败了的话呢，那么战败的选手和队伍将会进入阳虚状态，但保留所有装备和道具，需要返魂后在外面与其他人开战，并且必须要胜利吃到返魂花才可以继续存活。或如果在阳虚结束前未吃到返魂花，战败者将会被直接淘汰。战败者复活后会给予满怒气的增益。
那阳虚状态的时间是多久呢？
阳虚状态为270秒，也就是4分30秒。
所以这段时间就是战败或者自爆最后的机会了吗？
没错，无论是获胜还是战败，回阳镜还是非常值得去放手一搏的。
那这个改动对单排或者三排有什么影响吗？
那肯定非常大呀！你没有发现最近选手们都开始练起积残海了吗？那么我们先来说说单排。那进入回阳镜的战斗时间一共是60秒，而积残海的大招就有40秒，所以火男是一个非常必不可少的主角。再来说说三排，最近出了一个新的3变阵容，火男、岩猎猪加天海加月山，很多战队都在练习积残海。加上因为回阳镜的特殊机制，对无尘的大招斗转星移有一定的限制，所以其实对妖红尘或者杀红尘这类阵容有一定的影响。可能战队的战术不会以去争夺回阳镜收益作为战术路线。那么不管是回阳镜内的飓风客还是回阳镜外的飓风客，都做了一些调整。比如说青龙之力原来的额外减免25%给了玄武之力，那么朱雀之力的时间也下降到了210秒，也是相对有了一个平衡的调整。而且最近永劫无间也是更新了昆仑虚地图的区域，昆仑虚地图上还会刷新平虚门，进入平虚门就会进入密室，资源非常的丰富。平虚门总共有3个，相信选手们也一定会利用平虚门创造出各种各样的名场面，值得我们期待一下。当然，昆仑虚是火罗国的最后一块地图拼图，也有非常多的故事彩蛋哦。其中有一个被玩家发现的昆仑虚彩蛋，通过平虚门让我们从昆仑虚的91殿传送到了一个叫灰的大殿中。感兴趣的同学可以去找找这个地方哦。那
这次劫杯我们会使用新武器棍子吗？
本次劫杯呢不会使用新武器棍，所以喜欢棍的同学和我们一起来期待 S3 的联赛吧。
那老师还有哪些变动呢？
接下来还有一些对比赛战局较大的调整，比如说我们都知道比赛中保持革命的火种是非常重要的，而此次所有模式的货郎售卖返魂符数量调整到了3个，单排返魂扣除时间调整至第一次暗域蔓延结束，而且现在是移除了宝库中极品近战武器以及完美魂域攻击的掉落，也就是说影响最大的3排比赛返魂复活的可能性大大增加了。而单排是落地价的时间，各位同学需要尽量控制在第一次暗域蔓延结束前，也就是说这一次的劫杯整个比赛和游戏的容错性都大大提高了。再说一次，这个变动和天人之战都是一样的，所以也非常适合大家看完比赛后自己上分哦。
好的，原来是这样。快8点了，我也是时候回去上分了。
哎，等等，我们还没下课呢。好的，那说了这么多，我们也该下课了。感谢这次带着抱歉头套版的刀哥来到这里，跟我们一起跟大家科普这次乞巧赛季的新内容。当然还有很多更细节的内容更新，比如武器加强啊，或者一些英雄技能的相对削弱。感兴趣的同学可以去我们的赛事官网看看哦。
那么最重要的劫杯小组赛12月2号正式开打，
请大家一定要在下午4点锁定我们的各大直播间平台，观看我们的劫杯小组赛，为你喜欢的选手和支持的赛区应援吧。
看我如何选虐海外的冒牌，不对，说到冒牌火男，只是我自己的，不行。看我如何选虐海外的冒牌火男吧。
那么今天的节目到这里就全部结束啦，感谢大家的观看，劫杯我们不见不散啦，拜拜，
拜拜。
都看不见手卡，刀哥不知所措。赛事官网更新啊！你要说什么？你要抓眼珠子，你要抓人家眼珠子。
第一次打节杯，请问各位都是什么冠军？
别看我啥冠都没有。
我是2021节杯中国大陆赛区单排冠军。
Two-time winner of the Morris Cup.
The 2022 MBWC Southeast Asia Qualifier Champion.
저는 2022년 MBWC 아시아 지역 챔피언입니다.
Tôi là quán quân MBWC khu vực Đông Nam Á thể thức solo 2021. Tôi là quán quân và final MVP của giải đấu ASC thể thức đội.
鲨鱼杯冠军。
18岁永劫无间赛事大满贯只能由我来创造了。
你先别急，我今年就拿这一关也能吹一年。
这次节杯我有预感实力在倒退。
我看阁下这 NBPL 打的是越来越好的人。
没错，实力倒退了1年。
如果我实力倒退1年，拿个殿军也是军好了。
新人放弃吧，你永远追不上我。
小猪别跑，我会亲手把你击败。
卡卡西，这次该轮到你了。听说海外的选手们这次节杯都藏了东西，什么东西？回家的机票。
Indeed, it's much easier for you guys to go home than for us, but all you have to do is go out and get in the cab.
这次的分组只能说是命中注定，强者都是相似的，只有平庸的人各不相同。
e스포츠의 역사를 보세요. 한국인들은 더 이상 그들의 가치를 증명할 필요가 없습니다.
What? I heard there's a Spider-Man in the MVPL, but I'm the only Peter Parker.
想要击败他们并不难，除非他拿着扩刀。
我也会在这个舞台上证明谁才是世界第一匕首。
作为2021 NBWC 的棍王，这次我要让你们见识什么是百兵之主。
王哥冷静，这次节杯没有长棍，
我会在这个舞台上将火刀们发扬光大。
You think you're the best greatsword Tarka? Nah, you are just a grizzled loser when I defeat you.
Chắc mọi người không biết tôi là ai, nhưng khi các bạn sẽ gặp tôi trong trận, mấy bạn sẽ biết tôi là ai.
本次2022 NBWC 垃圾话就说到这儿了。
记得来看比赛，学习最强的匕首操作。
记得来看比赛哦，复习冠军棍法。
记得来看比赛，来学习最强的火刀镰刀。
I will be the youngest MBWC solo champion.
Hẹn mọi người ở trong trận đấu.
저는 여기서 기다리고 있겠습니다.
Bathe your sword with glory, victory reforged. Welcome to the second Naraka Blaypoint World Championship. Players from 6 different regions all over the world now gather in Shanghai and Singapore for this final fight. We have heard the word of our 24 players, and now here on my right is WBG Spider from the mainland China region. So, Spider, you have heard other players speaking. Now you are at the world stage. Is there anything you would like to say to your opponents? I would like to show you guys the future great slam player how he played. There's no dreams too big for the rising stars. And this is a new challenge for Spider. And now on my left is Baoda H Fly from the mainland China region. We all know you are the solo game champion last year, and now as a veteran facing all the great players globally and all the young talents, is there anything you would like to say to yourself or the opponents? I would like to say all 12 players from China mainland region will advance to the final stage. We will see how veterans play in this stage and how they play for his own team and own region. Now all 24 players are ready. It's time for the group stage of Naraka Blade Point World Championship Solo Games.
现在正式开始。
I have won the solos for Morris Cup twice, and for me, NA region is way too boring, and it's a lack of a challenge.
Locking down that charge left click on the dagger, wants to be able to get those blues through the F2 of one APF. Doesn't look like, no, we're gonna see APF with the parry.
However, I know that a group of players in the mysterious eastern country are getting ready to strike.
1年了，至今我还记得夺冠那一刻的激动。他们常说我运气好，我也承认我是一个爱笑的男孩。但如今我依然站在这个舞台上，我想证明，年龄与流言蜚语并不能阻挡我前进的步伐。
来看一下这边直扣杀爆，长枪左键吸完后直接空中续了一个分接灵，
大回马扫。
Tôi nghe nói rằng nhiều tuyển thủ từ LPBL nhận mình là người chơi kiểu mẫu. Tôi không cần biết họ chơi như thế nào. Với tư cách nhà vô địch LPBC 2021, khu vực Đông Nam Á thể thức solo và nhà vô địch LFC 2022 thể thức đội, tôi thậm chí còn đạt được những thứ mà bạn chưa từng có thể chạm tới.
Một búp bí berry rồi, như vậy búp 5 xuống wow rồi. Giờ thì búp quay ngược trở lại với cái combo của mình, combo thành công. Ém luôn đồng ba rồi, Hy đọc được tình huống này, búp không gì để.
저는 2022년 MBWC 아시아 지역 솔로 대회에서 우승할 것을 예상하고 있었습니다. 우리는 최고의 e스포츠 환경을 가졌고, 그리고 만약에 우리가 같은 출발선에 선다면 저는 당신을 뛰어넘을 겁니다.
无眼冲，哎呀，漂亮！这里沉着冷静哦，这边再直接一个滑步正刀，对方没有血。这里常文出发之后，再一次的正刀，这一波直接带走，漂亮！
曾经的我无忧无虑，不为得失而烦恼。身为职业选手，你的成绩、你的表现，已然成为俱乐部的关键一环。
赶紧回下状态！哎呦，又吃了一发鸟冲，有点危险了，刀哥。
对的，整体看起来刀会还有一个很大的原因，这一波正刀结束。
GBL 最后的荣光，我坚守不渝。
NBPL 的最强究竟还能走多远？这是我第一次登上杰杯这至高舞台。 面对未知的恐惧与渴望胜利的亢奋，在我内心翻腾。杰杯，我要大显身手。
小金那边的话已经是被迫招技能了 ，Spider 空中一个火球炸回来，一发空中的鸟冲，
刀一挥盘是硬盘给一刀，被团战躲掉，但回头再抓，但这个血链都到了斩杀线，但他就敢出这旋风斩啊
No one here knows better than me how good the NBPL players are. I already know them like the back of my hand. As a top 100 ranking player in the CN server.
What the 天人成绩对我来说早已置诸身后，因为 NBPL 早已成为我心中最强的存在。也许你看到我的失误，也能目睹我的惨败。
有机会反杀吗，刀哥？哎呀！
正是这一次次的试炼，让我最后登上这杰杯的舞台。
这边冲决敌的博弈，
火刀们即将一统江湖。
Ladies and gentlemen from across the world, welcome to the Naraka Blade Point World Cup, and I am so happy to be here with my co-caster and host, Got Moxie, as we get ready to rein in a new year for the World Cup as 24 teams assemble from across the globe to challenge one another here head to head. And we're going to start off today with solos. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. As always, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you, Moxie.
I'm so happy, Rune. I am so happy. We have such an amazing day of Naraka ahead of us. Not only are we going to get to see 24 teams mesh down to the top 16, we get to see Spider straight off the rip, right? If there is any player, we heard it in all of the videos, we heard it from the players themselves, if there is any player who coming into this World Championship is the one to watch in solos, it has to be Spider. The first player to ever make 3 MVPs in one day, and then he can't just settle for that. No. He goes ahead and he smashes it. An absolute monster in the solos matter. He also brought to the table just unparalleled aggression, and I have been just really waiting to see how well he actually goes against some of these other region style of aggression, because I know in the Pro League Season 2, when Spider first started really rising to the forefront, both you and I theorized that he was really bringing to the table American style aggression, and because he was playing that really aggressive style and he wasn't really playing to the traditional tempo of the Chinese region, it was throwing a lot of the players in the lobby for a loop and they weren't able to adapt. But now he gets to go against other players like him, right? Players like Orion's Tryhard. That is going to be such a fun matchup to watch.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of questions how these matchups are going to play out. And we've got 6 games today. It's just the first day, and we're going to see so many of these questions answered as we watch these micro metas develop that we've seen develop, of course, during the regular pro season as well. And as somebody who's had the pleasure of casting multiple, regions, I've done NA, I've done EU, the SEA, and of course the CN Pro region, I'm very excited to see how these players shape up going head to head against one another. And there's a lot of rivalry between these regions, a lot more than you would think. And I've got my eyes on quite a few players. One in particular is going to be NAD's DAY1. DAY1 is going to be very interesting to watch, specifically because of some of the recent Tarka buffs. He is by far the most played Tarka in the league. WBG Spider also talking about earlier how he struggles just a little bit into Greatsword, and that's exactly what DAY1 is known for. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you were unaware how this works, of course, we are going to take a look at the overview here. You guys know the breakdown for the games. Of course, we're going to be going to Morris Isle for game 1, game 2. We're heading over to Hollowroth games 3 and 4. Back to Morris Isle, then we round things out in game 5 with one more game on Hollowroth, and then we head back to Morris Isle for the final game of the day. And of course, the top 2 players walking away with that coveted 1.4 times multiplier, just a little tweak from the regular season, instead of the 1.6, that 1.4, and then of course walking away with those ranking points. And then we have a lot, I do mean a lot of money on the line here for solos. It's $294,000 total online. First place walking away with $100,000. That is a lot of change to be putting in your pocket here. And you know what? I want to say it's not about the money, but honestly, $100,000 is a life-changing amount of money for some of these players, right? You know, most of these players are around the 16 to 18 range. $100,000 will literally change some of these lives here. We can take a look at the groups here. Group A with About Us Wongfly, the defending world champion for solos. Group B, WBG Spider here, one of the obviously the top ranked player for solos here after season 2. And then Group C is going to be GBL's Zin down here, another player everybody should keep their eyes on. But today is Groups A and B going head to head. So take a look, see if your favorite players are going to be competing with you today.
Yeah, I think Hornflare is definitely one of those players to watch, right? If Spider hadn't just come and absolutely blitzed a monstrous streak through the Pro League Season 2, he would actually have been taking the crown. So he is the defending champion at the moment as well, and I think this is a meta that's really going to favor him. And speaking of the meta, it was actually really interesting. Spider's best hero was by far his Z-Ping, and Z-Ping has been hit with just a couple of tweaks, right? Rune and Taka, as we pointed out, has started rising to the prominence, and Spider actually confessed during one of the episodes of Pro League Taka was one of his lesser practiced heroes, and he did actually not just struggle with Taka, but also struggle with Taka and the Katana. There were a couple of times where he tried to go for an infinite, and he actually mucked it up. So it's going to be really interesting to see if between Pro League and now, he's been able to get to grips with Taka, because Taka is probably going to be that hero that we get to see played twice instead of the Z-Ping now, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're going to see a whole new meta develop. I think you're right, though. I think Taka is going to end up being the hero that ends up getting picked twice. He's a very popular pick, especially in pubs, right? When you're talking about not playing on a competitive stage and you're just in a lobby by yourself trying to grind those rank points, Taka is that hero that many players immediately turn to, right? He has that sort of stopping power as a soloist player, where if you're not in a 16-player lobby of the best players in the world, you're just going up against randos, you can almost always guarantee a good win if you're a great Taka player. And now that he's seen the buffs, we've seen the nerfs to Z-Ping, who honestly was his biggest the biggest stepping stone for a Taka player to get over in the last meta. And now that we've seen those nerfs come through and buffs for him as well, Taka might find his way back into this meta pretty heavily for many of these players, especially players like NAD's Dao Hui.
Yeah, I think honestly this is going to be a really good time for Dao Hui. The problem for me is that he had a little bit of a tough performance in Season 2's Pro League, right? So we do need to see that mental recovery coming through from him. And speaking of sort of the mental impact as well, for some of these players, especially from some of these players from the other region who didn't actually compete in the Pro League, this is the first time that they're actually really coming through onto an actual LAN stage, right? So nerves are definitely going to be a thing. This is obviously the biggest platform, the most competitive scene in Naraka is right now, and you have very little time to be able to prove yourself and make it into the top 16.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, again, even players like WBG Spider, when he came in his first time on stage, you could feel the jitters coming out from Spider. He did not come alive until the very end of the first bi-weekly, right? He had that huge game. We all saw the potential in him, and we were like, wow, where's this been all week? And it's because he came through. He wasn't used to that LAN. So for many of these players, they have to just adjust to being in a LAN in general, right? They have to adjust to the audience. They have to adjust, to being watched. They have to adjust to just this entire atmosphere. And then they have to do it while they're making the adjustments to playing against the best of the best. And they're at a little bit of a disadvantage here, right? Especially NA and EU players who don't have access to Immortal War. The only time they get to practice this particular game mode is during scrims, right? So now they're coming in, they have a little less practice in this particular game mode. And I want to say that the changes aren't drastic, but the changes are very drastic. With how you approach things in macro, in Immortal War, it's much different than just regular ranked, right? The micro's all still the same, right? Your skill translates. But learning that macro is such a huge part of coming out and competing on a stage like this. So NA and EU have had a lot of work to do, and we're going to see if the practice that they've been putting in pays off, and if it's enough to overcome that disadvantage.
Yeah, well, speaking actually of the macro, something else that we're going to have is the Gates of Yang coming through, right? And this is obviously going to be one of the more talked about changes coming through. Not only do we have new parts of Holoroth opening up with Yushan Ruins, which I can't wait to see when we first head over to Holoroth, whether or not players are going to hot drop into that specific area, because it's a lot of really good high tier loot. However, it's pretty easy to actually get caught out in some of the really enclosed up spaces, right?
Oh, absolutely. And we've got a short video before we come back. So buckle up for this, and then we'll be back and get ready to settle in for game number 1.
针对海外选手对我的评价的话，我想说的是，就是长时间的保持竞技状态的话，其实也是一件不容易的事情，所以就是其实，还是一直得坚持才能够保持这种竞技状态。然后今年进小组赛的话，应该有信心的，进总决赛有信心。我首先最近这段时间一直在练这个火男这个英雄嘛，然后其实我就是在我自我认知里面啊，我跟选手1v1的情况，其实没有说一定能输的，就是一定会输的，因为我对我刀法还是挺有自信的。除了有一些个别选手可能比我稍微厉害一点，刀法上比我厉害一点，其他的话，我觉得刀法至少都是5-5开嘛。然后在回阳镜里边，它是没有第三方切入的情况下的话，我觉得我还是比较有信心的。
See, it's always great when we have a VT and it perfectly plays into the point that you want to bring up, because there we actually get to see another reason why Tarka is going to be really strong in this meta, and that is the Gate of Yang. The entire point of the Gate of Yang is that it stops the potential for third partying, right? 2 players enter, 1 player is going to leave the victor and be able to pick themselves up from Mor's Blessing. The other player immediately gets their rage entirely built up, so you get your ultimate, but if you don't actually devour a Soul Bloom in the next 4 minutes, you die from Yang depletion, and I think Tarka is going to be really strong in the one-on-one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Gates of Yang adds such a huge change to how solos are going to be. Don't get me wrong, they're going to play a massive role in trios in terms of decision making, whether you're going to go and try to maybe take one of those Moore's Blessings uncontested or go for that 1v1 match in the Gate of Yang, right? But in solos, it's much more important. As we take a look here, this is going to be a very tumult-heavy game immediately off the rip, as we see all of our Pro CN players immediately locking in Temi, WBG Spider, NBG's Dubai, Ace's Jin, EWG's Yiran, all locking Temi, 8 Temis across the board thus far. Taking a look here, it's going to be another 4 Temis back to back here. It looks like we're going to get a straight Temi lobby.
Oh, Justina.
Almost. Choice going to be locking in the only non-Temi in the lobby, and it's going to be Justina.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this, right? There's a reason that Temi is being seen like so much. In Pro League, sometimes we actually saw him being the second played again because of the changes that are happening to him. Right now that you can't use your F ability to be able to escape the Zephyrs, when you actually get stuck in the ultimate, you automatically get the slow even before you run into the wind walls. So it's going to be really tricky, I think, for that Justina, not just to be able to hold her own, but also to be able to escape the scrutiny, because they see the nameplates, they see the default skins, but they're also going to see one Justina in 15 Temis and be pretty easily able to track them down. But we can have a look at where exactly some of these players are going to be dropping. No surprises, a lot of players going for the central belt towards Celestra. A couple of fights going to be happening over towards Shadow Jade, however, and Spider is immediately going to be trying to find themselves a weapon. Not able to find anything past Grey Dagger at the moment, and not GBL Jin, so it's probably going to be looking for an upgrade no matter what weapon you run into. As for Temi, it's pretty important, right, that you find a really good weapon off the drop so that when they get stuck in that F ability, you're actually able to mince their health bar down really quickly. As we actually hop over towards Wolfyu, who is the only Justina in the lobby at the moment, doesn't have those rage glyphs built in either, so not going to be hot dropping with that rage bull already up, as the ultimate can be pretty good at getting yourself out of a particularly hard spot. Already found purple armor though, as the first fight does happen at the moment. OUG going to be able to try and take a little bit of armor off of Foods at the moment, but the spear comes out with the increased stagger rates, doesn't fall into the bait of the parry as the king tries to swap over towards the nunchucks, gets a good uppercut to connect on. However, neither of these players really finding the stagger frame that they're looking for until the king goes into the wisp. Foods immediately swapping on over to the range to absolutely mince through the shield, so straight back up to the spear, charges up the focus, gets caught, however, in the king's own wisp, and then comes the nunchucks absolutely mincing. There's the juggle, there's the finish, and the king walks away a victor.
King able to walk away victorious there in that fight after making a huge player mistake. That Wisp tracked him for a long time, and he was watching it. Why he didn't just charge and use the hyper armor to walk away from it is a little beyond me there, but able to recover from it and flip that fight on its head here. WBG Spider looking to go head to head here with Wolf's Choice. Choice looking for a decent way to engage here. Not the first opponent I would want to fight here on the Naraka Blade Point World Cup stage. If I was Wolf and, you know, Wolf's Choice looking to make the smart decision to back off here. So we now turned about Squongfly and Hypernova here from LT. LT, though, just on the receiving end is some huge pain. He's going to throw the ult down here, but into Temmie, this doesn't really do a whole lot for him except let him reset the Wisp Sphere. And we're going to see a third party come through with a Wisp of their own. And Ace's Jin going to be able to lock down Huangfly into their Wisp. Now Huangfly on the back foot as Ace's Jin is able to come in with the third party and secure the elimination.
Yeah, third party and then immediately into dual blades as well for that stagger frame. As we're not going to be stopping the action just yet at the moment. OUG now going toe-to-toe with Roy Huey, and he actually is able to find the parry, is able to use the app ability to be able to escape any follow on through as the ultimate gets dropped into the juggle, but he's able to drop his app ability of his own to be able to escape that stagger lockdown, and now goes for those dual blades, trying to bait out the parry, isn't able to find it, and is immediately going to be punished for the animation as once again the King is able to lock down Temmie with the app ability, swaps over to the nunchucks and finds the pick.
Yeah, really well played there from the King. King making the most of those affabilities time and time again there, baiting out all the other Temmie's abilities so that he can follow it up and just lock down the decision. Wolf's Choice here going head-to-head with WBG Spider again, going to use that trigger to take control of the fight with the spear, but now Justina in a bit of a hard place, but freezes out WBG Spider and picks up an elimination.
Oh, gorgeous use of the Justina ultimate to catch that freeze onto Spider, and then from there, all you need to do is follow up the nunchucks and Spider is gone. He will at least be able to revive at a soul altar, but that is not the start that you want to see for the favorite. And not just a small favorite either, but really a prominent favorite as we head over to watch Damo at the moment going toe-to-toe. Hasn't used the F ability or the ultimate just yet, and gets actually caught by trying to swap towards the musket and finish that kill. As the ultimate comes on through, Damo still trying to chase after this pick. GLY Sanoshi extremely low, but swaps to that Katana and is able to break that shield. As Damo gets caught in the wind wall, ability gonna make it a little bit harder for him to be able to chase. Swaps over towards the dagger to get the uppercut rush to be able to connect. Swaps towards the musket and finds the pick. Tenoshi thought it was gonna be a melee fight and unfortunately wasn't able to tap dodge in time.
Yeah, Tenoshi there trying to bait them into another bad parry there, but Damo sees it once and goes, no, I'm not going to do this again. You're low enough. One musket shot's all it's going to take. We're going to take the hot swap. Dubai in here engaging into a fight with the likes of Hypernova. Unfortunately, Tryhard going to slip away into that back little secret tunnel here, and Dubai's low enough here that Hypernova's just going to let Tryhard get away here to chase down Dubai. Unfortunately, he's going to be chasing him into the zone here, and it looks like he's lost track of him in the tunnels. So now Hypernova just needs to find a way to go ahead and get out of tunnels here so that the zone doesn't creep too heavily on him. King coming in on Foods as he tries to follow up here with these dual blades. No nunchucks this time as he found a purple set of dual blades. Here we go. The Wisp comes out. He's going to try to find the connection. He doesn't find the connection that he's looking for as he continues to give chase. Is going to tap dodge out of the way of the longsword slash coming out of this. Ooh, doesn't get the read correctly here as the longsword slash is going to connect onto King, but King's not going to give up the chase anytime soon. He only needs one. There it is. A quick cancel into a crouch uppercut is all he needs, and he's going to find Foods and pick up his third elimination of the game.
The King's doing a really good job of, as well, as like reading when these Temmies are going to drop that F ability so they can get that hop, because the dual blade uppercut is perfect to be able to punish it, right? When you get stuck in that animation, you think you're going to be able to turn the tides of the neutral fight, and then suddenly the dual blades are just catching at your ankles going, nope, 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 out you go. As we are going to start to see Gates of Yang coming online in just a matter of moments. WBG Spider had to actually go towards that soul altar, is able to find purple armor, but unfortunately the weapon loadout is actually reflecting the fact that he had to find everything new once again. Gray nunchuck, blue pistol. Not a great loadout for the prominent favorite. doesn't have the ultimate available either at the moment, as Morris Bless Gates of Yang should be spawning in a matter of moments. EWG's Yuran is apparently going to be wanting to try to enter and challenge whether or not he is going to be contested. Yeah, there it is immediately. OUG's the king gonna go toe-to-toe. Temmie versus Temmie. No chance of a third party. This is just going to be one-on-one, skill to skill. Both of these players, I think, are going to have access to the ultimate, as well as the musket shot starts to come on through to break away at that health before swapping over towards Dual Blades versus Dagger. EWG getting so much damage, even able to actually find a charged up right click onto the king before the Dual Blade breaks the entirety of the shield. The stagger frame absolutely punishing at the moment, as Yuran using that dagger to build up space. The king not actually going to be punishing just yet. Gets the blue focus. No counter coming on through. The king forced to drop the F ability to be able to chase away any follow through on that uppercut, as the king trying to find any sort of follow on through, but he's stuck inside the Temmie ultimate, tries to go for the uppercut once again to punish, and even though it doesn't actually catch, Yuran stuck in the middle of his ultimate, wasn't able to find the pick. He's now going to have to find a player and either solve him in the next 4 minutes or he's out of this lobby. The king, on the other hand, he gets access to a Morris Blessing. He chooses Vermilion Bird's Might. If he goes down, not only does he not have to go to the soul altar, not only does he lose a life, he also keeps all of his loot.
It looks like Damo here wins his fight as well, and is going to be choosing Vermilion Bird's Might as well as picking up some loot for himself so that he desperately needs here. We really got to talk about the King, though. I think you're completely right. The ability for King to just crouch cancel out into that uppercut on these other Temmies as they try to use F to take back control of neutral has been winning him so many of these matchups. The dual blades coming in absolutely handy here for him. And I've got to question, how many times has he played this Tumulk versus Tumulk matchup for him to have figured out that dual blades is the best weapon for him to win these, because he's done it every single time, and right now he's leading this lobby like we expect WBG Spider to be.
Yeah, the problem is, well, like, if you try it with a dagger, then it takes a little bit longer for the charge up, right? Especially if you go for the charge left click of the uppercut. As we actually start to see Yuran now in Celestra going to go for the uppercut with that dagger to escape as a potential third party comes on through. The king does have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so he can absolutely try and chase, as Yuran actually has a bounty on his head at the moment, so he's not even going to be able to use the streets of Celestra to try and break line of sight. Tries to use the ultimate to trap King, but he is still going to be able to find you. All you do is enter the Thunderdome and go down early, as Damo, with a Vermilion Bird's Might of his own, does have those nunchucks, tries to bait out the 1-2-3. Parry isn't able to find any time to be able to go for the full meter dump. However, even though Hongfly comes away victorious in the fight, Damo, because he was able to enter that gate of Yang, get the Morris Blessing, and get the Vermilion Bird's Might, is still in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely huge there. For the likes of Huangfly, as well as he picks up another elimination. MPG's Dubai and Wolf's Choice going head-to-head here. Choice able to pick up an elimination off of WBG Spider earlier. The only Justina in the lobby needs to play this very carefully. Dubai is actually going to whip a parry into Choice's face. Choice doesn't find the ability to counter. It sees the ult coming out. Luckily has already popped there, so is able to escape. But they have to use 2 charges just to get up and get away from that ultimate. Able to get a reset here, but that ult is going to time down here, and they're not really going to be able to go back in and pressure either of these fights. They need to go topside and find a way to rebuild some of that rage. OUG's the king still with their Vermilion Bird's Might is going to find Choice at topside, and it looks to... Oh, no, they're going to back off of the fight here as OUG's king goes bot side to take a quick little repair on his musket, and Choice making the decision to go ahead and get out of here. But Dubai shows up as well as VNGC's Roy Hee, and Choice still has to keep it moving here. The only Justina in the lobby, it's going to be very, very hard for them because everybody's going to see this Justina and want to target them down. It's the only one in the lobby, and here it is. We see musket shots coming from every single direction, but it's OUG the king able to find another elimination. This is 6 eliminations, by the way, already before zone 3, beating out the average from our regular pro leagues solo games here in terms of eliminations. King is on a tear here in game 1.
Yeah, you have to feel a little bit sorry for Choice, right? Knocked out. We knew it would always be a tough one. When you're playing a standout hero and you're the only one, they're always going to be able to follow you. we saw, right, Choice, because they'd already used the ultimate, they're not able to use it to escape, and Temmie after Temmie after Temmie just piles on. Whenever they try and grapple out, the Musket shot comes through to cancel it, and it just becomes a parcel of one player looking for the juggle into another player using the opportunity to try and chunk more damage and get that kill confirmation. And at the end, it is the King who's able to pick it out. And yeah, you can absolutely see why the guy is tagged like that. He is coming for the crown. Spider is not really performing to the expectation that we thought he would. This is actually the way that Spider tends to play these, right? He's so good at finding those third parties. He finds that opportunity, he slips on in, he slides the knife directly into your ribcage, and then he walks on out. And that's exactly what the King has been doing, as again, we're going to be seeing Gates of Yang starting to pop on through at the same time as Amara's Blessing. So it's very interesting to see, actually, players aren't contesting the Blessing. Instead, they're trying to vie for actually controlling one of these gates, and only 2 players can enter. So it is going to be a matter of one of these players getting left behind. You're going to have to be pretty darn fast, and you don't want to drop your ultimate to be able to control it. It's not like Amara's Blessing, where you literally drop the ultimate and immediately gain control of whatever's in the box. You have to save your ultimate for the fight inside.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, being trapped on the outside is the worst position to be in, because you know that player who does come back out is going to be coming out with a buff, and the other player is going to be thirsty to pick up an elimination so that they can go ahead and cure themselves of the curse and keep themselves going here in this game. As we see the King getting picked up here by Roy Hee. Unfortunately, that is going to be it for the King, as he's not able to get in. And we're going to see Baldos Huangfly going head to head here with Hypernova, and Huangfly making it look easy as he picks up the elimination and is going to take control of this Moore's Blessing here. Hypernova going to be sent back out into the world and needs to pick up a Soul Bloom very quickly for himself. Is that a legendary greatsword? Oh, Huangfly, you cheeky boy. We love to see the legendary greatsword in the back pocket. Try hard here, going head to head with Dao Yue.
Huangfly's probably not going to pick it. He's known for nunchucks, so he's probably just going to keep the purple nunchucks. And he's left the greatsword in the box.
No. He did pick up the greatsword. He's just keeping it in his back pocket.
Well, he's definitely going to want to prioritize those nunchucks. If he gets counted, at least he does have that legendary greatsword, as we're seeing the Mystic might come through, so he knows the probability of a third party coming on through because he's going to be able to see where those players are. Anti-ult area going to be bypassed as both of the Temmies decide to move on out for it. Both of them do have ultimates up, so you can absolutely see why Tryhard wants to use his to keep Huangfly locked down. Bane's Breath coming on through as well, making it even harder for him to be able to move away and escape this Temmie, as he actually has to use the hut to be able to break line of sight and look for that reset. Thankfully, no one else is actually in position to be able to look for this third party because Huangfly is extremely low, tries to bait out the parry, isn't able to find it. The nunchucks trying to just go for that juggle state, has been able to get a couple of hits on the restand animation as well. And that's the danger, right? When you got locked into that juggle and then you take the hit on the restand animation and then you get locked into the juggle again. There's a reason Huangfly goes for nunchucks.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's very interesting too, because typically nunchucks lose that matchup, but Huangfly is just so skilled at him, he doesn't really care about the matchup. He's just able to play that out, pick up the juggle, and continue to retake control of the neutral, even against the dagger, which typically wins that particular matchup. So he's more than happy to do exactly that. Picks up yet another elimination. APF down here, just kind of looting this body. Hypernova backs off to the invisibility bush here and just is waiting to see what APF is going to do and how he's going to get out. We are down to only 4 players here in zone 3. So we're seeing that aggression come through from the other regions here into the CN pros, right? We don't typically see lobbies like this. We see 9 to 10 players still left alive in zone 6. Right, so us being down to 4, we're seeing that aggression come through, and many of these other CN pros being forced to play at that aggressive pace, which is where WBG's Spider usually does very well, as he forces other players to play there. But clearly, when the whole lobby is being forced to play here, Spider hasn't been able to find that tempo he's looking for. Huangfly, though, turns this around onto APF. Again, the dagger typically winning this matchup, but Huangfly not caring about it. He's got that Mystic Might. He's going to find the ability to go and pot up here. He is going to walk, however, into an F. Unfortunately, APF trying to go ahead and get that lockdown with the dagger. He's going to look for his F around the corner. Maybe no. Huangfly is just going to back around the corner, sees what APF is doing, decides he's going to go for the full reset here. Huangfly is going to be able to find that entire reset. Both of them sans ultimate now. Huangfly, I do believe, it still has his Wisp for just another second. He's going to throw them straight out, catches APF out, goes into the uppercut, catches him in his own F. APF put into the corner, mistimes the parry, and Badass Huangfly is going to pick up his 6th elimination of the game.
The read from Huangfly is so good. He knows that the reset is coming through from the other Temi, and he breaks off the path of escape, catches them with the F ability as well to be able to literally body block the one path of exit that you have available. And in that closed up room, if you get juggled into one nunchuck hit, it's just gonna turn into an absolute massacre. As Huangfly definitely on the run at the moment to be able to come in MVP for our first match in the championship for solos, as Roy He is able to catch out Hypernova inside that Temi F ability. He actually uses the Jewel Blades to be able to extend the frame of attack once Hypernova is able to escape it. As a Temi ultimate comes on through, both of these Temis trying to drop that ability, unlock the other one down. Jewel Blades trying to find that mincemeat, not able to find the counter that they're looking for, but there's the bait. Hypernova gets the misread. He thought that Roy was actually going to chase, went into the parry animation, and the second that it's gone, Roy just hits him with the charge up left click.
Yeah, Roy played that very, very well. He lost control there for just a couple of seconds off the back of a bad parry, and then it baits the same bad parry back out of his opponent there from Hypernova, and is able to capitalize on it, and is going to pick up his 4th elimination. It's a 1v1. There's no risk of a third party. These two players are just going to go head to head here in zone 4, no less. Where you see Roy He sitting on the no ult zone here. But, you know, very interesting. As both of these Temis are able to cancel each other out with the ultimates, Roy He doesn't have ult charge. So he's playing it to his advantage here to sit on this no ult zone, right? He doesn't want to have to lose that advantage. Because you can use the ult into another Temi to take a quick reset and take back control of the neutral in the fight, as long as the other Temi doesn't have their ultimate up to flip the switch back on you, right? Huangfly with his up, and of course Roy He without his at a major disadvantage, because the last thing you want to do is be on the receiving end of Huangfly's nunchucks and not have a way to regain control of the neutral if Huangfly uses his ult on you. So
the problem, however, is that because he was sticking in that no ult zone, Huangfly actually dropped the Bane's Breath on him so that he could go for that Morris Blessing, and now he's picked up legendary armor. So he's going to be chunky. That doesn't matter if Roy is able to immediately break through all of it, however, though, as there's the F ability, he's still having to dodge Bane's Breath, by the way. Gets the grapple to try and connect onto Huangfly, and Huangfly immediately just turns it around with the full meter dump coming on through. That's the punishment. He tries to go for the grapple cancel follow on through, and that just isn't gonna work when you're up against Huangfly. He turns around with the nunchucks and absolutely punishes that one poor bad decision.
Oh my goodness, that fight went all over the place. In the very end there, I mean, I have to question why Roy He didn't jump cancel into a parry when he grapples there. He has to charge those nunchucks to stage 2 to get that meter dump, which means he had plenty of time to see that charge coming through from Huangfly. Unfortunately, he just doesn't get the read. Huangfly turns around, locks him down in that meter dump, immediately returns the favor of chunking the armor off of him, and Roy He finds himself in a very bad situation, and it's going to be Huangfly who walks away with 7 eliminations and a first place finish as our MVP for game number 1.
Yeah, so I think I have to sort of just put it down to panic, right? You're trying to tap dodge around Bane's Breath. You also know that he's going to have a lot more armor. You know that the nunchucks are going to be a little bit faster. You try and go for that grapple lock. You think you've got him on lock. You want to make sure that he doesn't have the time to break away because you still don't have your ultimate up either. So the problem is, like, if you give any downtime, any sort of inch for Huangfly, he's just going to take it, make it a mile, get that reset off, get the ultimate off, come back in once again with the legendary armor fully restocked. And I think the one thing that was just running through his mind was, I've been able to chip the armor down. He is extremely low. If I catch him in the stagger lock with the dual blades, he is going to be gone. And so I need to finish this kill, and I need to confirm it now. And as a result, he doesn't get that read on the fact that, okay, yeah, it's going to be a second blue charge focus. It's going to transition into that meter dump. You need to cancel out immediately. And as a result, it's literally like a 0.5 second punishment, right? That little bit of misplay, we just see the full meter dump because it's golden focus. You can't escape it. You can't parry it. You can't even really tap dodge out of it. If you get caught in that first swing, you are just stagger locked to infinity and back straight to death.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, it's a great read from Longfly as well, right? He sees him jump up like he's getting ready to go for that grapple, immediately starts charging the right click, so he's got the hyper armor, sees that he's not going for the jump cancel, so just turns around and lets it fly. Because typically in CN, we see a lot of these players, they'll throw that grapple out, and when they get about halfway that distance, they'll go ahead and jump cancel. Because if they've got the hyper armor, the last thing they want to do is walk into it. They don't also want to jump cancel into a parry, because it is one of the worst defensive options going into somebody, because if they read your read and go ahead and just tap dodge left or right, you're walking into a full-on combo and there's nothing you can do about it. Whereas our player here just fully commits, sends it all the way, and he goes, he's not going to parry, and just lets the full meter dump rip, and Huangfly is able to take the read, flip that entire fight on its head after losing that legendary armor in a flash. And this is why Huangfly, we were talking before the start of the show, and I said Huangfly is somebody to watch, and we specifically talked about how dangerous he is with the nunchucks, and that's exactly what he showed here. He had a legendary greatsword in his back pocket, never even thought to switch it. He's just like, I'm on the nunchucks, I've got this. And sure enough, here we go. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard, and it's going to be CN Baudas Huangfly walking away with 7 kills and a first place finish with a 13.8. Roy He is going to be walking away with an 8.6. OUG's The King, previously Luren King, with their 6 kills, goes out early, but is still going to be able to take third place here with a 7.1. And then we're going to see our 2 NA players, Orion's Tryhard and LT's Hypernova, rounding out 4th and 5th, which is typically where we don't expect to see our NA players off the rip. So this is a very interesting game, especially because we got to talk about WBG Spider walking away with a fat 0 in game 1, Moxie.
Yeah, so first of all, I think his first death was really unfortunate. I think he miscalculated when he was going up against Wolf's Choice, that the Justina wouldn't have the ultimate built up already. Because, like, if you know that the Justina's got the ultimate, you don't play that close. Because if you get frozen up, it's a death sentence when you're not running something like the purple armor. The second death, not so much. I think Spider was struggling because, again, like, this was our hypothesis. This is a player who feeds on making everyone else around him uncomfortable. That was the reason that he was finding so much power in the Pro League in this region, because he literally blazed through super aggressively and forced everyone else to play reactively around him, so they were always on the back foot. He was always the one making those plays. He was always the one in control of the tempo. But now that we have other regions starting to come on through, players like Huangfly, who have experience going toe-to-toe with those regions and knows what to expect, right? Knows when it's going to be the ebb, knows when it's going to be the flow of each specific region, deciding this is my time to go aggressive, this is my time to go hesitant. He's able to play to every single player around him and adjust to the tempo that they bring. Players like Spider, who came in entirely new to us in the Pro League Season 2, don't yet have that experience.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I think it is huge how these regions are going to be forcing the tempo to change up here. And clearly Huangfly, like you said, he's got the experience, he's adjusted to it before, and he's doing it again, right? Which is why he was one of the players who gave WBG Spider such a hard time in Season 2 here. And man, look at these stats: 19,000 damage, 7 eliminations, picks up 1 counter-strike. He's rocking the Storm Stride, doesn't even have a katana. Dual blade stab, not running him. Doesn't have a single Soul Jade for his nunchucks. But that Juggernaut, nice. With all the eliminations he picked up, that Juggernaut was doing absolute damage for him. And we got to talk about it. 16,000 of his 19,000 damage coming strictly from the nunchucks.
There's a reason. There's a reason he is known for favoring the nunchucks. And we also have to talk about Storm Strike, right? Because this is a Soul Jade which allows you so much room and positioning, right? Because obviously when you successfully dodge, it calls down a lightning strike on your last position. So a lot of the time you actually don't get chased as aggressively and you don't really get punished if you run out of energy. Because players close to you can't go for that mentality of 1-2 shift chase, go into 1-2, go shift, again, continue to chase a nip and make sure you don't have downtime to heal. Storm Stride immediately bypasses all of that stress.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Storm Stride is such a huge advantage for any player who's able to pick it up. Like you said, it's so hard to chase them. But before we get ready to come back in and lock for game number 2 and see if Huangfei is able to continue to push as aggressively as he was in game 1, we've got a quick interview for you guys.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first post-game interview of the J Cup. And now here with us is Roy Hihi from Vietnam playing in Singapore. Hi Roy Hihi, please say hi to our audience and introduce yourself.
Hello everyone.
So we saw you have a fantastic duel against H-Fly at the final circle, and he was using the nunchuck. We all know he was the solo champion last year. How was that? How was your feeling against him? And how do you develop strategy playing against him in the future? We saw you play really well today, and as well as all the other players from the global regions. So what's your expectation for yourself, and how far would you consider yourself to advance in the future? So which is the player that you think is the most excited to play against? Maybe not in this lobby or in other lobby. And how do you think of this new meta of Realm of Yang, and what's your strategy playing around it? All right, thank you for joining us, and we'll take a short break.
会是富有。
能进前八。
狼，
小伟呢？
狼，然后基地吧。
也是最希望狼队进了。
我比较希望狼队进吧。
不要把自己信心打没了，我们现在有点没信心。吃一把鸡，我们就
吃把鸡就有了，没事。
这个鸡我们这把还有15个人呢。
无敌的这位置，这把人机啊！
对，这把人机。
谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？
下来一个大佛，
不倒，我死了。
杀一个，
这边到了。
我杀一个，杀两个。
排名，你都保排名，好吧？
我被抓走了。
我变了，
一定要保住。
我往我这打好了。打这个5田也行，我把你逼了。我撞他，好他。我回到他了，死了。
好杀。
自欢。逼到了，好了。
小心还有听他。
抓抓，
好抓。
我变小了，保我一下这个。
再保，别急。
让我吃个大出来，等会儿。
夺火，好正。不急，我还有大。
OK。我要抢这个花，我抢到花了，
死了！
给我吃，我的。
你吃。
他血没你多。nice。哇！刚刚结束。哇！真的想哭，
没想到我们会打得这么艰难，说实话。
我们刚刚收到消息，狼队总分来到了104.9。我们刚刚说及格线是多少
？100，
我们猜测100，但是导播给的是
94.9。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. And Rune, I have to say, I didn't expect game number 1 to be panning out the way that it did. One fly on top, absolutely. The dude's got so much experience and expertise playing all of these different regions. Can absolutely see him coming in first place. Spider being tight for bottom, not so much. That's a little deviation from the script, surely.
You know, so 2 things. One, I think we talked about it to death during the Pro League, right? It is the #1 reason Spider excelled during Pro League. was the fact that he forced everyone else to play at his tempo and made them change up their speed, made them uncomfortable. They didn't know how to deal with that level of aggression. There were a couple players who did, but if those players weren't in his group or lobby, he's just able to walk through the rest of these players on repeat, right? So these other regions coming in on top of this who are used to, that's the tempo they play at all the time. The whole lobby now is just at that tempo. So if you're uncomfortable playing at that tempo, you shouldn't be here, number one. Number two, the other thing is the WBG Spider gets eliminated early in this particular game. And if there's one thing WBG Spider has struggled with all season is if he gets eliminated early, his confidence is cut in half. He stops trying to take fights, he doesn't push for things. And there was a pivotal moment where he's got a white weapon and purple armor, and a Gate of Yang goes to appear and he doesn't go and take the fight, right? You're talking about somebody who is one of the most domineering players of the league. And because he loses an early fight, he doesn't want to go take an even 1v1 with another player while he has purple armor at stage 2 of the game. You know, why? Yes, you have a white weapon, but you're WBG Spider. You have purple armor and it's stage 2. The odds you're walking in to somebody who has purple armor and a purple weapon are very, very tiny, and it's the only fight you can take where you can guarantee there's no third party. And not only will you upgrade your weapon immediately if you win it, but you're going to pick up a buff like Vermilion Bird's Might, which is going to allow you to run out and take fights with little to no risk whatsoever and run the tempo you love to run. I think it's the same problem WBG Spider has suffered all season. If he dies early, he just doesn't know how to pick that tempo back up, doesn't know how to grab his confidence back up off the floor. If he doesn't die early and he starts finding his groove, he does very, very well. So we're going to see how game number 2 goes. It's going to be very interesting. This last one, I'm going to tell you what, a lot of my expectations subverted, a lot of things flipped on its head. I didn't expect to see our 2 NA competitors at the very top of that list in our top 5, right? Immediately. Don't get me wrong, they're great competitors, but it's their first time coming to the world stage. It's their first time competing against the CN meta. It's just, there's a lot of things going against them. So I love the confidence that we got to see coming out from those NA players. And I love the fact that they were able to bring it into that late game and perform so well. So hopefully they can continue to bring that energy, because I think if they do, they can easily find themselves at the top. And then of course, Huangfly is just, what a beast of a game for about us. Like, Huangfly absolutely with the nunchucks just comes in and says, I don't care, give me a pair of nunchucks and watch me go. Just spin me up and let me go like a wind-up top.
Yeah, and actually it's really interesting as well, because just like Dual Blades are finding a lot of momentum going up against some of these Tammys with the F ability, and the fact that we saw the King for OUG literally just locking players down with the crouch into uppercut when Tammys tried to control the neutral with their own F ability. The nunchucks are the same thing, right? You hit them with the uppercut, you can immediately then transition into either like a full-on juggle, or you can get that restart animation knockdown. And that is just devastating in the hands of a player who is as experienced with that weapon as Huangfly. But we're moving over to Hollow-Up. And I think this, for me, is going to be the biggest indicator in how far Zping has fallen, whether or not we see Zping entirely removed and something like Wushen coming through and replacing it. Because we were talking, inferiorizing in between the break. Because Zping has been nerfed quite drastically into solos, right? Bubble got hit with a massive nerf in terms of how long it's up for, as well as the health that it's up for. Wushen, if you're running that second version of the ultimate, that reverse Uno card where you get the guaranteed knockdown, can be really strong. But someone else who got a little bit of a tweak was Takeda. And Takeda has actually been something that a lot of these players have turned to on Holoroth, because again, of all of like the really enclosed up spaces, the ultimate can be extremely hard to be able to tap dodge out of because you just don't have the distance. And being able to get that stagger lock onto an opponent if you're losing that neutral can be absolutely massive at allowing yourself a recovery period.
Oh, absolutely. And what we're going to see here, of course, like you said, is a lot of Takedas coming through and a couple of Tarkas being locked in as well to try to counteract some of that stun lockdown potential from these Takedas. No Z-pings yet, so time will tell as we head and get to our second game of Hollow Roth. But we've got to lock in for our first one here, and man, look at the spread across the map here. We're going to see a ton of players going straight up the middle, looking to go ahead and secure some of that high-tier loot. And maybe one of our players, is that Huangfly up in the top left? I can't quite tell if that's going to be about us Huangfly or not, but somebody looking to go up towards the realm of Yushan up there and potentially secure some of that high tier loot. You know, we theorized that we were going to see a lot of players head that way because of how much loot there actually is, but it doesn't look like too many players are opting to head that way. Instead, moving towards the middle of the map, looking to take as many early fights as possible. And we start with, as is tradition, our MVP from last game, which is of course about us Huangfly, and they are just below Wolfew's Choice, both of them looking to pick up some loot here. NPG's Dubai blocking nunchucks with another player here. 17 Jails Ego also showing up. EWG's Yiran coming down from below there with those nunchucks. Just a little bit of a tit for tat between these players here as everybody looks to try and find just a little bit of loot here. Dubai and Yiran just threatening that space with those blues. Nobody wanting to overcommit to these fights as there's a lot of loot left around. Yiran trying to maybe make something happen early here before Dubai can get some loot as they just continue to go tit for tat here. Now Yiran going to turn on with it of their own, but Food shows up in the middle of this. Tarka with blue armor, looking to go for the third party here, is going to be able to catch up onto Dubai. Now needs to turn his attention to Yiran, who's equally as low. Foods does see Yiran run off in the distance, but I don't think he's going to go for it, which is very, very weird considering how low that player is. But maybe he just didn't quite catch him out of the corner of his camera like we did there, as we see Orion's tryhard here actually.
Yeah, catching on to Ego, who unfortunately did go for that parry, as we now are going to be looking at Jin for ASE. Currently trying not to get third-partied again by Foods, who's been doing a very good job of just being a pain on this Tarka, coming in, getting a little bit of damage, and then finding that pick. As Takeda Ultimate comes on through for Tryhard, getting a little bit of that stagger as well as the increased mobility to be able to find a reset. Jin actually having to use a Takeda Ultimate of their own to be able to guarantee that they are going to be able to immediately try and disengage from that scrap, as there are a lot of players in a very small space and he is extremely low at the moment, will be able to lose sight of his opposers and find himself a little bit of bubble to go for that reset, as Roy he actually has a bounty on his head at the moment, so he's gonna have to be very careful how he moves around this map. But Huangfly has been able to find himself a purple spear at the moment, and Dao Hui gets caught out by the uppercut, tries to bait the parry thinking it's gonna be a 1-2-3 and is immediately gonna be punished. Huangfly, not wanting to chance any turnaround, actually uses that stagger frame of the ultimate activation to be able to even further extend the spear attack, and he's able to find a very nasty kill as Foods on that Tarka drops the ultimate to be able to try and chase after. It looks like Dao Hui at the moment, who is extremely low, but no, it's Roy he actually with that purple spear. Unfortunately, the movement attack for the spear not quite as good as the greatsword or the nunchucks, and as a result, he is going to get caught. Yiran, however, able to find that snipe, comes in with the nunchucks and will be able to find the kill, as unfortunately, we can actually see Foods not being able to stick around in this fight. The Takeda ultimate is out in full, and he does not want to either risk going into tab dodge out of the ultimate strike into the nunchuck full meter dump.
Yeah, no, Yiran playing this very, very smart, utilizing the ultimate there to create some space, and then hot swapping over to the ranged weapon as well to force the Tarka to be on the move, to either say, hey, you have to come into me and that potential stagger lock, or you need to run away so that these don't do damage to you while you're low. Very well played by EWG's Yiran. Hypernova coming in looking to try to capitalize on it, but immediately gets blitzed down, is going to be forced out of this. And pop over to Rin's Damo going head-to-head with NAD's Dao Hui. Dao Hui going to pop the ult and turn things on to Damo. Damo, though, going to pop his ult in return and turn it around with the charged left click from the dual blades, picking up the elimination on the NAD's Dao Hui. OUG's the king here with a set of legendary nunchucks on Tarka G, no less. Talk about a threat considering how much work he put in last game with the dual blades here. But GLY glitches Tenoshi here, not caring one lick whether he's got legendary nunchucks or not, is able to use that ultimate to constantly take control of this fight, and is going to hot swap here, trying to catch to him, but then forgets, wait a minute, I can't use that into the ult. He's just going to eat those range shots and immediately is forced to stop charging up the pistol and continuing to give chase onto the Tarka here. King turning it around, though, and is going to be able to find the pick onto Tenoshi by hot swapping into the spear, coming overhead, picks up the elimination, and we pop over to EWG's Yiron, who catches out LT's Hypernova in the meter dump and is going to be able to pick up his second elimination of the game.
That extension, by the way, in the previous fight of the Decatur ultimate stagger frame to just continue the juggle was absolutely gorgeous. But again, having that Tarka and the ultimate to allow you to make sure that you don't have to worry about things like the range attacks, it's just so strong in these lobbies, right? Where you are always risking when you're going for that disengage and you're not on the Z-ping of being sniped out on your attempted escape. As DAY1 has that Decatur ultimate at the moment, is actually using it once again as a threat onto Choice on that Tarka, who's taking a lot of damage, pops into the F ability, but that just allows DAY1 to be able to charge up those nunchucks, and the second that it's removed, he's immediately going to be able to punish the fact that you're not going to be able to block that damage for a little bit of time. As the zone is there, goes for the grapple cancel, immediately going to jump cancel to be able to transition into a blue focus on the nunchucks. That's what we wanted to see from Roy Hee in the previous match. That's why it's so strong from this region.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Wolf's Choice here, he literally had been going for that Dragon's Rush on repeat since he went up top. He even landed it twice and was forced to cancel out of the Nej's Might because the ultimate was there. You can't just keep crutching that same move on repeat because your opponent's going to get the read on it. If you've done it 6 times and you charge it in their face a 7th time, odds are you're going to let it rip a 7th time, and he gets punished for it as we see our player immediately jump cancel into the parry and pick up the elimination off the back of it. A great read coming out, and an unfortunate turn of events for Wolf's Choice. As we see here, Orion's Tryhard sitting up top here, APF looking to try to come in. Both of them going to head into the realm of Yang here. Where see WBG Spider looks like they're going ahead head-to-head here with APF. This is going to be an interesting matchup to see APF from the NA region, one of those players that many people are keeping their eyes on. And look at this, Battle Swangfly and Tryhard, both with the same idea. We're going to come in with scale rushes and kick this fight off right. Doesn't see Tryhard is going to come in with the bow. Now Tryhard coming in, trying to lock it down, but the ult immediately comes out with the spear. The lockdown, so huge here from Wongfly, and we're going to see again Wongfly winning the matchup against Orion's Tryhard here, and he just makes it look easy. Wongfly blitzes Tryhard out of existence.
Spider also won his duel against APF. We just saw it pop up in the lower right. So he's also going to be able to walk away with an upgrade onto his late tiers. He was running previously blue weapon, blue armor, Huangfly. Going to be able to rock the purple, still keep that purple spear as well, so he's going to be pretty happy picking up that elimination. That spear stagger increase rate, it's no joke, Rune, especially in solos. It does a lot of stagger frame, especially into that Decatur ultimate strikers. Demo going toe-to-toe now against Hypernova with that gray weapon, trying to find an opening. Neither of them going to be able to find the parry that they're looking for, but there's the dual blades able to just push Demo past 50%. Decatur ultimate for Decatur ultimate. Demo actually able to dodge out of one of those strikes, isn't able to find the knockdown on the restun animation as Hypernova is able to connect it into a second Takeda ultimate strike. As Demo looking to try and lock down, chasing with that dagger, goes into the right click from the dual blades, but it's not enough damage. Demo is still able to find the kill.
You know, very well played by Damo there, knowing that he could just immediately take back control of the neutral. He tanks the dual blades to the face, comes in, is able to extend, picks up the last hit there with the dagger, and now we're going to see Battle Swankfly going head-to-head with WBG Spider here, and this is a very interesting matchup. This is something we all want to see here. Wonkfly, though, with the spear, I feel like has a much huger advantage here off of those extra stagger frames there. We're going to see Spider come back in with an ult of his own to answer Wonkfly as they go head-to-head here, and it looks like Spider might actually pick this up with Wongfly, able to extend it. No, Spider comes out of his ultimate and is able to find the grab, flips him over, and is able to pick up the elimination. Talk about the perfect time for Spider's ultimate to come to an end, for him to be able to pick that up off of Wongfly.
You can see as well, Wongfly isn't expecting that mythic grab to be available. right? Because he gets in close enough that the Mythic Grab, if it goes off, is going to be able to connect, and Spider is going to be able to immediately turn that fight around. Thankfully, however, for Hongwei, because he actually won that fight in the Gate of Yang, he was running Vermilion Bird's Might, so he's going to be back in. The problem is that Spider is going to be feeling really confident after getting that kill, and coming in with the legendary weapon as well is going to make him even harder to be able to take down, as Tryhard at the moment isn't able to take down Yuran. Yuran, one of our hardest working players in the hours that he puts in running both solos and trios. He's going to have a lot of Naraka ahead of him. Able to find that kill, goes into the purple bush, crouches to be able to go into that invisibility poem as we have a look at a replay on how Spider was able to win his duel against APF. Takes a lot of damage in the stagger rate, but is able to find the counter onto the sphere and immediately transitions into a juggle lockdown on that katana. And now running those legendary dual blades, his stagger lockdown is going to be even stronger.
Oh yeah, the stagger coming from WD Spider is going to be incredible. And you know, no surprise that Spider wins that fight off the back of a parry. We're talking about a player who is able to pick up, I think, 9 parries in a single game of solos. It's kind of Spider's go-to, right? He knows how to pick up those reads, and he's able to parry on reaction so fast, right? We see him use that scissor parry so often, where he starts charging a blue to get the hyper armor from the blue, and then is immediately able to just go into a parry instantaneously. And because of that, he wins so many duels. Honestly, WBG Spider is probably one of the best duelists that we have here in the CN League. And then on top of that, he's also one of the best players at being able to pick up third parties. He's kind of a huge threat for anybody in this lobby once he gets some momentum going. And he's certainly got some momentum going this game.
Yeah, his movement as well is absolutely gorgeous. When you see him on Z-Ping, his survivability on Z-Ping is insane. I would say, like, of everyone in this lobby, he is probably the best at just using movement to be able to make sure he gets that bubble back online for as much time as possible. As we are going to see Gates of Yang starting to come on through. The King having to use that Taka ultimate at the moment to try and find a safe corner. There's 2 Takedas in the area, however, though, so he has to be very careful about where he runs to, as ASC's Jim not going to actually be able to find the third party that they were looking for. However, the King is able to get a really quick soul shield off of the corpse. Now has to try and take a fight against Hongfei, and that ultimate is going to be running on out. Hongfei coming in with the dagger, actually able to find the lockdown of the horizontal connection off of it as well. Goes for the juggle. And Hongfei may be bursting the nunchucks, but he's no slouch when it comes to dagger tech either.
No, not whatsoever. And he's also been putting in huge work with the spear this game. And now he's gone ahead and picked himself up a purple dagger. It looks like he's going to go ahead and opt to leave the spear behind. And here we go. We're going to see a katana come out from Huangfly as well. And katana is one of those weapons that Huangfly, during Season 1, used to deadly effect against his opponents, right? He is by far one of the best katana players in the CN League. So it's going to be interesting to see him put that to work here, especially with the extensions that come out from Takeda's ultimate. And we see Damo getting ready to go head-to-head here with NPG's Dubai. And just waiting here. Look at this. Just crouching and blue spamming as he waits for the spray. Actually catches Dubai out of the air with the charged uppercut as well. Damo comes in with the charge, right-click, hedges Dubai. Again, Dubai missing the reads. Finally does find Reed, is able to get the parry onto Damo. Damo comes in with the mythic grab, though, is able to dodge out of the way of Dubai's mythic grab, however. And now they're going head-to-head, old for old. Dubai, just 1 HP, and a dream goes airborne with the greatsword, looking to create some distance and keep himself alive here. Gonna go very low. He's gonna throw the F through the pillar. Dubai forced to scale rush away here, trying to catch him here with the pistol. We see Dubai trying to use any bit of terrain he can to get a pot off here, but it looks like it could all come up Damo at any moment. He just needs to get one hit. We're gonna see the ult come back out here from Dubai just to buy him a little bit of space. There we go. The grapple comes through into the mythic grab, and Damo is able to pick up the elimination and is gonna win this realm of Yang.
This is what we talk about, right? When we talk about that micro and misreading your opponent in the Gate of Yang, it's so important that you're able to actually get a little grip on what they're going to be running. But Spider might actually be third-partied at the moment. He's trying to find this kill. He has a bounty out as well, but he gets grapple cancelled by the other player so that they can go and chase after this really low health Takeda. Huangfly wants to find this kill, is able to get that mythic grab as well to be able to confirm it, but this is what we talk about. Spider immediately coming with the jump parry to be able to actually depart the weapon from Huangfly's hands, swaps over towards the dual blade to try and find that stagger lockdown, isn't able to find it. He isn't able to find the kill either though. Huangfly still not able to find that reset, as DAY1 now coming in, making it even harder for this Takeda to be able to find that survivability. But there's the mythic counter buying themselves just a little bit of time as DAY1 charges up that skill rush with the Great Sword, looking to connect onto as many players as possible, goes immediately into the midst of Spider, who is going to take a little bit of damage. DAY1 not able to find the lockdown that they're looking for. Huangfly, by throwing attention on other players in the area, has been able to find themselves a corner to be able to go for that reset, and Spider's still hunting. He knows that there's still going to be a Takeda looking to recover, but he has to recover too. So he's going to grab onto that beam. He's going to look for that re-armor, as we have 6 players left alive in the lobby. DAY1 coming in with those legendary dual blades and Mystic Might that he was able to pick up from that realm, is going to have all of the knowledge of where these players are. So he can actually isolate out these fights and take the win before a third party can potentially come on through. But he takes a lot of focus from Foods, is able to go away before the grapple connects onto his back. So no grapple cancel going to be coming on through. Mystic Might allowing him to know where he wants to scale rush and grapple off to be able to find that reset, as he has a little bit of downtime before that buff goes away. But all of these players is looking for a moment of weakness in a Matab at the moment, as Foods getting chased has to actually drop that Tarka ultimate to be able to try and find himself a reset time, but he is just being hounded at the moment. Finally turns around onto DAY1, trying to catch him around the corner with that spear, isn't able to find the lockdown that they're looking for, goes up onto the wall, not to scale rush onto the chasing Takeda, but just to scale rush to make sure he's not going to be able to get grapple cancel. But he is so very low. The Tarka ultimate is about to be running out, and he has not been able to find the downtime that he's looking for. He's hoping that all of the focus that he's pulled onto him by trying to run all the way around Matab is going to pull someone else into the fight for them to turn on to, but unfortunately he finally gets taken down. The mythic grab going to keep him in position, and he'll go down to Huangfly, who picks up another. And really this lobby is just going to be Huangfly, DAY1 and Spider really duking it all out for that last surviving member.
Yeah, no, absolutely. These players going insane. And, you know, Matab is such an interesting place for these fights to be breaking out as well. As somebody who has played many a fight here, this is a horrible place to have to try to chase a player to get away with. There's so many places for them to scale rush. There's so many little nooks and crannies you can actually get into where people can't see you unless they're, like, really looking with their camera, standing around trying to 360 view, right? We saw DAY1 able to just find, like, a little cubby hole in the ceiling where he's able to get a reset off as well. DAY1 here looking to do the same right now, but Huangfly waiting around the corner. He's going to go very low here as we see Huangfly, DAY1 and Spider all come in on this, but it looks like DAY1 is going to be the one who's able to pick up the elimination. Huangfly here gonna back off, looking to go ahead and take a reset here as DAY1 and Spider go head to head, and this is the perfect opportunity for Huangfly to fully reset before just coming in and third-partying this fight. This is the opportunity Huangfly is really looking for, but DAY1 and Spider both just gonna completely dip out of here. Spider is able to find a white shield to swap into, but EWG's Yiran's raiding around the corner for him. Where he heads to, Spider, half HP, no shield to swap into, he's gotta keep things moving, starts popping loot piles in the hopes of finding an armor to swap into. Yiran here is going to miss double grapples though onto Spider, and this is going to be by Spider exactly enough time to get away here, but Spider loses a little bit of footing on the train, still able to get topside and find himself a reset here, though at the moment he's still holding on to that white armor, right? He doesn't want to waste these heals onto that white armor, but he might need to very soon, as he is running around sans armor right now with some of the best players still up in the lobby. As Baudos Huangfly here catches out DAY1 now and is going to pick them up there into some dual blade stagger. We're going to see the ult come out from DAY1. Huangfly going to continue to give chase here, pops a little bit of a reset, knows the direction DAY1 is heading in, so he's got a good idea of where he might be. But Huangfly comes out the door. DAY1 is all the way topside, and I do mean all the way topside in Matab, as he finds a little bit of space and time to get a reset here. DAY1 does not want to be eliminated here, holding on for dear life, as it is only zone 4, so these players aren't forced to take these fights if they don't want to. There's only 4 players left remaining here. Huangfly here, the bounty on his head, so he's got to keep it moving. He has to take fights here. He's going to catch WBG Spider down here on the Morse Blessing. Spider able to finally find the armor swap he's looking for, and it's into Legendary. From white to Legendary, Spider finds himself back in this lobby all of a sudden as he turns his attention onto Yiran, and with those Legendary dual blades completely blitzes the armor off of Yiran in a flash. Yiran now low. Huangfly shows up looking to third party and pick up yet another elimination. Yiran trying to keep it moving here. The train chugga runs as Yiran keeps the tracks going. He does not want to get eliminated here, and Spider is hungry for it. Yiran sees that purple armor but knows he can't swap into it. That's Spider's old armor that he blitzed off of him before. And now we're going to see the ult come out from Yiran to buy him just a little bit more space here. He's able to get one pot off. The question is, will he be able to find more of a reset? Spider continuing the chase. Yiran is going to be forced to either turn and take this fight with what little ultimate he has, or he's going to be forced to just go ahead and keep running. Looks like he's opted to go ahead and cancel the ultimate so he can start rebuilding that charge as soon as possible here. But Spider not going to give him a moment's notice as he's able to pick up the parry, but Huangfly keeps him from picking up the elimination. Yiran steals the weapon out of his hands and keeps it moving. Huangfly though onto Spider as well. Spider finding himself in quite the precarious situation is going to be forced to run away, and Huangfly does not care about chasing Yiran. He's got Spider low. This could be the opportunity he needs. It's ult for ult right now. Huangfly goes low with the ult. We're waiting for Huangfly to see if he turns this around with his own ult. Waits for it, but misses the call on it. Damo comes in and picks up the elimination. Spider able to get the parry onto Damo. Damo with the mythic grab, trying to get back to his legendary dual blades here, is able to find them. Spider keeps it moving. It's ult for ult still, but Spider started his ult sooner. The parry comes out from Damo as he picks up the elimination on the WBG Spider.
Damo looking like he's going to be able to take the lobby. It's going to be a 1 versus 1. He finds the parry. He finds the kill steal. Spider is peeved after that kill steal, right? He's looking for that kill. He's looking to turn it around. And he unfortunately goes a little bit too aggressively. He gets parried. And he's normally the one who's punishing that mentality. So we can see, I think the jitters are starting to get to him as Yiran somehow, some way, again, finding another Takeda, turning the aggression away from himself onto another player, is able to buy himself the time to be able to run out of Matab because of the way that that scenery is set up, because of how easy it is, very similar to Celestra, to be able to lose line of sight of who you're chasing. It can be so hard to be able to confirm those kills. However, Damo has been able to spot out where Yiran has scampered off to. He's been looking as well for a little bit of better loot. He tried to run outside of zone to see if he'd find anything, but now he has to just go toe-to-toe. The Mythic counter immediately is going to grab the Mythic Jewel Blades out from Damo's hands, and he actually has to swap towards the backup purple as Yiran comes in with the ultimate, gets absolutely eviscerated. He doesn't have any armor, but Yiran's still able to find the kill. The Mythic grab is allowing him to control that neutral once again, and even though he is the last one standing, Damo comes in with more kills, a higher survivability time than Huangfly, who was currently leading the lobby, and as a result is our second MVP.
Yeah, Damo comes through and plays that very, very strong, and this is what we talked about. You know, WBG Spider is used to forcing other players to play at this pace. He's not used to being third party by other players who are playing at that same speed and tempo and coming in with that same aggression. And Damo slides into that fight, sees Spider committing to the blue, and just slides up and goes, let me just parry that out of your hand real quick. Let me pick up your elimination and then turn that energy very quickly back onto you. Spider, in the face of all that, just wasn't able to turn that fight on its head in any way, shape, or form. You know, we see Damo pop his ultimate, but Spider had already turned his ultimate on. There was no place for Spider to run there. There was no armor for him to swap into. He had already done the 360 ring around the Rosie around Matab. There was no way he was going to get another reset with no ultimate to buy him any sort of gap or distance with Damo there. He just had to take that fight, and unfortunately with his ultimate running out first, there's not a whole lot of opportunity for him to just turn around and capitalize that. And we see Damo use that to his advantage with a very aggressive third party. Damo locks down his own MVP here in game number 2.
I think we can see though that like the traditional pacing of solos has gone. It's been blown to smithereens. The script has been rewritten. Aggressive is in, and as a result, heroes like Taka and Takeda, who speed these fights up, are going to be prioritized over heroes like Zping, who slow things down. So it does make sense that a lot of these players are finding a lot of value by going for those aggressive plays, and I think you hit the nail right on the head. Right, the fact that Spider was locked in for that chase, he thought that he was going to be able to confirm that kill onto Yiran, especially because he was actually able to get on top of the Morris Blessing and go from gray to legendary. There's a reason that he's waiting around. He's not going for any armor swaps. He knows once that Morris Blessing comes through, if he's the first player onto it, he is guaranteed legendary armor, and he can just run into that lobby and look for the third parties because he has the health and the armor to be able to tank the hits. And as a result, he goes for that fight. He goes super aggressively. He doesn't think that he's going to be the one getting third partied. He thinks, I've got a kill confirmed. I'm going to be able to loot this body. I've been able to chase him for so long. No one else has come out of the woodwork. This is mine to take. I can lock him down with this blue focus. I'm going to then be able to go through all of his resources, get the weapon repairs, get the armor packs, and then reset for, again, coming in for that really aggressive style of third party and the rage reset too. And that doesn't happen because Damo once again pops up unexpected, and Spider once again, just as we saw in that first F where he went down to the Justina so early on, isn't expecting that same level of aggression that he normally shows to be turned on him. And as a result, he loses the focus, he lets rip the blue focus attack, he gets punished, he doesn't have the ultimate, he can't control the neutral, and he goes down. And after that, it just becomes Damo cleaning up all of the players left. He has the armor, he has the weapon. Sure, he loses the 1v1 against Yuran, but it's off of the back of a mythic counter. So you only had the purple dual blades to be able to hot swap into, and unfortunately you got chucked into the stagger rate as well, which is really hard to be able to break out because he'd already used his ultimate to be able to secure the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at the leaderboard here, we're going to see Yurian, of course, Damo here, walking away with 7 kills in the second place finish. He's going to walk away with a total game score of 12.8. Bowdow's Huangfly, though, not far behind with 7 eliminations, goes out in, I do believe, fourth place here, picks up a 10.6 game score. Yiran with 4 in a first place finish, walks away with a 9.6. The King, once again, another very good scoreline for him with a 4-kill game, goes out in the middle of the pack, but walks away with a 5.4. WBG Spider, unfortunately, only 2 eliminations, walks away with a 4.6 game score. You know, he is up here in the top 5 right now, but the WBG Spider we know is not happy with this performance whatsoever. He's been talking about how he just wants to come in and blitz these solos, right? He wants to be the beast of solos, as he continues to call himself here. And a 0 game score in game 1 and a 4.6 in game 2 is not the beast he wants to be. It's more like a whimpering dog that's walking away from these lobbies, and that's not the Spider we're used to seeing.
I will say, when we saw him in the grand finals for season 2 for the Pro League, there was a pattern. On the first day, it was very much just a testing the waters and limit testing your opponents. On the second day, where he knew like the tempo that he could play to and how to push players outside of their comfort zone, that was when he came in and absolutely blazed through everyone. However, we cannot take away from Damo because he had an absolute ginormous start from end to finish. He was such a strong player, as we can see, just stacked in soul raids as well, helped to make yourself a little bit tankier. Dagger sap, erudition, so if you have that spear, you're getting a lot of damage done. However, again, it isn't actually for the skill extensions that these players are picking some of these soul raids up. It's literally just for the base stats. As look at all of the damage he did with the dual blades. That's a tasty chunk. It really does feel like dual blades are just becoming the king of weapon meta. Like, I know it used to be nunchucks. For a while it was dagger. Spear when it released was absolutely monstrous as well. But dual blades with the stagger lockdown that you can just land some of these players in is absolutely insane.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we talk about that crouch uppercut during the Temi game, right? And we saw how quickly you could shift into those uppercut and catch a ton of these players out. We see that being utilized a lot by these players who are using the dual blades as more of a way to extend their chases onto these players, especially players who are using the dagger and using that verticality a lot. So hopefully some of these players will be able to adapt to that and find ways to escape from some of those dual blades as we get ready to lock in for game number 3. But first, we've got another interview for you guys before we come back and jump into game 3.
后来我们 Dimo 的信心是非常足的。当然，其实，在最后阶段，尤其是在 Spider 和黄福来进行一个打斗的时候，你的切入时间抓得非常的好。当时是如何考虑的呢
So during the late game, you take the advantage of H-Fly and Spider fighting, and you just join them and took the kills. So how do you decide when to join?
How do I decide? I try to listen for audio cues. Usually you can hear people fight or fall down, so I just try to listen. I try to be patient. I don't try to be careless. And if I hear someone dying or dropping down, I try to look around and see their HP, if they use their ults or not. And yeah, and then once I see them, I decide if I should kill them or not.
我在游戏中我会认真的聆听游戏中的音效，然后如果有人倒下，我可以听到，然后我会争取不要过分的冲动，我会比较谨慎，然后寻找机会观察对面的血量，然后找机会切入。
其实我们都知道，小蜘蛛是我们 NBPL S2的单排冠军，而黄福来是上届捷杯单排的冠军，一举拿下了2个冠军。当时结束那场战斗的时候，心情感受是如何的呀？
So we both know Spider and H-Fly are great players. Both are champions in the mainland China region. And taking down both of them, how do you feel? And what's your thought on that?
I feel great. Honestly, I think I just played smart there. I didn't 1v1 them. I just played smart. I took advantage of the fact that they were fighting and it paid off. You don't always have to take the 1v1. Sometimes you have to use your brain and play well.
我感觉很好，我觉得我能胜利主要在于我打得很聪明，我没有去跟他们1v1，我更多的是寻找切入的机会，然后找机会切入了比赛，最后赢得了胜利。
那其实提到了这个1v1，当你进入到回阳镜的时候，是一个1v1的情况。当时你与独白的回阳镜之争，其实是一个蓝甲劣势的状态。那一波是如何博弈成功的
？So speaking of one-on-one, you enter the ring of Yang actually with a disadvantage with blue armor. And what's your thought on that? And how do you win that fight?
Well, basically, you just have to play your best. You have to outplay them. You just have to be the better player. Just outplay them. Just become the best. And really nothing there is to it. You just have to kill them.
对，实际上也没有什么可说的，就是要争取成为更强的那一名选手。我就是尽我所能，然后最终取得了胜利。
那么来到我们捷杯的这个比赛，有没有哪位选手是你特别想交锋的呢
？So coming into the J-Cup, which player is the player that you want to play against the most?
The player I want to play against the most right now is Huang Fly. It's because I have been fighting him recently, and there's been a standoff between me and him. I would say we've been seeing each other a lot in the games, and it's been pretty even so far. But right now he's playing better than me, but I would like to beat him after the tournament.
我最想对战的对手是黄福来，我们这一局也进行了交锋。我们其实最近进行的交锋都很多。然后其实现在来看，他打的可能比我好一点，但我希望在比赛最终结束的时候，我是打得更好的那名选手。
OK， 好的，谢谢蒂莫大师的采访，也是再次恭喜你拿下了这把比赛的胜利。
Congratulations on winning.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
OK，bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
可以看到我们的蒂莫大师非常的可爱，也非常的有自信啊！相信我们其他赛区的选手有了蒂莫大师这一把的胜利，估计会信心倍增。当然，也是要提醒屏幕前的观众朋友们，在观看我们的比赛的同时，不要忘记千锤百炼系列捷杯观赛活动，现在也在游戏内和捷杯官网开启。参与比赛竞猜最高赢200宝箱，收集道具战令，兑换赛事限定外观挂饰，观赛福利多多，还有动态气泡、捷杯击鼓、神品时装等你拿。赶快来参与吧！那我们赛后采访到这里结束了，我们稍作休息，马上回来。
画个龙，右手画一道彩虹。来，小边跟我一起看看。啊，对，我唱那个。是小雨唱就是那个什么啊？牵着我左手，又是一个。不唱那个，小雨不适合唱那个。小雨就适合唱那个。适合唱那个，是吗？小雨的读书时代就是 TF。我小学做体操，幼儿园做体操的时候是唱那个蔡依林的《致富路》，你知道吧？祈祷你像那个英勇的警卫军。然后小学也是那个，因为小学跟幼儿园是一个学校，然后初中到高中就是高中没有做体操的，初中做那个 TF 也是。又是一个慢动作那个。他记得怎么做的现在？知道啊，他就是这样画2圈，然后他们跳一下，然后这样手往下放，然后头放脑袋。
失误大吉，我有栏杆，我有支架。走吧，去地坑。过来拿支架。我这没被收。过来拿支架，我在运。等一下，停着。2件吗？你先没事，拿过来呗。我又能够再次逆。走吧。有没多的蓝刀呀？没有，我给你蓝双剑蓝棍子，蓝棍子。我没有被。你自己抓，好抓。我抓土里了，不要着急。看一下他那红叶，我这等着。抓土里了，我得拉药，不管不了，记完，我得拉满，自己抓。我闭机了。再手，加油！来，好的，我的。OK， 没事。Nice。
Ladies and gentlemen from across the globe, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. I hope you guys are doing well. We're 2 games deep of today's 6 games of solos, and man, what a very, very interesting day it has been already. All expectations have been subverted, except for about us, Huangfly, our defending world champion. Somebody who struggled a little in season 2, you know, obviously still qualified to be here, had a very good season 2, but not compared to his run at Worlds last year. All of a sudden he comes onto the world stage and it feels like he's coming alive. It's the Huangfly we've all known and loved from season 1. Back at it again here in the World Championship, and he's doing very well. And then, of course, somebody outside of the CN region, Master Damos, somebody, you know, we talked about this at the beginning of the stream, who we were keeping our eyes on, and Damo is somebody I said we needed to pay attention to. You know, Damo's been top 5 or top 1 in the SEA region. He's been in top 100 in CN region. He's used to playing against a lot of these CN pros. He's got a lot of experience in NA and EU as well, and those competitive scenes. So he really is the most versed player in terms of knowing the different regions, knowing the different players, the different play styles. So for him to come in and have such a strong Game 2 performance is not really that surprising, given how well he knows everybody here. If he was to have a strong performance, early would be the time we would expect to see it, because everybody else is still getting their feet wet trying to figure out the competition, and Damo's been in it since day 1. So he's coming in knowing, okay, I already know what these players are going to do. I know how they're going to play. I know how to counter it. Let me go ahead in here and play my game. The question is can he keep that energy going throughout Worlds as these players start to acclimate to these players from other regions?
Yeah, Fitz, I think, is another one of these players that you kind of have to keep your eye on, especially when it comes to third partying. He had an absolute beaut of a third party with a charged up left click dagger in Plumed Castle. But hey, do you know what? It's another stream, which means it's another Q&A, and this time we don't have Dabby to make it easy. So if you want a chance to win some freebies and maybe some skins in the game, all you have to do, it's pretty simple. You have a 1 in 4 chance, is get this question right. Drop it in chat. How many kills did DAY1 get in game number 2? Was it 5? Was it 6? Was it 7? Or was it 8? Be sure to get those in fast, because I know that our mods are going to be keeping an eye when they see the right answer fly by. They're pretty quick on their toes.
You know, I'm gonna give a little hint here, but I'm not gonna give it away too much. It's the same number of kills that Huangfly got in both games 1 and game 2. So if you were paying attention, you'll know exactly how many kills that is. And I mean, if you were paying attention to that, you should know how many kills DAY1 got anyway. But there's your hint. If you wanted a hint, you get a little bit of one. As we take a look here, looking in on NPG here from Dubai. Dubai just chilling out, waiting for us to jump into game number 3. You know, we had a little interesting discussion during the break talking about which heroes we expect to see coming out here in game number 3. Do you have a prediction of what you think this lobby is going to be, Moxie?
I mean, we're headed back to Mars Isle, and this does tend to be the time of day in mid where we see a lot of players, especially in the CN region, gravitate quite aggressively towards Yodo. I know she has had a little bit of a nerf in that it takes her a little bit longer to build up to that ultimate. However, like, the aggressive playstyle that you can have with the Yodo is still extremely strong.
Oh, absolutely. And we've got a short video for you guys before we come back, and then we're going to lock directly in for game number 4.
I think the competitiveness in CN is probably one of the best because they're always practicing and they're always fighting each other. They're always training each other. And the moment I reached top 100 and my peak was top 50 in China, I was fighting each and every single NBPL pro player in China. They were just truly the best, and you could truly see how they moved, they played, and you could see how in China server they just made themselves to be the best region. Yeah, basing from our streams and my experience in China, I have fought each and every one of the NBPL players in China, and from my experience, I can beat them, and I can 100% say confidently that I will be able to qualify for finals as of this moment. But I'm not underestimating the China servers. I think they're really good, and I think I will definitely struggle to compete with them.
There we go. Game number 2's MVP, DAY1, coming through and giving a little bit of a word of wisdom. As you can see, Rune, a lot of it does come down to having just like experience, being able to play to the tempo of a lot of these players' aggression in these lobbies. But it's not the Yodo that we're going to get to see heading over for game number 3. We theorize that Zping getting a little bit of nerf did mean that Wu Chen might actually be the one to replace her in meta, especially if you're running that switcheroo version of the ultimate. However, we are having a little bit of a veer, of course, for some of this lobbies. I did spot 2 Decadas and 1 Valda, so I'm very happy. Valda is one of my go-to picks in duos at the moment, and she's extremely strong when you have something like a Viper to be able to crowd control players into her hits. The problem is she's extremely lead dependent, right? That confirmed hit that you get when you're running into that haze is really strong if you have a weapon loot rarity to be able to back it up. As immediately we're going to be following after, as is tradition, the MVP of game number 2. It is going to be DAY1, who already has been able to find themselves not just a blue longsword, but also a successful parry onto their opponents, and are just chasing now to try and find that last little scrap of Yuran's health bar to be able to confirm that kill. However, Yuran has been able to try and find himself a little bit of late to get a reset, as he's still alive for now.
Yeah, we're going to see Tryhard here, unfortunately, on the receiving end of Jin's dagger, as Jin picks up their first elimination of this game. And I'm going to say, I'm very excited to see all of the Wu Chen come out. You know, this was my theory, right? Was that we were going to see Wu Chen basically replace Zping because of the nerf, right? Wu Chen is one of those heroes that's really favored, especially in the CN community. He's very strong. He brings a lot to the table in both solos and trios, but he kind of fell out because Zping just kind of did everything that he did, but better. because of how over to Zping was as a hero. And now that Zping has seen those substantial nerfs in solos, it makes sense that Wu Chen would come back. So I'm happy to see that I was right about that particular prediction here. Roy Hee here gonna throw that blue into King after, really interesting. Roy Hee, very, very good player, does some silly things sometimes. Goes in, hits him with the first hit, baits out a parry by tap dodging, and then charges and holds blue in their face instead of punishing the parry whiff that came out there. So very, very interesting. NBG's Dubai here going very, very low. GeoY's Tenoshi trying to catch on to them, but unfortunately not able to find it. We're going to see an ult come out from the Wu Chen here, as we see Yiran show up. Dao Hiwei also looking to get involved here. Dubai just trying to get away, but Tenoshi does not want to give up the hunt here. Dubai opting to go for the ceiling here, grapple up, finds a reset. Tenoshi going topside, thinking that he went topside, but he did not. So he's able to get at least one pot off here, but Dubai doesn't look like he has enough resources to really go for more of a reset. As we see range shots continue to rain down on Dubai. Yeah, Dubai with no heals left whatsoever. This is exactly what I thought I saw, and am correct. He's going to be forced to throw the Fs into the wall here just to buy himself a little bit of space here, but the range shots going to continue to come through onto Dubai, and Dubai has to keep it moving and try to find resources to be able to get some sort of a reset here. And unfortunately, he misses pots as he keeps it moving, is forced into the zone. He has count them, one small shield or health powder here, and he is stuck in a zone that is very quickly depleting his life bar here. He might go down to zone here and be forced to just go find another altar to resurrect to, but if he can do it without giving a kill to somebody else, it's actually better for him. And with the loot he has, he's not really losing a lot if he lets himself die to the zone here. As we see EWG's Euron picking up a kill and then moving across to engage with Damo, and WBG Spider still rocking a white armor and a white katana.
Yeah, great katana coming through from Spider, and as a result, he doesn't actually want to take this fight. He's going to actually let the attempted third party come on through. Tryhard now has to win against ASE's Jin with that zone starting to tick on through. There's the switcheroo, the ultimate immediately going to allow Tryhard to get a hit confirmed, but Jin actually not running the first or second version. He's running the portal version, so he's going to be able to step in between, but Spider now seeing that those players are going to be low, that they've invested resources, going to actually come in for a third party of his own, and he has the switcheroo version of the ultimate. The hit confirmation as Jin hits the ground allows Spider to take the kill. This is the performance we expected to see from Spider, right? Game sense, tracking your opponent's surroundings, waiting for the opportune moment to be able to punish them, investing resources in a fight, and then coming through, holding onto your own resources and finding that kill. This is the Spider we know. This is the Spider we love. This is the Spider that should be able to qualify into the top 16. As we now see Damo actually getting caught out by EWG's Yiran, who comes in with that dagger stun combination and will be able to find the kill. The King has a bounty on the head at the moment, so isn't really able to try and lose chase towards Shipwreck, as we actually see the nunchucks do have the full meter invested, which is why Hypernova is definitely not going to want to close up that distance, as Zone is going to force the Wu Chen closer towards the Valda. The F is available, the ultimate not so much, as Hypernova is actually going to wait and see whether or not the King is going to move away or whether or not they are going to look for that engagement. Goes for the beam hang, trying to get a scale rush to be able to connect onto the King. There's the nunchuck blow, focus starts to come on through. Hit confirmation is actually found, but Hypernova drops that F ability to try and make sure that Luring King is not able to find the follow-on through, as Hypernova is actually forced into just hiding in the zone and waiting to see if the King is going to abandon the chase. The problem is, the King is patient. He knows that Hypernova is going to be running out of resources. You also, as Valda, because you're in that enclosed up room, you can't throw your ultimate in even if you have it. So when you actually start to move towards the King, not only are you going to be depleted in resources, you're also not going to have the ultimate to be able to break through. As we swap over towards EWG's Yiran, who is going toe-to-toe at the moment with Tenoshi, gets caught up in the uppercut. Again, there's the Rift Portal to make sure that Yiran is actually able to dodge straight on out of any hit confirmation, but as a result, Tenoshi is free to go through the Rift Dealer and pick up all of the resources and can now resume the chase, knowing that Yiran does not have that crucial ultimate as an escape tool.
Yeah, you know, V3 of the ult was something we didn't see for a very, very long time in pro play, much less in regular play either, by most players as well. It was kind of considered to be the worst version of Wu Chen's ult. And then we see these pro players starting in the very end of Season 1 and the beginning of Season 2 when Wu Chen was still slightly prevalent before Z-Ping completely took over the meta. Start to utilize that V3 of the ult to be able to mind game their opponents, to bounce back and forth between the two of them, and able to use it to a lot of success, right? So it's interesting to see that continue to come through here, especially when the old Uno reverse card there gives you the ability to hit confirm into a full combo. But into a lobby full of Wu Chens, it might make a little more sense to run the V3 because you can play mind games instead of switcheroo into switcheroo like we saw during the Temi lobby. Basically, WBG Spider here going head-to-head with APF once again here in the realm of Yang, and we're gonna see the old Uno reverse card come out as WBG Spider uses the hit confirm into a combo, able to kill APF.
Yeah, the hit confirm is so strong if an opponent is sub 50% health. Because literally, you just catch them in the hit confirmation, and because their health is so low, they just don't get that recovery time. You literally hit confirmation them to death. And Spider is taking full advantage of that, which is why it's very terrifying that he's also running the dual blades with the extended stagger lock, because we actually see Dahi not getting to let that greatsword rip. There is the Uno reverse card once again, the V2 coming on up for the Witch, and tries to scale rush, but unfortunately, scale rush is a focus attack. He lets it go, and the King catches the parry.
We just witnessed that happen. What a parry coming out from the King there, able to utilize that. Wolfew's choice here going head-to-head with WBG Spider once again. Spider on the receiving end of quite a bit of pain here from Choice, is they able to get one shield pot off and get some shield back under his belt. He does have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so he's got a little bit of a safety net here, but he doesn't want to lose this fight to Choice yet again. Choice being the one who eliminated him early during game 1, which led to a nat 0 game for WBG Spider, and Choice going to be the one eliminating him yet again. It continues to feel like Wolf's Choice is the bane of WBG Spider's existence. Here we go, hit confirmed from Huang Fly into the uppercut combo from the nunchucks. This is absolutely massive for a player like Huang Fly who's able to utilize these nunchucks. And look, he's got white chucks. He used that combo to completely blitz the purple armor off the back of King, right? If he had had blue or purple chucks, King would be at half HP here. Now that said, King very quickly turning this fight on its head. The parry comes out! Did we just see Huang Fly try to 1-2-3 the King?
Yep. We did.
Oh my goodness. I haven't seen a 1-2-3 in Pro League in so long.
It's like he didn't have the downtime to be able to get the full 1-2 charge focus to go into the golden focus. And honestly, the King did such a good job at just continuing to exert pressure so that Huang Fly did just go 1, 2, 3, and because obviously when you chain 3 light attacks in a row without either shift, jump, or crouch canceling, it turns into a blue focus, and it's literally just handing on a silver platter to these pros a parry. And when you have that little health, and when your nunchucks are gray and they're not really doing that much damage, even though your juggle tech is absolutely amazing, you're gonna go down immediately. And you could see it on his face as well. He was disappointed in himself. He knew that he had mucked up.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you know, look, every once in a while in the pro leagues, or play of this level, we do see a 1-2-3 come out, right? You can mind game it because you don't see it hardly ever at this level of play. Some players just aren't expecting it, and you're able to catch them off guard, but it's very rare. Huang Fly, once again, here we go, in the realm of Yang, trying to use the swap-roo, that old Uno card here, onto Wolf's Choice, but Choice here with the Takeda ult is able to cancel that out. So Choice able to go ahead and pick themselves up some much-needed upgrades there with this legendary longsword and the purple armor. Choice sitting in a very good position. We're down to 8 players left alive here. Zone 2 2 collapses onto zone 3. We're going to see APF looking to come across and give chase to Roy Hehe here, but WBG Spider waiting in the wings as well. So this is looking to be a third party of whoever starts this fight off first. And it's Roy Hehe going head to head here with WBG Spider, but the third party is getting ready to come in from APF, and Roy Hehe says, nah, I'm just going to go ahead and back out. Very smart plays here from Roy Hehe, because APF's already committed to the engagement, so now he has to take the fight with WBG Spider. It allows Roy to back out, get the heal, and come back in for an optimal third party for himself. Just really smart decision making here. This is what we talked about earlier with WBG Spider, is he doesn't really have the follow-up to sometimes walk away from a fight and know when it is good to walk away from a fight, whereas Roy
he sniped it.
Clearly knew exactly where he needed to be, and then Roy slides in and snipes the kill onto APF as well.
Yeah, he sniped it, and he didn't even need to use the Justina ultimate either, as a fourth party had potentially come through as well, Spider actually having to drop that Soul Blade block to make sure that he doesn't get peppered by the musket shot and his shield broken, because that is when you become sort of like that weakness, right? When you're just looking and seeing a wounded fawn, and every wolf in the area is just looking to see which one of those there is going to be lagging behind, which one's going to be a little bit weaker than the rest of the pack. That's who everyone is going to pounce onto. As Morris Blessings come online, but again, everyone just sticking in the central area of the zone at the moment, going to be able to gravitate between 2 different gates of Yang at the moment. You can only enter the gate of Yang once in a match, however, so some of these players are going to be barred from entrance, and I think they are just using the Gate of Yam's spawning place to hold in hostage a lot of these players' locations, as Roy Hehe does go extremely low, has already used the freeze bomb, does have the ultimate to pull back onto if they really need to get themselves out of dodge, and they are actually immediately just going to pop it to make sure that the dual blade lockdown isn't going to be able to buy everybody else in the surrounding area the time to be able to try and snipe out that kill, as the grapples start to get chained. Roy Hehe trying to put as much distance between themselves as possible, but Spider and Tenoshi, 2 players who actually hadn't entered a gate, are now going to be going toe to toe. Neither of them going to be opting to start off with a scale rush at the moment, as Spider immediately moves in, trying to bait out the parry. He makes it look like he's going to throw in that charged up left cut, and it doesn't actually get baited. Tenoshi does not fall for it. Spider with the Soul Blade block, making sure that he's going to be able to stay on his toes and escape with that tap dodge backwards, trying to find the left uppercut, not able to find it, but Tenoshi takes a lot of damage just from the light attacks. So Spider goes extremely low. There's the hit confirmation that we know and love coming through from Spider to lock Tenoshi into position, immediately going to transition into the follow-up chase, and Spider able to win the Gate of Yang.
Yeah, absolutely great job here from WBG Spider. He thought about not using the ultimate, so he had it immediately coming outside of this, and then he just decides, nah, you know what, I'm tired of playing with this person. I'm gonna go ahead and pop the ultimate, go into the hit confirm, pick up the elimination. Roy here in a bit of a bad spot, unfortunately, is both these players giving it chase. No ultimate left, 6 seconds until their Frost Core comes back up, and they're gonna be able to, nope, doesn't look like they're gonna be able to get the ability off here as the snipe comes out from EWG's Yiran with the pistol, as they're able to pick up the kill there onto Roy. Wolf's Choice here going head to head with MTG's Dubai. Dubai just going to tap dodge around and use the dagger dash to come in and clean up that elimination, but WBG Spider waiting in the wing for the third party is going to catch Dubai super low here, and Dubai now going to be forced to be the one who goes on the run, gives up the loot from the body to WBG Spider, and Spider wastes no time looting the body and immediately getting back into the chase here with the likes of NPG's Dubai using that dagger to try to create some distance here as Tenoshi shows up. Tenoshi looking to pick up an elimination here so he can take that debuff off and keep himself in the game, and Dubai going to be the easy target for that, but as Tenoshi is going to have to fight Spider once again. Spider the one who eliminated him in the realm of Yang, which has allowed Tenoshi to come back out and fight for his opportunity. He's got a 2-minute and 56-second timer before he's just going to be eliminated. He needs to pick up this elimination here onto Dubai and pick up that Soul Bloom essence if he wants to keep it in the game. And he's trying as hard as he can to keep Spider from being the one who picks up this elimination so that he can grab that Soul Bloom so very quickly. Spider needs to not let him grab it, but he is able to pick it up off the back of Spider's kill. Tenoshi is gonna keep his game alive here in game number 3.
Don't you hate it? Especially in trios, right? When all of your teammates are fully health, like they all have their ultimate charge, and then they go and they just snipe the soul bloom off of the body that you dropped. Spider is miffed. It's probably the best way to put it. Swaps into those nunchucks. He's got the switcheroo, but again, he gets caught out. He throws in the blue focus. He gets parried. He has to go for the dual blades to try and lock in position. The Mystic Mind is there. Tenoshi takes a lot of damage, but is taking so much onto Spider, but he throws in the blue focus this time. And Spider, again with the scissor, is going to be able to find it. There's the kill hit confirmation of the ultimate coming on through for Tenoshi, but Spider now goes to throw in one of his own. Isn't actually able to catch Tenoshi's landing position though, so isn't able to find the hit confirmation that he was looking for as they swap over towards the ranged artillery just to make sure that neither of them get any time to reset, but it doesn't connect as nicely as either would like, and they both decide, you know what, we had a little bit of a tiff. We're gonna go back to the reset button, and in about 30 seconds time, we're gonna face each other again, because there's only 4 players left in the lobby. However, Yuran, emboldened by seeing Spider throw in the ultimate, is potentially nipping at his heels. He might actually want to try and chase, but no, he's just putting a little bit of threat so that he can go towards one of these Kens and get some restock on the resources, as it is going to turn into a war of attrition pretty soon, especially when you're running Wushan. The escapability is pretty much flawless for this hero, and if you have resources, you will always live, as WBG's Spider has been able to find the King, doesn't find the parry that they were looking for, but the King takes a lot of damage, actually throws in the F ability, but once again, Spider is able to actually chase with the charged up left click on the dagger. There's the V3 once more of the Wu Chen, making it even harder for Spider to try and connect, because the second he actually tries to aggress forward, the King is just going to hop straight back through that portal. But he now has to worry about the Wu Chen on the other side as Yuran comes out of the bushes and tries to catch not onto Spider, but the King. They both know he just threw in the ultimate. They both know that he is going to be extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we got to talk about something here with these players. We haven't been seeing a lot, because we haven't seen so much Wu Chen. The ability for them to weave in the gold focus from those F abilities, it's just the slightest frame of gold focus that you get from throwing that blade out, right? We saw it earlier in the fight with Tenoshi versus Spider, whereas Tenoshi was able to use it instantaneously to walk away from the punish of the parry that Spider dropped on him. These players have not missed a beat with that. Every opportunity they have had to weave in one of those app abilities to buy them even just a frame's worth of advantage, they've been able to land, and it's so beautiful to watch. So happy to see Wu Chen coming back into the meta here. OUG's the King once again gonna portal away here, able to get a little bit of a heal off here, and I think the portal is actually just out in the zone ever so slightly, so he's not able to use it to bounce back and forth, so not quite as beneficial as it was to him last time here, as he's gonna walk back over to the other entrance, get parried, unfortunately, is able to use that F to walk away, but no, walks back in to, I do believe, is that Spider's Bane's Breath that picks up the elimination?
Yeah, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Spider versus Yuran. Yuran not able to find the counter, but Spider going to already lose half of the shielding. Uses that F ability to be able to chase immediately onto Yuran to try and return the favor. As the Bane's Breath is still going on, so Yuran can't actually move backwards. He just has to move further and further forward, and Spider is immediately going to punish that. There's the ultimate into the hit confirmation, and unfortunately Yuran can only take the hits as Spider goes for the dagger, transitions into catching him on the ground. Tenoshi actually uses the rift to be able to try and escape onto, I don't believe it. Did he just rift portal onto a Morris Blessing to pick up legendary armor?
No. Okay, so that was actually Yuran's portal that he walked through. I'm not quite sure how Spider was able to pick up the elimination, though, as he went through. I think Spider shot his pistol through the rift and was able to connect onto him. And because of that, he was able to pick up the kill. Now it's WBG Spider versus Glitch's Tenoshi. And, you know, this is a very interesting fight. We've seen this 3 times already in this particular match. So it's going to be interesting to see how the final matchup between these two players plays out, because it's been been a little 50-50, right? It's been Tenoshi, it's been Spider, it's been Tenoshi, it's been Spider. Now we're gonna see once again that 50-50. Spider rends the armor off of Tenoshi, and then Tenoshi turns around and returns the favor immediately onto Spider, rends the armor off to him. We're gonna see the swap come through, hit confirm onto Spider into the zone. The F immediately comes up, the gold focus to be able to get Tenoshi away. Tenoshi here gonna look for a quick reset. Spider misses the opportunity to go around the corner though, so Spider is going to opt to just go ahead, reset, get that shield pot off. Knows Tenoshi's gonna be doing the same here. WBG Spider, Tenoshi, once again gonna take a full reset before going head to head for another time here. Spider gonna open things up with the charge right click onto the dual blades, able to pick up a hit here. Tenoshi able to bump him into the zone. Spider able to pick up a parry. Tenoshi able to use the F to get away from it. Spider tap dodges to cancel the parry riposte animation though, and is able to walk around to the side of Tenoshi, catches him out with 2 left clicks into a crouch cancel uppercut, and WBG Spider finally comes out on top and picks up his first MVP of the day.
Yeah, so Spider can absolutely chase that attack because like he knows he's sitting on 83% of ultimate charge when he's going into the fight. All he has to do, chunk the armor down and break Tenoshi past 50% so that the ultimate can do its job. Not only is he going to be taking so much damage on the hit confirmation, you're also swapping him into zone corruption tick as well. So as long as Spider is able to land that hit confirmation on the ground slam, he's going to be able to win the fight. He knows as well that Tenoshi does not have the F ability available because he just used it to be able to escape with that little sliver of a frame of gold focus to be able to buy himself the recovery because he thinks, I've got legendary armor, I'm going to be able to chunk him down before he chunks me down. And we see parry for parry. Spider is able to find the parry. Tenoshi is able to find the parry. Both of these players are being pushed to their limit. But finally, Spider is able to break through and picks up his first MVP of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. What a way to close out the third match of the day here. These two players went head to head multiple times during this match. Neither of them able to really stand out above the other. Each time it going 50-50, Tenoshi picking up 1 kill, Spider picking up 1 kill, and then in every other engagement, both of them being forced to just back out, take the reset. After one would take control of the fight, then the other would take control of the fight, and both of them having to respect the other players in the lobby, backing away. And then again, in this same last fight here, both of them go head to head. Spider blitzes the armor off of Tenoshi. Tenoshi immediately turns around, returns the favor. Both of them forced to pop their Fs to back out of the fight. Spider misses the opportunity to follow up on the chase. Both of them reset, restart the fight all over again, and then WBG Spider plays it very smart. He's watched Tenoshi use that gold focus time and time again after the parry on the riposte to be able to slip away from that animation. He's ready for it this time. He sees the F come out, immediately tap dodge cancels out of the riposte animation to catch the side of Tenoshi, who can't move during that particular animation. Yes, you can use it to get away from the riposte, but it does lock you in to the very short duration of that animation. And that's what WBG Spider is able to capitalize on from the side as he easily picks up the finish onto Glitch's Tenoshi there in the end. But man, what a great fight between two very tenacious players.
Yeah, I mean, we said it, right? We love to see the Wii-chan come back into meta. There's just something wonderful about getting to see it. Whichever version of the Ultimate you're running as well, all of it has such like massive impacts on the micro and the macro decisions that some of these players make. If you're going for that switcheroo version, like you're looking for the hit confirmation to literally just kill the player dead so that they don't get that recovery time, that they don't get to be able to grapple away. And we see that reset the cycle of, okay, their F ability is up, so I have to break through the shielding, then I have to chase after them, then I have to bait out the gold focus so that I can actually chase up from the repost. Like, it's a long motion. But if you're running something like the escape tool, which we saw in the first version, where I think it was Yiran who was rather Dubai actually, I think, was running that just escape ticket of you're immediately able to teleport out. It just becomes a bloodhound sniff of where did they run off to. We know that they don't have that escape ticket for a little bit longer. If they're low, as long as we can hunt them down, we're immediately going to be able to corner them. And then if you're running the third version, does it become a little bit like for Portal 2, right? Where you just like, you dip in, you slide into different spaces, you try and catch them out. You really play with the mind games as well that you can play with that particular aspect of it. And I think for some of these players who maybe don't really see the third version as much as we're used to, it can be a little bit harder as well to predict the spacing of a fight and whether or not it is safe enough to be able to go for those traces. But finally, the script is back in play. Spider comes in with a #1 spot. It's not quite the dominant run that he had in the regular season of the Pro League for Season 2, but it's definitely him finding his feet. And whenever we've seen Spider just have a game where he's able to settle in and get a read on all of his opponents, that's when he's really being able to adapt to his surroundings and just go absolutely ham.
You know, I'm gonna say that word that chat hates for me to say, but we have to talk about OUG's Luren King, aka the King. The consistency out of this player right now, either second or third in all 3 of our games right now, continues to buy him massive amounts of space here. WBG Spider walks away the MVP this game, but it's really the first game where he's hardly put any points on the board whatsoever. His other 2 games, he walks away with a big 0 in game 1 and then like 4 points in game 2, whereas the King has consistently put up 8 or more points almost every single game. He's sitting very well here, but we can't take away from WBG Spider, of course, one of the best solo players from the CN Pro League here in the World Championship here, finally getting his first MVP up on the board here. 23,000 damage, 7 eliminations. Look at this, 5 counter strikes. This man really does win fights off the back of his counters here. His ability to parry other players is so good. He just reads. He's so good at the mind games, right? It's always a good read from Spider. Very rarely have we ever seen Spider whiff a parry, right? And on the times that he does, he's very rarely punished for them. He's almost always able to get a good parry in when he wants it. And if he messes one up, he's able to immediately take control back of the neutral here. But what a huge game coming out from him. 10,000 of that damage coming from daggers, the other 6,000 coming from dual blades, and another 4,000 from nunchucks. He's a very versatile player. He doesn't care what weapon you put in his hand. He just says, put one in my hand.
I think as well, like, that's why I'm really happy to see him actually contesting those Gates of Yang. Right? It makes sense. You are skilled enough in the 1 versus 1. You're able to read your opponents and adapt into when it is best to parry, that you really can see them doing so much for this player, especially if you're able to find those buffs that we normally don't get to see in solo play. The question now, however, because we've seen a whole different bunch of heroes coming through, we're going to go back to Morris Isle for our next game. Do we see the repeat of the Wu Chen? Is the Wu Chen going to be the one hero that these players play back to back? Or are we going to see something like the Yoda or even the Justina that a couple of these players have flirted with previously coming back into play?
It's going to be very interesting. Honestly, I'm expecting to see Tarka still to be the hero that we see twice. We haven't seen our Tarka lobby just yet. We did see the players that played Tarka during our Takeda lobby in Holoroth for game 2 actually locking Takeda in for this particular lobby, meaning I don't think they expect to pick Takeda back up. So those players definitely looking to play Tarka for a second time coming forward. And this particular time, you know, I have to say Takeda, a pretty good choice into a lobby full of Wu Chens, especially Wu Chen's running the old Uno switch card on you, because he's able to take control of the neutral multiple times, whereas Wu Chen can only do it once with the ultimate. But we're going to get ready to come in for game number 4 here very soon. But first, we've got yet another interview for you guys.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the post-game interview. Here with us is GLY Tenoshi. Hi Tenoshi, please say hi to our audience.
Hello, this is Tenoshi from Thailand, DAY1.
Hi, so our first question is about Wu Chen. He became a really popular pick last game, and do you have any thoughts on that? And please give some tips to our audience players.
โอเคเรามีทิปอะไรสำหรับเพลเยอร์คนอื่นไหมคะสำหรับตัวละครที่เราเล่นไปล่าสุด Okay, so you're gonna tell that you are keep going and try to be strong when you pay that this period.
Okay, so our other question is that you have been playing regionally, but this time it's at the World. How is it different? What's your feeling right now?
ตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกว่าการแข่งขันระดับภูมิภาคกับระดับโลกเนี่ยมีความแตกต่างกันไหม
ก็แตกต่างมากครับเพราะว่ามีผู้เล่นเยอะมากแต่ต้องปรับตัวตอนนี้ก็ค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Okay, right now he's quite is so excited because there are lots of the people right now. They try to be the adaptations and keep going.
So who's the players that you are most excited to play against?
ตอนนี้นะคะเราตื่นเต้นแล้วเรามีวิธีการจัดการกับมันยังไงบ้างเอ่ย
พยายามควบคุมตัวเองครับก็พยายามคุยกับตัวเองว่าหลุดโฟกัส
Okay, so needed to be focused on himself and do it strong and keep going to the next game and do it. Try it high best.
Very nice, and thank you for joining us. And please take a short break, and we'll be back soon.
等，您得先把动捕服穿上。
各位大家好，我是永劫无间制作人关磊。对于永劫无间这款产品来说，我们最核心的玩法内容都和武器和英雄相关，因此游戏上线以来，我们推出了大量的近战武器。但是随着新玩家的涌入，我们也要开始考虑如何能够给新玩家快速上手的体验。因此，我们提出了同源武器这个概念。它的招式和魂域在一定的程度上呢，都是继承了原本的武器。这样呢可以使它的上手难度较低，同时带给玩家更新鲜的玩法。我们把目光放到了广受玩家喜爱的枪身上了。人常说枪乃百兵之王，棍是百兵之祖啊。枪法与棍法多有融会贯通之处。基于长枪的玩法，我们推出了永劫无间的第一件同源武器——棍。我们一提到棍一定会想到的就是少林棍法。为了还原出棍这个武器独特的武学魅力，我们专程邀请了少林武僧来到杭州进行动捕，还原记录了扫棍、点棍、上棍等少林棍法的技法。动捕完成以后，我们也结合了游戏性的需求，再次对动作进行了调整，让它与永劫无间的核心玩法来适配。大家之所以会觉得永劫无间体验好当然是因为这些动作流畅性跟游戏性有很大的关系。为了保证连贯性，我们也会手工调整大量的动作细节。此次对于棍，我们同样耗费了很长的时间来进行调优哦。既然棍和枪是同源武器，它自然继承了枪的特殊机制，也就是精准蓄力。棍的精准蓄力能够触发一个撑踏上棍特殊动作。玩家在这个状态下，根据战场环境的灵活多变，可以使用平击或是重击的招式。当对手后退拉开距离的时候，你可以使用快速途径来进行追击。当对手选择进攻你的时候，你也有一个特殊的拦招来进行反击。总而言之，撑踏上棍是一个具有优势的博弈状态。我生无拘，武道无穷。我们相信新武器棍是一次武学与游戏性不错的结合，也希望各位玩家能够享受到新武器棍带来的愉快体验。后续我们还有很多同源武器会陆续的推出，相信不久后就可以跟大家见面了，敬请各位期待啊！
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. And man, what a first 3 games. It was nice to see WBG Spider make a return to form here and walk away with an MVP. That said, he's still got a large large mountain to climb here, as this one game alone is not going to net him that first place he wants to be in right now. As we take a look at our bottom 16 players who have competed today, we see DAY1 in the bottom. Very, very uncharacteristic for DAY1 to put so little points up on the board. A 2.2 in game 1 and no points in game 2 and 3. Hopefully we can see DAY1 make a return to form and come back like we saw WBG's Spider. As we take a look here at the top of the list, no surprises here. About Us Huangfly still sitting up in first place off the back of two very big game 1 and game 2. Of course, OUG's the king, consistently putting points up on the board. That consistency will always be king. And WBG Spider able to move up into third place off of the back of a very huge game 3. But the question is will he be able to continue that performance, or will his performance suffer? As we take a look here, Yiran from CN able to hold on to fourth place, and Damo here from SEA holding on to fifth place with a 15.5. Of course, our MVP from game number 2, unfortunately putting up a 0 score line for game number 3. He's going to have to play some catch up as well moving forward here into game number 4, Moxie.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still recovering from the parry of the skill rushing great sword. Like, oh, it was gorgeous. You had like 0.5 seconds to be able to react and call that, and then literally less than 20 seconds later, he's able to find another parry onto Huangfly, who did uncharacteristically let the 1-2-3 of the weapon go, unfortunately. But we can see, we're gonna say it, we know chat hates it, it's probably the word we said the most in our entire Naraka casting year: consistency. Consistency is key. Spider unfortunately has been a little bit inconsistent. So he had a really good game in the previous series, but like we did see a very poor performance in game 1 and game 2. But what we're expecting to see from Spider, Huangfly, and the King, just because they've consistently been able to hit above the top 8, are just sitting a little bit ahead in the leaderboard, but it's still all to play for. However, you know what you can play for? You can play for a couple of nice little freebies. So, which hero did Spider use in game number 3? I'm gonna give you a clue. A lot of people used it. Was it Wei Chen? Was it Timok? Was it Takeda? Oh, was it? Yeah, obviously we see a Tian in so. Just, yeah, you know, sometimes we just see a Vajra just run straight on for grabbing a couple players in those final zones. Nah.
Yeah, look, if we saw a TNI, we would all be talking about it. We would non-stop talking about it for a hot minute here in solos. But great job from WBG Spider here in game number 3. Hopefully he continues to carry this momentum through the rest of the day. We're already the halfway point, Moxie. 3 games left to go here for our first day in the World Championship here for Naraka Blade Point. And man, what a first couple of games it has been. It's so great to finally get to see these players from other regions coming in and shaking the metas up just a little bit. And it's also really, really great. I'm so happy that I predicted the Wu Chen making a comeback here. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, right? The writing was on the wall with all the nerfs to Z-Ping, and then as well as the buffs to Tarka, right? Wu Chen just able to counteract a little bit of that, and then of course being able to slide back to the meta as Z-Ping becomes unfavored. So love to see the Wu Chen coming in. He always brings a lot to the table, and I love seeing the players who use the old Uno reverse card aggressively is one of my favorite things in all of Naraka. Just being like, nope, don't care, gonna turn around and hit confirm into a full combo on you. And it's one of the best things to see, because you can be literally at 1 HP, hit the old Uno reverse card, and swap the state of the fight instantaneously onto somebody. And it's in a matter of moments that we see it happen, right? That ult comes out, it connects with you, and you're just like, oh, I am getting ready to go for a ride. And it's very similar to being parried, right? You see the ult come through, you get parried, and you're like, oh, this is about to hurt. I got to figure out how I'm going to respond to this real quick. And I love that. I love the nature of Naraka being so very flipping fights on their head, where it looks like somebody's just taking complete control of a fight, and somebody just all of a sudden decides, no, we're done. Here's my golden opportunity. You've given it to me. I'm going to take it, and I'm going to run with it.
Yeah, speaking of golden focus as well, just seeing the Witch and F ability, it's been so long since we literally got to see a gold focus attack come through, right? The closest thing for the longest time we had was the Yodo F2 that everyone started moving over to because F3 got nerfed from having a 5-second duration to a 3.5 second. So players started using the F2 because you would keep ranged weapons away. It would allow yourself to find that recovery, and you would also just be able to sit in the middle of it to find that recovery. Very similar to what you would do in the F3. Sometimes we still see the Yodo running the F1 if you want to get really aggressive and try and close the distance with that TP. However, the F2 for survivability is definitely probably the best way to go now that that nerf has hit. And speaking of Yodo, there is a percentage, there's a very high possibility that we do get to see the Yodo pick come through. Now, right, because we've seen the Wu-Chan, we've seen the Temi, we've seen a couple of Takedas. I'm guessing we're going to see the majority of Takedas again. Hold off until we head back to Holoroth, which is the game after this. And the Taka is probably again going to make a comeback in game number 6. So maybe we see a couple of people lock in the Taka this game around. Maybe we see a couple of people go for the Yodo, because if you know that Taka is going to be meta, you don't want to risk running Justina into a Taka heavy lockdown lobby, because if you run Justina into a Taka heavy lobby, you lose access of one of the best parts of your kit, that F ability to be able to sustain.
Oh, absolutely. And here we go. We are getting ready to lock in for game number 4. And this is the only game that's back-to-back on the same map, right? And we talk about consistency and the ability to be able to carry over performance. Spider, if he needed to pop off in a game, oh, here we go. We're going to see the Tarkas being locked in across the board here. But what I was saying about Spider was this was the perfect game for him to pop off, because he can, off the back of this, continue to bring that into this next game much easier, because they're not having to swap maps here. Oh, we're gonna see a Takeda come out, a Tumult come out, and a Justina come out here from Hypernova. Very interesting. It looked like we were gonna see Tarkas across the board. Tarka, and then Choice gonna be running Z-Ping. This is interesting. I honestly, post nerf, I don't think Z-Ping can keep up with this meta.
Yeah, that's the thing. Choice is trying to throw a curveball in with Z-Ping, because before the nerf, Z-Ping was the bane of Tarka's existence. We would see Z-Pings run into Tarkas, and a Tarka would literally be mid-ultimate. They would turn around, and they would leave the fight, because they didn't want to waste resources on a Z-Ping when you would sit in that fight, and then like 10 seconds later after you broke through that bubble, she would have bubble back, and it would just go on, and you'd get third-partied. Now that the nerf has hit, I am agreeing with you, and I'm on the same board. I don't think the Z-Ping is going to be able to keep pace, but Choice has been making some really weird decisions when it comes to his heroes. He's always been the one to go out on a limb and pick something that not everyone else is running. Oh, that's a gorgeous juggle coming through from Tryhard. Full lockdown from the Longsword, and Dubai is immediately going to be able to find an absolute stunner of a pick on 2-1, as we are now going to see not Choice at the moment. I'm really interested to see the Z-Ping interaction, but Damo is actually going toe-to-toe against Foods, who also has grabbed themselves a longsword, isn't able to get the connection of the charged up right click, tries to close the distance, and Damo with that dagger is just a little bit faster than the slashes. The light attack just absolutely mints through the health bar, and he is able to come out on top.
Yeah, very interesting to see it coming forward here. As Damo's one of those players, very much, he thrives on Tarka. He was talking about it in the very beginning in our World's intro here, where we got to see him, you know, talk about how he is one of the most dominant Tarkas there is in CN, and how he's quote-unquote Dao Yihui's bane, right? So hopefully we get to see a stellar performance coming out from him here into the Tarka lobby. Speaking of which, Dao Yihui, the most played Tarka player of every season, is gonna catch out 17 Jail's ego into an infinite. He only needed 2 more strikes to finish that off there, but he does get the juggle and is able to pick it up. The first successful Tarka Infinite we have seen here in the World Championship. Damo and the King here, both of them running on old, giving chase here. King just trying to create that distance, waiting for the ult to burn out here. Both of them immediately stopped potion. Damo able to get his fully off. King stops his and keeps running, and it looks like they're going to opt to back out of this fight as their ultimate runs out first, and King is able to continue creating distance. Now turning our attention to NPG's Dubai. Going to find that gold trove there at the top of the temple in Celestra. WBG Spider, Dao Hue getting ready to go head to head here. The question is this where Dao Hue shows why he is the target player? No! Spider uppercuts him into the lantern! Oh my god!
Spider said that he wasn't the best at the infinite, but you don't need to land the infinite if he can land a concussion. Oh, Dao Hue is going to be absolutely kicking himself. The positioning into the fire lantern was absolutely beautiful from Spider, as we are going to see the parry come through from Hongfly. He's going to be able to find that immediate follow-up as well. But the Taka ultimate allows Yuran to try and turn this around. Hongfly, having to actually use an ultimate of his own, now have to go toe-to-toe as he's extremely low. There's the nunchucks, just absolutely eviscerating. But Yuran still able to find the turnaround with just the fire damage coming on through. Hongfly goes down as a lot of these Takas going to be trying to pick up katanas as much as possible. If you see the katana, you know that they're going to be trying to catch them into that infinite state, as it is going to be the king, not with a parry, but again with the ultimate, this time trying to catch out Roy Hee, who is going to take a lot of damage, but immediately swaps over towards the katana, catches them on the blink strike, as we see the king taking a lot of damage from that Takeda. He's not actually able to predict where the Takeda is going to hit, and as a result, he gets baited into taking the full damage from the blink strike. And DAY1 thought about maybe going for that third party, thinks a little bit better of it. Roy Hee being a little bit harder to be able to try to push onto with this Takeda. As we see the Z-ping in the lobby, there's the bubble to allow Choice to be able to chase aggressively forward, knowing that you're not going to get interrupted. But Roy Hee builds the bubble timing out to be able to transition Dragon Slayer into Nezhaz, as Choice takes a lot of damage and tries to find that chase. DAY1 on the outskirts, starting to look towards this third party at the moment, as Mythic Counter comes through, catches onto the Z-ping, deprives the weapon of the support as they're trying to get this turnaround. But again, that bubble cooldown is not what it used to be. Choice cannot stay in this fight for as long as possible. There is the bubble allowing them to be able to try to grapple back to safety, and Roy Hee was actually taken so low that they turn upon him instead, allowing the Z-ping to escape.
Tenoshi here now trying to find his way into this fight here, but so many players pushing forward. They have to be very careful as they're going to opt to go ahead and take a little bit of a pot here as Yiran gives a chase to Choice here. Of course, our only zip in the lobby, that bubble going very, very low, very, very quickly. This is a dangerous position to be in, right? Z-ping is not really able to keep up with this particular meta, right? But there's a lot of resentment towards Z-ping from the previous seasons. I would not want to be the only Z-ping in the lobby. You put a giant target on your back at this point, just because players really don't like seeing Z-ping in the lobby whatsoever. Now we're going to see Tenoshi here getting grappled out by Yiran, and we're going to see quite a bit of this, I think. A lot of these Tarkas running Spear, right? Because of the extended hit stun that's been afforded to Spear recently in some of the patches here, a lot of these Tarkas have been able to do so much more with it and juggle players so much harder, as well as that jumping right click with the Spear when you're ulted into Tarka is so able to catch fleeing players out. It's just super strong. So Katana always going to be kind of the favorite weapon for Tarka, right? But Spear also becoming one of those weapons, very, very favored now as well. Tenoshi able to get away from that flame there using the F, but needs to be very careful as we see Tamo coming in as well. And sure enough, we're going to see them eliminated. And now Damo onto the fight here with Tenoshi. Tenoshi just going to pop the ult, burst them in with the elbow, and we're see, there it is, that jump right click on the Spear, exactly. It's so strong. Look at this. You're able to catch into them and then immediately tap dodge, follow up with the Spear. It's so strong here onto these Tarkas, and we're going to see exactly why as Tenoshi gets picked up by Damo.
Yeah, the extension on the Spear, as well as the staff too, which unfortunately isn't in play today. It's unfortunately a little bit of a newer weapon. Some of these players haven't had as long to be able to get to grips with it, so it's not going to be in play today. But the extension that the Taka with that Spear is allowed to do on that jump right click, as you pointed out, is absolutely insane. As OUG's the king wants to try and go through the gate, they'll take a little bit of a detour, does get grapple cancelled, but will be able to see themselves into a 1v1 against APF. And now both of these players looking to try to start off Scale rush up for Hypernova as Spider goes aerial, trying to come in with that dagger charged up. Tries to swap onto that bow, isn't able to find the hot swap that they're looking for. Baiting out an attempt at the parry as Hypernova takes a lot of damage from that purple dagger. Spider trying to chase after them, catches with the right click to make sure that they're not able to chase back into that space. The purple focus not going to be parried as we actually see a very early investment of the freeze bomb coming on through. Spider has been burned by a Justina in the past. He doesn't know if the ultimate is going to be up and available, and as a result, he's not going to actually allow Hypernova any time to be able to get the freeze. But again, he gets frozen by the Justina ultimate, and again, he's sent packing. Spider's absolute bane today has been this Justina ultimate. He has not been able to see his way around it.
You know, really interesting to see too, because typically it's Tarkas who are the bane of Justina players, right? They frost core up, the fire comes out either from the elbow or the fireball, and that fire tick just keeps going through. Speaking of which, Roy here on a last-ditch effort to try to catch out Dao Wei, and he's able to make it happen. He lets I wish we had an instant replay of what just happened here, because he takes back control of the neutral by popping the ultimate, goes in, and at this point, Dao Wei actually has a chance to just take back control of the neutral, doesn't lunge forward into the fight, just worried that the F's going to come back out, but there's still a cooldown on that F. We see that F doesn't come back up till he's already dead. He could have just walked back into the neutral. All he had to do was clank with him there. If he had played that aggressively, he won that fight, and unfortunately he didn't, and we see exactly what happens here, and he loses because of it. Hypernova here, going in on WBG Spider again, and Spider not wanting to lose this fight a second time here to Hypernova. Spider is going to actually catch them out here with the dagger, picks up the kill here, but can't pick up the Soul Bloom because they have the Vermilion Bird's Might. So Spider, unfortunately, doesn't have the opportunity to get rid of that nasty debuff that's plaguing him. And we've got the third party coming in here from Demo, as well as a fourth party coming in from another player as well. Spider setting himself up for failure here as Hypernova shows back up for the salty run back and picks up the elimination.
Oh, swaps to the musket to be able to do it too. Spider is not having a good day against Justina players at the moment, Rune. As Choice is actually out of the lobby, I do believe the King was able to catch them with the ultimate. Zping going to be removed. We said we didn't think it would be able to keep up with these Tarkas post-nerf, and we were absolutely right, and hopefully we don't really get to see it picked up again, as unfortunately Zping's sustainability not what it used to be on release, as the King taking a lot of damage going to try and get themselves out of that situation. Yiran also in a very similar position at the moment, trying to find a spot to be able to heal up, doesn't have the ultimate available, thinks about maybe using the purple bush, but he is spotted, and instead he's just going to climb the tree, making it a little bit harder to track his movements with the horizontal attack. Unfortunately, he does get grapple cancelled a couple of times. Still hasn't been able to find a safe spot. Still as well, hasn't been able to chip away at one of these players chasing him to turn the aggression onto someone else. Just hot swapping weapon to make sure that he's able to carry that momentum as well, making it even harder for some of these players if they swapped onto something like the musket or the bow to be able to track him down. And that little bit of movement tech has actually been able to buy himself the downtime to be able to go for the reshield. It's still great, as we actually get to see a replay as another Tarka Infinite is going to hit in the Gate of Yang. And this is the perfect opportunity for Tarka to be able to play this off, right? Because the Infinite is really good if you can lock them in. If you get third-partied, you get interrupted. That Infinite is broken, they're going to immediately turn the tide on you. But the Gate of Yang being a 1 versus 1, if you get stuck in the Infinite, you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And APF, knowing that, plays it to their advantage there. Waits till the other Tarka burns their ultimate to go ahead and use theirs, catches them out in the infinite. The Tarka has no options at that point. Unfortunately, APF is able to, of course, win that Realm of Yang. Walks away with the buff there. He's got that legendary katana for himself as well, which is a Tarka. You know, if you're a Tarka player, that's exactly where you want to be. Legendary katana in hand, winning those, and of course, picking up the buff as well. So great plays from APF there as we see Denoshi here taking a little bit of range damage, going to go for a reset. I do believe the King as well doing the same. It looks like King was able to either pick up an elimination or able to pick up a Soul Bloom here as he's back in it. He doesn't have that debuff looming over his head, that timer, constantly ticking down for him here. But he's got to find his footing here in this game as he does only have one elimination for himself, and he is only holding on to blue armor as we speak. This is much more of a tempo that we're used to here for solos, right? 11 players still left alive here in zone 2. Nobody really wanting to commit to fights. This is kind of what we've come to expect, at least in the CN Pro League. So it's nice to kind of see that tempo shift back here. And, when you start eliminating players early like WBG Spider, who force the tempo in the other direction, you can see how the game slows down just a little bit here. And now the King trying to catch out another Tarka player. He is going to be able to catch out Dubai. Dubai with 1 HP in a dream here. The King just needs to get a single hit here. So he's going to commit to all of these grapples as he goes forward. Just needs to find Dubai for a second. Look at this. Goes for the scale rush around the corner. Unfortunately, goes a little too low. Doesn't connect onto Dubai. We're going to see EWG's Yiran go down on the feed. I'm not quite sure who picks up the elimination there onto them, as we're going to turn now to Baldos Huangfly going head-to-head with Damo. Damo looking to lock them down. We're going to see, F for F here as we see Huangfly return the favor. Damo goes in for the lock. We're going to see the charge left click very quickly come out from Huangfly. Damo going to go for the reset, but Huangfly quickly pushes in to try to punish. It looks like they're going a blow for blow here. Neither of them really taking control of this fight. Huangfly looking to come in with that same spear that we saw Damo do earlier. Damo looking to return the favor now as he hot swaps into his spear and his ult of his own, and it looks like whoever lands this first is going to catch it, and it's Baldos Huangfly who's able to pick up the elimination.
I never thought we would see Yui come up in solos, but it really does feel that jump right click with the spear and the Taka animation ultimate. It's very similar to Yuation's ultimate, isn't it?
It's very similar to it.
With the spear slashes landing on whichever player is below you. Damo at least is not knocked out of the lobby. He is able to find himself a soul altar and resurrect. The problem is, and this is why Gates of Yang get progressively harder and harder to be able to control, and progressively more punishing too. You need a soul bloom, right? There are only 7 players left in the lobby. The space is closing up. The chances of you running into a player isolated in a pocket with no one coming in for the third party is very low. So Damo is going to have to now look for noise, look for commotion of a fight going on around him, and try to use one of those kills to find a soul bloom of his own. As we actually get to see Tenoshi now going head to head. He does actually get locked into a grapple combination, but is able to escape by popping that Taka ultimate to keep himself up, and you can actually just see the kite come through from Roy. He doesn't want to take this fight. The hotspot from the spear has come on through, and now he's just going to wait until the ultimate is about to run out before looking for that engagement and maybe batting back with an ultimate of his own. So for Tenoshi, now he knows he's not going to be able to find that hit confirmation. He's not going to be able to punish with the right click into left click from that spear. He literally just has to use this ultimate to get himself as far away from all of these players as possible, because they know that he's not going to have it in this next fight, and as a result they're going to hunt after him, as Huangfly actually using an ultimate of his own, looking to try to keep Damo up into position. Damo actually going to pop an ultimate to be able to try and keep pace with Huangfly, knowing that his came out last, so he is going to have it up longer. He's also swapped over towards that spear to try and find those jump clicks, as both of these Takas just looking for that engagement. Damo takes one, isn't able to tap dodge from the second, has to use the F to be able to tank the damage coming on through, but Huangfly's ultimate is about to run out. Unfortunately, Damo, because he wasn't able to tap dodge the first 2 of those uppercut spear slams from the right click, doesn't have enough health to be able to survive. And Huangfly will be able to come out on top in that 1v1.
You know, I gotta give it to Huangfly here, right? He's very quickly figured out that in the spear matchup between Tarkas, if you're both popping your ultimate, whoever has the most verticality is able to guarantee that right click on the spear over the other player, right? And Huangfly positioning himself towards the rocks every single time and just floating above Damo, threatening him with that high ground every time. Damo, of course, on a timer, right? He has to pick up something. He knows he has to take this fight, and if Huangfly decides to back off, this could be it for him. So he, of course, pushes in, looking for a way to bait Huangfly into making a mistake. And I hate to say it, but Huangfly just isn't a player who typically makes mistakes too often. So it's very hard for him to just make Huangfly make a mistake. He's not able to. Huangfly is able to just hold that verticality, land that right click every single time into the combo. And in the very end, it's actually Damo who makes the mistake, right? He sees the opportunity. He catches Huangfly with one of those right clicks into the left click off of the spear there, and then immediately goes to follow it up with another one. But he has to wait. Huangfly is sitting there holding the F, and we see Damo just thinking about doing it. He jumps up and he's like, all right, that F has got to be coming off cooldown here any second. He goes up and he throws it down. And unfortunately, he's able to hold the F just a little bit longer. Right. And then Huangfly immediately turns it on to Damo, even without the ultimate, is able to pick up the elimination there. And it's a great fight. But unfortunately, again, Huangfly's positioning just able to grant him the ability to constantly land those right clicks with the spear. And what an interesting thing to see coming out from Tarka players. We're so used to just seeing that katana meta on repeat, that or the greatsword coming out from these players. So the spear coming in and becoming this sort of dominant weapon here for Tarka is just so beautiful to watch. I love watching the meta for Naraka evolve.
Yeah, I think part of it as well is that the spear is going to punish players who try and look for that third party, right? It has a little bit more reach, a little bit more damage behind its distance as well. With Katana for the Infinite, like, you're looking for all of these conditions to be ticked off. You have to be isolated, you have to have your ultimate available, you have to be running a Katana, you have to have such a good knowledge of the terrain as well. It's really unlikely that you're actually going to be able to meet all of those conditions. There's a reason it took us a good month or so before we saw the first Infinite in the Pro League successfully being pulled off. Players attempted it, but they were never really able to find it because they weren't given that moment. If you have that spear and you're coming in with the Tarka ultimate, one, you don't have to be isolated in the fight, and you're actually really wanting not to be, because you're going to be catching on to more players. As we are going to see the longsword come through, beautiful uppercut, catching out a lot of damage onto the king, breaks the shield in half, but isn't able to find the full break, so Rai is actually just going to hide up in this tree, potentially scale rushing to be able to just dodge a little bit further away. Doesn't want to stick in that fight just yet, as the king does have those legendary nunchucks and they are charged up to the full meter dump, and we've seen players get stuck in the full meter dump before. As we see that Banesbreath making it just a little bit harder for some of these players to be able to push onto that Decatur, and it's actually bought himself a little bit of time. The Banesbreath making it really hard to predict whether or not he stayed in the area and hidden that purple bush, or whether or not he moved to further fields, as now we start to see these Tarka players just getting a little bit antsy. 5 players left alive in the lobby, 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken, running legendary katanas as well. But it is not likely that we see the Infinite coming on through. This terrain is very much not friendly, as musket shots come through from Orion's tryhard. A lot of these players wanting to stick around in the huts, not wanting to risk fighting on the low ground and running into something like a Toxishroom. As Huangfly actually takes a lot of damage from a gorgeously placed musket shot from Tryhard, and he's actually able to hide behind line of sight to make sure that the favor is not returned. Can we it's not legendary nunchucks for the king, it's legendary pistol purple nunchucks, but still meter dump. Gonna be charged up, and he's starting to hunt. He's wanting to see where some of these players are going to be, as it is gonna become paramount for positioning for a lot of these players to be able to close up that distance quick.
Yeah, absolutely, for these players. I mean, like, we are down to our top 5 players left alive here, and this is more of the pacing we've come to expect, right? Honestly, none of these players wanting to risk the third party. It's worse when there's odd numbers involved, because somebody is always the odd man out, which means he's only going to be able to come in and third party one of these fights. At least if you have 4 players left alive, there's a good chance that it's going to break out into 2 1v1s where you're not going to have to worry so heavily about the third party. But when you know there's only 5 players left alive, you know somebody's getting third partied and you don't want to be that person, right? That's the last way you want to be eliminated here when you're so close to walking away with that 1.4 times multiplier for these kills. And it's so very important for every single player who's left here to get as much as they can out of every kill they've managed to put together for themselves thus far.
That's a mean zone.
Oh, this is a nasty zone. We love Sunwing's Rest, but the verticality here does not serve Tarka well whatsoever, right? Especially if you're trying to katana infinite somebody. This is not the sort of terrain that you want to have to take these fights in, that you want to have to try to rely on being able to ultimate somebody. And Roy here with a great idea. He's still in this bush from earlier. He's just chilling. He's like,
yeah,
look.
I mean, great idea, hiding in a purple bush, but his positioning is awful at the moment. He's going to have to move into zone everyone else's verticality, right? So when he moves, he's going to be obvious, and he's going to draw the attention of all 4 of these other players. Huangfly and the King, like, you're really ideally going to have to wait to make your move until they're fighting each other. Otherwise, you are going to take a lot of damage already. We can see swaps over towards the pistol. APF has spotted out as well that Roy started to make a move. Tryhard, all the way on the opposite side, is taking a lot of pot shot damage. And Roy actually was trying to get out of dodge quickly. He's been able to actually catch on to APF, forces out that F ability. He wants the space that this Tarka was in, and he's immediately going to actually use that ultimate to be able to catch Roy out. The uppercut from APF is actually able to lock him down for the infinite. The attempted third party is there, but not before APF is able to find the kill, and he can use this Tarka ultimate to be able to try and find himself behind the tree, but it's too slim. It covers 1/2 of the 2 players trying to push after him, but it leaves him exposed to Tryhard getting the flank with the musket.
Yeah, Tryhard playing this very, very well, able to very quickly pick that up. APF able to pick up the elimination here, but it does cost himself going out in 4th place as we are now down to our top 3. Tryhard still holding on to the very tippity top of this treehouse, as your Huangfly going to lose his little positioning here as we see the King push in. Huangfly able to come topside, looking to maybe evict Tryhard, but Tryhard just goes a little higher up here, and all 3 of these players holding on to this tree, and it looks like the zone is actually going to collapse and still leave this tree into play here. So these players might end up just holding on to their ground for as long as possible, because once again, we are down to an odd number. We went down to 4 players, but because APF was so low off the back of that, of course, Tryhard just able to pick him up with a musket shot very, very easily. So we're back to an odd number of players here. And this, when you're in the top 3, this is where it gets really, really tough on the decision making, right? Because you're like, do I go ahead and engage somebody? Is somebody sitting in a bad situation and I can capitalize on it? But what about that third party? That third party is always going to be sitting in the back of your head. So see, Battles Huangfly engages here. Tryhard forced to go ahead and pop the ultimate here. And now Tryhard is the one being third party. Both of these players are going to be looking to try to capitalize on this. Tryhard gets caught out by the King very, very quickly. We don't have to question what's going to happen here. This is now a 1v1 breaking out between Battles Huangfly. Huangfly picks up the parry onto the King, knocks him into the zone. The King very quickly loses hold of his legendary armor here as Huangfly rips it off of him. The King goes in and trying to pick something up here, is able to find a legendary katana off the body here of our boy Tryhard, but King looking to lock Huangfly down, does catch the charge left click. Huangfly still has ultimate available to him as well, and now it's ult for ult as Huangfly tries to catch him out. There it is, the spear right click, and look at this, he goes so vertical and knows as long as he holds that verticality, he's going to win this fight. And there it is again, utilizing the spear, holding the verticality, he jumps and holds himself in the air, waits for the opportunity. Huangfly comes out with yet another MVP and a massive game for Huangfly. Oh no, wait, the King has enough eliminations.
Yeah, the King
is
has
gonna walk
enough
away with
elims.
the MVP.
He's gonna be the MVP. So Tryhard is actually the one who makes a little bit of a misplay. Like, when there are 3 players left, you know that someone is always gonna be that aggressive player. And you either have to get the kill immediately, sure you're going to be turned onto really quickly, and that's actually what happens. Tryhard tries to push on the king a little bit too aggressively. The king is able to very quickly distance himself from the fight. So we actually start to see that third party come through. Huangfly trying to come on through and catch onto the king once he's dealt with Tryhard on the low ground. And then it becomes that 1 versus 1. However, because we actually got to see the king pick up that elimination, he is just able to eke out MVP over Huangfly because he was the second last player surviving in the lobby. And I mean, I'm a big fan. I think we're still got to see one Taka game to come. Obviously, like, there is a 5-hero rule. You have to play at least 5 different heroes every single day in solos, which does mean we are most likely going to see a second game of Taka Heavy, which means most likely we are going to see players start to adapt towards the spear and the katana. And I can't wait to see whether or not players are going to try and counter it, because now they have to learn to tap dodge out of that jump. And the timing, the muscle memory, especially the fact that you can actually mix up the pacings of your jumps. Like, we have 2 different versions of a jump. We have obviously a very fast tap jump where you go like a little bit up. And then when you hold jump, you become really hard to be able to predict when you're going to come down, as well as the fact that when you're up in the air, you can crouch immediately to send yourself hurtling to the ground. So the mind games with that particular bit of tech are going to be playing havoc with some of these players in terms of spacing and timing.
Oh, not only that, you can also weave in skywalking as well, right? You can jump up, you can get out of vision from these players because Tarka jumps so much higher during his ultimate as well. And then you see a little bit of movement up there and you have to decide immediately, is that the right click coming down, or are they doing movement tech in the air to buy themselves the distance to get closer to me? And you have to decide, and you have to decide right then. So the mind game's very, very real with this particular spear meta coming forward with Tarka, and I love to see it. And Huangfly knows that whoever has the verticality is winning these matchups. He's figured it out, he's taking advantage of it, and every single time he goes into a fight, he's able to win it off the back of that. This particular time, of course, it's OUG's the king, who has enough eliminations. Even though he goes out in second, he's able to walk out in first place with an 8.6, but Huangfly very closely behind him in an 8.2. I don't think the 0.4 point difference is enough for the king to move up into that first place position off the back of how consistent he's been playing. Unfortunately, Huangfly was the player he needed to not have a good game here if he wanted to walk into that first place. And Huangfly was the one who walks away in second here. VNGC's Roy Hehe here walks away with a 5.1 in third place. We're going to see Tryhard walking away in fourth place with a 4.6, and APF walking away with fifth with a 4.1. And you know, we got to talk about it. WBG Spider all the way down in 11th, the 3-point game.
He has confessed Taka is one of his weaker heroes as well. And like previously he said that he struggled with the Taka Katana, especially. And when Taka, I'm sure players who've experienced it solo queuing into ranked will understand the pain when you see like solo queue into a lobby where Takas just want to set up as many infinites as possible. Like, it's such a major part of his kit that if you're not able to pull it off, you are going to struggle in a Taka heavy lobby, right? Because a lot of these Takas are baiting out the ultimate so that they can have the last laugh, that they can come in with the ultimate when the other Taka has run out of juice.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, here we go. We finally get to see the king walking away with an MVP here. 14,000, almost 15,000 damage, 4 eliminations, 10,000 of that damage coming from melee weapons, and those melee weapons all over the place. Nunchucks, katana, you know, it just swapping it up as the match goes. An interesting set of soul jates here. Nothing really revolutionary here for him. You gotta love a good Phantom Step, though. Phantom Step is one of those things that can help a ton into some of these matchups. Just the ability to go invisible in those tap dodges, buying you a little bit of guessing room here. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for him to be able to win the 1v1 in the very end against our boy Huangfly. But still, very, very good showing here from the king. And the thing is, the king has been consistent. He's been second or third place every game. Now he's first place this game. This is the kind of play that you expect from a real champion level player, right? You don't always have to be first, but as long as you're always in those top 3 placements, you can kind of slide in there a little unexpected. And the King right now is doing exactly that. He's holding on to second place very strongly. He's playing very, very well. He's playing for consistency. And I think throughout this series here for the World Championship, that is going to serve him very, very well in terms of qualifying for the Grand Finals.
Yeah, there is one player, though, who's been a little bit more consistent, and that is Huangfei, right? We talked about it. This is a player who's had a lot of experience fighting across different regions and different regions' tempos. We're seeing as well a very fast adaptation to him, too. The fact that if you know you're going into a katana-heavy Taka lobby and they're trying to set up the infinites, punish them. They're going to want to finish out fights with the ultimate, and if you can catch them out with coming in with this curveball of that spear, actually really building off of those increased stacker frame rates, you're going to be able to run rampant through these players.
Oh, absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got yet another interview for you, this time with Roy once again, before we come back and lock in for our 5th game of the day.
Welcome back to the post-game interview. We have Roy here again with us. Please say hi to our audience.
Chào mừng anh quay trở lại với buổi phỏng vấn này, thì anh có thể chào những người xem được không? Hello mọi người, tôi là Roy. So hello everyone, I'm Roy.
So in the last game you picked Takeda, and well, the Tarka was the most popular pick. So what's the thoughts behind that?
Trong trận đấu vừa rồi thì anh sử dụng Takeda trong khi hầu hết mọi người sử dụng Taka, thì tại sao anh lại lựa chọn đó? Tại vì những người Việt Nam thường hay không dùng lửa nên em lựa chọn Takeda. So the Taka is not his favorite pick for the last game, so he just picked Takeda.
And any thoughts on the hero pool this time? How would you rank all the heroes while you play?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah. So how would you rank the heroes? What's your hero pool for this meta?
Thì bể tướng của anh trong cái meta này là gì? Anh có thể tiết lộ được không ạ? Thì em thường thì dùng băng với lại Takeda để đánh luyện tập solo rồi. So I just use Takeda and Holding Hands for the practice for the solo game.
Okay, and right before the very end, you choose to hide in the Moonbase Breath. Would you just very trust on your luck? So what's the thought behind that?
Thì tại sao ở gần vòng bao cuối cùng thì anh lại lựa chọn trốn đi thay vì là đánh nhau, mà anh tự tin vào cái việc vào top, hay là anh đang chờ đợi được một điều gì đó? Không phải là em tự tin không đánh nhau, mà là em đang đợi một cái V để đánh cho an toàn. So he just wait for his ultimate for the battle inside the circle only. So he hiding.
And so this is the 4th game of the day, and you are looking great. What's your goal by the end of the group stage?
Thì sau game đấu thứ 4 này thì anh có vị trí khá là an toàn. Thì trong 2 game đấu tiếp theo thì anh sẽ mục tiêu của anh sẽ là gì? Em thì vẫn cố gắng đánh để lọt được bao nhiêu thì bao nhiêu thôi ạ. So he just try his best to go into the top only. So no specific strategy.
All right. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your great play today. So we'll give back to the caster and take a short break. Thank you.
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. and WBG Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from 2 rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ. Then unfortunately, knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If 2 teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the 7th Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all 3 forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's NBPL Season 1 Trio game.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm Gut Moxie, I'm joined by Runekeeper, and we're here at the Naraka Blade Point World Championship, heading off into game number 5. I have counted correctly. I have done maths live on there, and you know what? We're heading into game 5, and that means that we're having a little bit of a switcheroo on scenery. We're probably not going to get to see the Wu-Chan dropping the V2 for the actual switcheroo in game, but we're headed away from the Moros Isle and we're going over to Holoroth, and that means we're probably going to see a couple of different hero picks coming through, right? If these players want to double lock the Taka, they're probably going to be saving it for Moros Isle, which means, is it going to be a Yoda lobby, or are we finally going to get to see the Justinas come to play?
I think we're probably going to see a Justina lobby. After the nerfs that we've seen consistently come through for Yodohime recently, it only makes sense. But we got a quick question for you, chat. Who was the winner of game 4? Was it A, Badass Wongfly, B, OUG the King, or C, VNGC's Roy Hehe? Now listen very carefully to this question. This one's a little tricky. Who was the winner of game 4?
I wasn't going to tell them. I was going to be mean.
Winner. Okay, chat.
Dobby's going to be in chat being like, you're making it too easy. I know our production. I love our production. Sometimes when they make these questions, they do it to just make chat squirm. Like there was one time where it was a 28HH answer. I remember Jake telling me, and they were like mixing up all of the numbers and letters to try to make sure that maybe a couple of people got cut out. There were some really fun ones. There was one time where I was the only one who got the answer right as well, until people started copying me. But no, who's the winner? Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I'm gonna say Link and Blink, but no, we're headed off towards Holoroth. Hopefully we get to see a couple of impacts from Yushan Ruins, because I mean, we got to see one player drop towards them on the second game today where we headed off to Holoroth for the first time, but we haven't got to see the all-out Yushan Ruins fight, which I really want to checklist off the Naraka bucket list.
You know, speaking of impacts, there's something I would love to see coming out of game number 5 here, and that would be the meteor shower weather effect that's been added to the game. It is beautiful to watch, it is deadly to be in, and it will give a lot of rage for those willing to go in and collect that Stardust, as well as the side effect of all these areas where the weather comes through. Those treasure troves reset, and let me tell you, those reset treasure troves are juicy. If you're looking to pick up some of the best loot in the game, those are the areas you need to go into, and you have to go in during the weather condition, or the treasure troves go away as soon as the weather condition disappears. So make sure you guys are heading to some of those areas and checking out those weather conditions. But we're getting ready to lock in for game number 5, but first we've got a short video for you guys.
I appreciate these praises, and I think although they're very kind, I think they're also warranted because of what I've shown in the NA region. And I think it does make me feel a little bit stressed, but also more confident knowing that my region supports me in what I'm doing. I know that Spider is one of the most consistent players, and he was also the winner of the MBBL Season 2 Grand Finals. And although I know he's the strongest, I watch him a lot and I study him a lot, and I think that's the reason why I think I'll be able to beat him.
See, this is really interesting, actually, that Tryhard brought up the fact that he's been studying Spider. This was something that I mentioned to you before we started broadcast. For some of these players who are coming from the regions outside of CN, there is a lot of tape on how some of these players from the Pro League play, because we've seen them week after week after week in the bi-weeklies, in the regulars, and in the playoffs, and they've really been able to follow how each player in particular does like to aggress, how they do like to push in on some of these fights, the weapons that they like to pick up as well. Like whether or not you're running into someone with a blue dagger into late zone, it's probably going to be GBL Jin. If you're running into a player with nunchucks, it's also likely going to be Huang Fly, as we can see some of these heroes coming on through. And it is actually pretty varied in hero comps that we're seeing. A couple of Tarkas, 2 Z-Pings, a couple of Yodos, a Justina, a Takeda. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this lobby plays on out, because again, it feels like Z-Ping's sustainability and survivability is not what it used to be, and Yodo suffers from a little bit of the same problem, right? The fact that you can't just use the F3, the F2, while great for a reset, it also continuously moves. So you do have to be a little bit more careful about how you go for that reset. But having a look at how some of these players are dropping around this map, one player is going straight for Salvation Podium to try and get their hands on some of the goodies inside that box when you turn all of the statues to face the right direction. Everyone else gonna be really jumping into a lot of fights very quickly off of the rip, and that's great for things like the Yodo, right, where you have the burst damage with either the F1, the F2, or the F3, as well as the zoning control. But for players like the Z-Ping and the Justina, you want to find loot as quickly as possible so that you can keep yourself in the fight and hold on to things like that free shell form for the Justina for as long as possible, because if players are clustered up close together, they're going to see the ability being used already, and they're immediately going to hunt after, as Spider actually forces Damo into using that freeze form very early on. Damo with that purple armor going to make it a little bit harder for Spider to stay in this fight, as he's already beyond half, has to go for that free shell form to be able to get one block of a gray shield back. But this is what I was talking about. When you use that free shell form early, you become vulnerable to players around you. Jin has seen that the Justina has used the free shell form. Damo will still be able to find the kill, but Jin is able to bait that free shell form out early from. Damo tries to charge up the focus strike on the longsword and is immediately going to be punished for it, with Damo turning around and getting the parry, as we see Jin using that F ability to make sure that he's able to tank any of the follow-up that Damo could have put, allowing him to try and find a disengagement, but he is extremely low, and this Justina is not going to let him out alive.
Yeah, Damo trying to figure out where Jin has gone, but Jin has been able to give him the slip here, looking to move topside, has found an armor swap for himself as well, is now going to try to get a little bit of HP off here. He doesn't have the pots to take a full reset here, so he can't turn back into this fight. He just needs to keep trying to give him the slip here. Tryhard going to get parried by Roy here, and he's forced to go ahead and pop the ultimate here on target to keep things moving. The spear going to use a little bit of that spear surfing into airwalk to keep himself moving so that Roy's not able to follow up and pick up the kill. Damo looks like he's able to find Ace's. Jin goes very, very low. The third party coming in, the grapples, APF trying to steal this kill out from underneath Damo. Damo no stranger to this, so we're going to see the F come out from Jin. Damo able to come in, pick up that elimination, now turning things on to 17 JL's Ego, who also shows up looking to get into this fight. Both of them going to throw a parry into each other's face. With both of those parries, neither of them actually going to get punished for it. Damo just trying to keep distance here from Ego, but Ego making that very hard with the reach from the spears, able to turn things around and eventually pick up the elimination here off of the back of that third party.
This is really smart actually from Hongplay, going for the dagger at the moment after that impact in that last fight where a lot of these targets have seen that the spear is going to get a lot of value in that ultimate form, and dagger is a lot faster than spear, so it does actually tend to win against that as Hypernova eats a fireball straight to the face. Takeda not going to really be able to survive a little bit longer, but Yuran hot swapping between the bow, trying to just chip away at this Takeda from afar before coming back in to finish. He doesn't have a spear, so he can't really go for that uppercut. As we can see, Yuran still just hounding Hypernova down, catches on top of him in the ultimate form and will be able to do enough damage to pick up that kill. There's food on that Justina. Is going to actually run into another Justina, both of them popping ultimates, trying to catch the freeze onto each other, not finding the opportunity that they're looking for. Food's going to be rapidly losing charge as well, not going to be able to try to dash away, as we see the King just swapping over towards those nunchucks to try and push in. Uppercut will be able to catch Food. However, he's been able to sustain long enough for the freeze form to come back in, but the King with the uppercut into the juggle is able to land 2 direct hits and claim a Justina's head.
And Ego going to be coming in, picking up that elimination here. No, WBG Spider actually is the one who's able to land the elimination onto Glitch's Tenoshi, and now Ego looking to turn this fight on to WBG Spider, loses track of him and is going to be forced to keep it moving. Spider, though, out in the open, so Ego able to see where he's at for the moment, continues to give chase here, and Spider just trying to burn out what ultimate Ego has left here before engaging into this fight, right? Spider didn't burn anything going into that third party, so he's pretty clean here, just waiting for that ultimate to be gone, and now Spider can safely engage onto this. Look at this, continuing to threaten the pot, so Ego is forced to continue to come up and chase him here. Spider just needs to find the opportunity to take control of this particular neutral, and there it is. He's going to be able to blitz the armor off of Ego, goes topside. Unfortunately, that left click does send him flying over the edge. He misses the grapple up over as the lip is able to stop him, so Ego able to get himself a little bit of time, not able to get any reset off though. The freeze comes through. There's no place for Ego to go. He just has to charge up the left click, let it rip, and WBG Spider picks up his second elimination of the lobby.
Spider is so good at just being able to lock opponents down with their own abilities, right? So he sees the F come through from the Taka, holds the dual blades, knows that he's going to be able to immediately transition into the charged up left click, and yeah, he flubs the combo, but he still is able to chunk through the shielding, and then it's just a matter of coming in with the ultimate, catching that freeze, and again, once the animation runs out, catching with the charged left click because there's nothing you can do. You don't have enough time to be able to land that parry. As Roy he again on that Z-ping is going to be taken out early. Yi ran with a wonderful juggle coming through from the longsword to start off that fight, going to be able to rip straight through the Z-pings. Quite small sustainability now as we see one of our Yodos in the lobby going toe-to-toe with a Takeda at the moment. Does have the ultimate, so Dubai will be able to hold on to that one. Doesn't actually want to commit to this fight at the moment. Only got a blue dagger, a blue bow, and blue armor, and that Takeda burst damage is absolutely nothing to slight at, as both of these players taking the opportunity to just go for a little bit of reset before the ranged weapons come through. Dubai wanted to get that catch onto the grapple. Isn't going to fall for the parry bait. Doesn't actually let the blue focus attack go, but isn't able to try and punish the animation. Swaps over towards the greatsword to catch catch on the landing, and immediately now goes into the ultimate. Isn't able to find the first slash to be able to connect. Uses it to be able to teleport and keep this chase up as Choice gets caught out in the middle of the F. As we see, the last slash will be able to connect, but it hasn't done enough damage that Dubai has been looking for. They have to actually throw in the F1 from the Yoda to guarantee that hit confirmation, but they're currently fighting in the middle of these hazy mists. So if they get caught by the purple hands, they're going to be silenced. But if you get caught in a focus stack with a great sword, Choice is going to get the parry and the kill.
He charged that up multiple times into a Takeda who has their ultimate avail. I don't know what they were thinking there. Absolutely, you don't let that greatsword fly whatsoever. Use the charge, right click, get yourself some, hyper focus so that you can buy yourself a little bit of space. Absolutely, but just letting it rip raw when they're that far away and they can parry on prediction. They don't even have to parry on, they can parry on reaction. They don't even have to parry on prediction, right? Because when you're that far away from the charge, right click on the greatsword, you can literally wait till you see it coming at you and just throw the parry out. Now, if you're in their face, you have to parry on prediction, and it's a lot harder because the startup frames on that particular charge right click from the greatsword come out very, very quickly when you're point blank in somebody's face, but there's so much space there. You don't let that go. You do not let that charge right click rip, and he's severely punished for it. As you see now, the OUG, the King, catching Choice out here with the freeze. He does still have another charge, but unfortunately he uses it and misses it. Doesn't connect onto Wolf. Choice here does have that ultimate still available here on Takeda, so needs to be very careful about how they push in onto Choice if they want to take that fight out. On Swampfly here, getting caught out by Tryhard. Tryhard able to just clutch it up with the dagger, uses the elbow instead of swapping into a quick uppercut here. Huangfly not quite ready for that, and that elbow actually going to be what secures Tryhard an elimination here. That legendary dagger putting in work, but now Tryhard pops his ultimate too early as Ego comes in and catches him out into the Tarka Infinite. WBG Spider shows up too late to save him, and now Spider versus Ego. Ego's got time here. He can buy into another Infinite if he catches Spider out. Spider trying to catch him out with the freeze, does catch it out, but is it going to be enough? Ego just needs to go into the elbow, find the uppercut, and he doesn't find it. He does find the elbow into the uppercut. How long does he have left on the ultimate? Is it long enough to kill Spider? Yes, it is. 17 jails. Ego picks up the elimination, and Tryhard runs it back, coming in, says, no, we're not playing this game. Ego goes to 1 HP in a dream. Tryhard just needs to find it. A single hit, a single shot from a musket, anything will do it. Ego coming back around, and Tryhard finds it with the pistol, runs it back. 5 eliminations. Orion's Tryhard leading this lobby.
Tryhard, my goodness. He said he felt pressure coming into this, but he's definitely going to be feeling pretty happy with himself. Ego as well. Back-to-back infinites. Absolutely amazing stuff coming through from the Tarka as we see the King actually not gonna be able to keep a hold of those purple nunchucks. ASE's Jin successful with that parry, but I do believe Yuran was actually able in the commotion to get on top of that Mara's Blessing and make it away with all of the tasty goodies inside. As we do see him start to try and come back on through, and that he was able to find a couple of nice stuff inside that box. He's been able to scout out the perimeter. No chances of a third party, but ASE's Jin not going to be sticking around, so we actually get to see a replay of how Ego was able to win his duel in the Gate of Yang. APF going to use that ultimate very early on, but no, Ego lost, I do believe, because this is an infinite. Again, how is it that we've gone from seeing like 3 successful Tarka infinites in the last 3 months to 6 within the span of 3 games? Absolutely insane stuff coming through from some of these players. As EWG's Yuran not going to be able to set an infinite up of their own. using that ultimate to be able to try and escape the clutches of ASE's Jin, who is hunting after them, turns around to try and punish any grapple follow-through that Jin could have landed if a hot swap onto a ranged weapon would have come through. The fireball immediately going to cut those antics out, but Yi Ran still not able to turn around and find this fight again. He is just taken a little bit too low by the ranged damage coming through from ASE's Jin with these hot swaps, and as a result, he is just forced to continue to run with that greatsword. Jin taking the opportunity to get a reset of his own. He did take a little bit of entry damage onto that fight as Yi Ran now going to have to try to maneuver not just around the zone starting to push on, but also on ASE's Jin, who's going to see him going that aerial that high, and he's going to know where exactly Yi Ran has started to squirrel off to. Blue armor for the Taka. No ultimate up either. Doesn't really have enough downtime at the moment to be able to repair that bow either. So he's most likely going to want to try and hit that bell, get a little bit of information on whether or not there are players around him, so he can look to go for the full reset. As we see, Aura's Blessing coming on through. Tryhard going to be scoping that one out. Gates of Yang, as well as APF, has been able to find himself legendary nunchucks as well. So he is pretty kitted out. Purple armor, legendary nunchucks. 5 players left alive in this lobby, by the way. We're in another very aggressive, very explosive lobby that a lot of these players have unfortunately find the timing, the tempo just a little bit offbeat for a lot of these players eliminated very early.
Well, take a look at the players who are alive in our top 8, right? It's all of the aggressive players in the lobby. It's APF, it's Hypernova, it's Tryhard, it was WBG Spider, it's Yiran. These are the players that have consistently been the most aggressive. So it makes sense that when these guys are the ones who are alive in top 8, that it's going to be a very, very quick lobby, whereas just now we're heading into our second Gate of Yang. Look at Hypernova, not sure if they want to go take this, waiting to see if somebody's going to come in. But at some point, like, you have to go ahead and take a fight. Hypernova not on target here, though, so kind of wanting to avoid those Gates of Yang, because the thing with target is you want to avoid that ultimate. When you see it pop, you want to be able to create distance, and in those Gates of Yang, not the easiest thing in the world to do, right? So many of these players opting to just not go in there, don't want to be on the receiving end of an infinite, especially not somebody like Tryhard right now, right? He's been on the receiving end of multiple infinites this game. He's still holding on. He's in the head of the lobby. He's got 5 elims under his belt. He just wants to walk these elims in and get as much multiplier on them as possible. There's no reason to go risk it in the realm of Yang right now when you know it's a target heavy lobby. You know the odds of you getting infinite are fairly high, and that's not how you want to walk away from this game, right? Hypernova, very similar situation. He's the only Takeda left in the lobby, and he knows once he gets rolled up in that infinite, there's not a whole lot Takeda can do to get out of that particular situation if he's already hasn't already popped his ultimate. And the thing is the Tarka ultimate lasts longer, right? So you have to be the second to pop that ultimate in that matchup to win that fight. So many of these players just opting not to go in. And the thing is if you've watched the portal the whole time, it might be worth the risk going in, because if anybody, a single player had gone in, they would have walked away uncontested with all of the loot from that, as well as the buff. Nobody took the risk, nobody gets the reward. As we see here, many of these players just opting to hide. Nobody wants to take the fights. They're afraid of the third party potential. Yiran being the one who popped the bell here, he had a little bit of information on these players, so he opts to go and hide in the bush. Doesn't have to worry about being seen because he popped the bell. Tryhard in a very interesting, look at this hidey hole he's in right here. This is in the top of that building on the edge of Immortal here, where he can just go up, and there's that little pagoda inside of it. He's up on top of the pagoda inside of it with the walls blocking him, and then behind the little thing. Unless you know to look there, there's no way somebody finds him hiding there. Hypernova gonna go ahead and pop the bell here. Gets a little bit of information here onto Ace's Jin top side, just chilling right now. He's sitting there fairly good. He's got 2 eliminations under his belt. He's top 5. He's pretty happy right now. There's also a bounty next to him, which, if I'm Jin, I'm taking the bounty. I'm not worried about being reverse bounty this late in the game. But clearly he is, as he's deciding not to go ahead and pick up the bounty, just looking for loot. He's not happy maybe with his position topside here. As we take back to a replay here between Yiron and ESK's Foods, Yiron able to find the armor swap here into the dual blades and clean things up prettily handily onto Foods, and Yiron looking to capitalize on that. His 3 eliminations to his name right now. Keeping it moving here with the longsword. Many of these players, this is where we're going to see this game tick over towards the late game, right? Where these guys aren't going to do it. Hypernova knows about the hiding spot. You know, this is something I kind of expected here. Both of these players, heavy players in NA, right? If anybody was going to know about Tryhard's hiding spot up top here, it's Hypernova, right? He kind of knows the habits of the beast as it is, as they play against each other so much, being from the same region here. And sure enough, Hypernova does find Tryhard up top here. Yiron shows up as he hears the fight break out, and we're going to see Tryhard try to go back to the same spot. Hypernova, not wanting to let him have it, goes in, finds a place to get a reset of his own. Tryhard wants to sit up top. Yiron still with the blue armor though, right? At a little bit of a disadvantage coming in here, but he knows he's going to have to take a fight at some point. He'd rather come in and find a good third party. As Ace's Jin shows up as well, we're going to see APF waiting in the wings, and it looks like this fight is about to break out. None of these players happy to wait till the late game anymore. They found each other. They're just going to go ahead and take these fights. Tryhard comes in with the F, but the ultimate coming out here from sorry, that wasn't the ultimate. That was Hepta. Yeah. Hepta coming through there from the longsword, able to actually do a huge chunk of damage to Tryhard off the back of that. Way to go, Nova. What a surprise there for Tryhard. I'm sure Tryhard just holding onto that Leggy Katana here, waiting in the wings, seeing if he can find somebody else with this here. Is able to find the reset as Yiron keeps things moving. Tryhard still just utilizing this building to the best of his ability. The ability to just scale rush, create distance, and get those heals off. Very strong from Yiron. Going to catch Jin out. Not going to do a whole lot of damage, though, with those dual blades as he catches Jin out. Jin going to very easily be able to come over here and pop back up, as well as Yiron not wanting to overcommit to any one of these fights, knowing all these other players chilling nearby. We are going to see brain. I was going to say weather come in, but that's just a gold zone on the map. I thought we were going to see a sandstorm come through for these players, but it's not. Jin just chilling in the side here, as again, these players don't want to take these fights, right? They know the second they overcommit to one of these, it's just going to be third party city.
Yeah, Hypernova as well, especially. Like, the only Takeda, you have to be so careful. You're ideally waiting for all of these players to be clumped together and also burned out of their ultimates, so you can come in with an ultimate and just burst through. But Morris Blessing comes online. Hypernova needs this. Hypernova is lacking behind in loot, where everyone else is already running the purple. And he wants control of this. He's actually using the longsword to just try and control and push players away. It's like, you know, when you have a cat and you have a water spray and you just want to punish the cat for getting on top of your surface? Unfortunately, APF is still able to actually thread the needle and get on top of the blessing fast enough to be able to make it out with the legendary armor. And now he turns on Hypernova. Yes, he doesn't have a majority of his armor, but he's been able to actually break Hypernovas. And now he's forced away. He's bought himself that space to be able to go for this full reset with that legendary armor. And he doesn't really want to be that appetizing. All of these players around him are going to see that legendary armor. They're going to go, maybe we don't want to push on this, as we can actually see Hypernova deciding that he does want to push on this. ASE's Jim just pushing a little bit closer, wanting to see whether or not it's worth going for the third party, decides, okay, do you know what? I don't think an actual fight is going to break out. There's a Bane's Breath going off on my left as well. I'm just going to book it over to the Morris Blessing, see if there's anything decent left, and then I'm going to come back in to get information on where APF is repositioned, because we know where the next zone is going to be. These players know where the next zone is going to be, and it is going to be all about positioning when this zone starts to close on through and push these players together, because Tarkas want players to be close, Takedas want players to be close. Everyone is just waiting for the distance to force them into each other. No one wants to make that first misstep. No one wants to make that first aggressive play because of how close these players are. Everyone is going to be waiting for that one player to use an ultimate too early, and it's just going to become sharks in the water, smelling blood, smelling weakness, smelling an opportunity that they can abuse.
Oh, absolutely. APF here still with the Leggy armor on the edge of the zone here. Again, this is what it's going to come down to. These players are not going to take fights unless they've got a guaranteed kill right now, because the potential for that third party is so massive. And this is a very, very tight game, believe it or not. Tryhard has 5 eliminations under his belt, but Yiran has 3 and Jin has 2. Even 1 elimination less than Tryhard, as long as Tryhard goes out before some of these other players, these players could still potentially pick up that MVP. We're gonna see Hypernova doing a little bit of shopping here, a little zone shopping, a little risky maneuver here from Hypernova, but he's happy to make it happen. Gonna use Tuna to get those heals back up here from the zone. Gonna go ahead and get the buff. Fully commits to the Tuna. Gonna do it again at the very edge of the zone, just above Tryhard. Tryhard still holding this spacing in this little building here on the edge. More than happy to just keep utilizing what he has while he has it, right? So many opportunities for him to scale rush around the edges of that, for him to find these heals and stuff. And what looked to be a very early game, as we were zone 2 going into zone 3 with only 5 players left alive, has turned into a long, drawn out game of chicken, really, as many of these players just refuse to commit to anything and just try to create this space. And we've moved 3 whole zones from them into zone 5, and in 30 seconds we'll be moving into zone 6. Tryhard gonna find Hypernova. Hypernova gonna do a little bit of work with the chugs, but Tryhard putting in absolute work with that Leggy dagger. Wants to come in, finds Hypernova. Here we go. Hypernova goes in with the ultimate, but Tryhard able to pick it up, instantly ends the ultimate, but needs to be careful because Ace's Jin right there waiting in the wings, and Tryhard gonna take a huge bit of damage here. And this is exactly what we saw happen to APF in the last game. He was able to pick up a fight clean, but then immediately gets turned onto and goes very, very low. Tryhard here, literally 1 HP in a dream as Yiran gives chase. Tryhard able to find an armor swap in the zone. Oh my goodness, he gets caught on the other side of the wall in the zone tick. It's gonna pick up Tryhard here as Yiran is able to pick up that elimination and go to 4.
Question is, was anyone able to loot the body? Doesn't look like it is, as no one wants to take that zone tick damage. It's so unfortunate that, unfortunately, he really had nowhere else to run. If he tried to run further towards safety, APF would have sniped him. All he could do was try and use the rock formation to break line of sight and get that reset off when the ultimate had run its course, and unfortunately puts him right into the zone as we are reduced to 3 players. Again, we see when you start to make that first fight approach, you are going to be spotted out. Players know that you're going to be low on resources. As ASC's Jin baits out the F ability from the opposing target, the ultimate going to be running out for APF in a matter of moments, and he still doesn't have a majority of his shielding, so he has to immediately try and break away from this fight and hope that everyone else is going to try and hunt each other rather than chase after him. Again, it's back to this game of chicken. No one wants to make the first move. No one wants to be caught out. It's 3 Tuckers left in this lobby. APF, caught behind those rocks, immediately going to try and reposition to be in a more central area of the zone, so he's not going to have to tap dodge out of corruption damage and into one player's strikes. As we see ASC's Jin taking up center. Yiran starting to just apply a little bit more pressure. APF not in a brilliant position at the moment, but he's just going to scale his way on top to make sure that he's at least going to be able to try to move away, just using dual blades as well to be able to freshen out all of these players' positionings around him. They don't want to actively engage because they're going to get caught in that left click stagger. So we actually see Yiran swapping over to the blue bow. Doesn't manage to land the shot onto APF for the opener that he's looking for, as ASC's Jin going to take priority of this high ground, swapping over towards that purple bow. And then to the nunchucks. He's building up meter, but unfortunately, he's already used some of it. He's not going to have the full meter dump as Yiran starts to go vertical. These players know when you're up in the air, it's a little bit harder to try to pin you down. Every one of them is going to prize that verticality, that little bit of bubble where you have downtime and no one else is looking at you, as that zone is going to start pushing them forward. Yiran with the blue bow, not looking for that opener at the moment. APF having to start to make a move. He's on the far edge of the zone. The fireball actually chases him further away. He now has to try and scale rush his way up these cage foundations. As we see ASC's Jin at the moment entirely untouched. Yuran just trying to pepper him with bow damage to at least chip away at some of the shielding, as APF has found a sliver of zone for himself to be able to stay in before he has to skirmish his way up, and is literally just using these dual blades around him. The blue, he knows that he's not going to be able to find the kill. He just doesn't want a player to contest him, doesn't want to have to eat into those resources or burn the ultimate a little bit too early, as his positioning might actually allow him to be the last player in this fight. Yiran and Jin are so close to each other that they are going to be the first thing that they see, and APF is banking on this positioning, on this unassuming position that is going to allow him to invade the fight that occurs between these two players when he makes his move.
Yeah, APF needs to go ahead and move now, though, as it is zone 7 fully collapsing. So if he's not careful, he's going to be the one forcing the fight. And look at how much zone tick he took just trying to get back in here. APF might have put himself in a bad situation. He's trying to find a little bit of a reset here. He's going to go skyward, looking to get away here. But Yiran sees him up there and is immediately going to punish with a grapple. And the meter dump comes out from Jin. Since APF flying into the zone, he's got the Dragon's Roar. There's no way. Jin, just playing gatekeeper here, says no, you can go ahead and sit down with that. You wanted to hold that position down below. You wanted to try to sneak in for the third party, and I'm not having any of it. We're gonna see Yiran now coming in with the ultimate, just trying to pump some damage onto Jin. Knows he's got the advantage here. There it is. The fireball gonna buy him just enough tick so that the zone burns him down, and EWG's Yiran's gonna be walking away our MVP for game number 5.
Yuran as well, actually, I do believe gets the snipe onto ABF, because even though it's Jin's nunchuck meter dump, that entirely knocks him into the zone corruption tick damage, and he takes so much damage. It's actually a follow-up fireball. That is the last bit of player damage that touches APF, so Yiran claims that kill as well. And he's going to be feeling extremely happy with himself. It was a very weird pacing of a game. We started off super aggressively. We burned very quickly down to just 5 players surviving. And then it really did just become chicken, footsie, under the table. Everyone sort of being like, are you going to make the first move? Am I going to make the first move? Am I going to have to make the first move because of zone pushing me out? And a lot of the time it was just the last enemy against some of these players. The most effective enemy was zone. We saw it for APF. It's always a really big risk. It's always a really big gamble when you try and stealth your way and you roll the dice hoping to hit a nat 20, because there's just as much chance it's going to be a nat 1. And unfortunately for APF, it is the Snake Eyes. He does go down under the focus of 2 players who know exactly what he's trying to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yiran really cleaned this up so well in the very end. But we got to give a little bit of a shout out to Tryhard. You know, the stalemate taking forever. He sees the opportunity to move in on Hypernova and decides, I'm done playing chicken. I'm going to make something happen. It goes in, and we see the moment where Tryhard unfortunately makes his mistake. As soon as he picks up the elimination onto Hypernova, his brain process goes to, I need to cancel my ult so that I can hold on to as much ult charge as possible so I can go ahead and have this ult ready to come back up immediately when I need it. And as soon as these other players see that happen, Yiran is there and ready to punish it, comes in, does a ton of damage to him, throws him to the side. That damage is actually enough to recharge the ultimate, but at that point, the damage is already done. He's down to so little HP, he pops the ultimate. He can't stop to try and pot because it makes himself vulnerable to all the different range shots from the other players. He has to find some terrain, and unfortunately, the only terrain that he can potentially slip behind falls behind the zone as he's running towards it. And he's hoping maybe it's been long enough he hasn't taken, you know, since he's taken damage, that he can slip into the zone and just let the kill fall to the wayside for somebody else and get away with it. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and he does go down, and it's going to be Yiran who walks away the MVP. 6 eliminations, walking away with a 12.4 game score, but Tryhard not far behind with 6 eliminations as well. And even though he goes out in 4th place, he walks away with a respectable 9.3 game score.
Yeah, crucially as well, that might be enough this one game to allow the King to top Huangfly. Because the King didn't have a great game, but he still posted up more points than Huangfly, and it's been pretty neck and neck between the two. to try and figure out who at the end of the day is going to be sitting in that first or second position. Remember, only the top 16 teams of all three groups, A, B, and C, are going to be able to make it out of the group stages. So all of these players are really going to want to make every single game count so that that game score is going to be able to elevate them above the rest.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the King, very, very consistent for a player. He's not, this is his first game where he's not top 3, but it's still, he's been top 5 every single game, playing very, very well. Yiran going to be walking away our MVP here for game at number 5. And interestingly enough, every other target in the lobby opting to go for the old elbow, the ability to just post up with that F and be like, yo, just back off for a second. Yiran, the only target in the lobby bringing Fireball, is able to walk away with the MVP here, do 12,000 damage, 6 eliminations, and this is going to be his second MVP. And man, Yiran, what a game here for him today. Very, very strong way to round out game number 5 for the day. And you know what a diverse lobby. I think this has been the most diverse lobby in terms of hero selection we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, we saw Yoda, we saw Justina, we saw Zeeping, Takeda, and Taka. And I mean, it goes to show where in solo meta we fall, that it is just 3 Takas left at the end of the day. Zeeping goes down so quickly now, honestly. I want to see players move away from her. I know you have to play 5 different heroes at least, but I would rather see a Justina for sustainability, or even a Wu-Chan, but Wu-Chan was already super heavy in game number 3, which I guess does narrow your options down significantly. However, if you're going for sustainability, Justina was queen of stall for the longest time because of that free shell form. I get why Choice probably didn't want to choose it because he thought it was going to be a target heavy lobby and he didn't want to lose access to the F ability. However, Zeeping is not the queen of stall. She is not the queen of survivability. And once again, we did mention it in the game that we saw her run. Players have something against Zeeping. Taka players especially had to suffer through seeing a Zeeping and not being able to kill her. Even if you got her stuck in the infinite, she would still be able to pop that ultimate and heal. However, these players are going to be very happy about the meta, and I'm very happy because we have one of these players for an interview. So we're going to throw it on over to the desk.
Hello everyone, now joining us in post-game interview will be Orange Tryhard from NA region. Please say hi to our audience.
Hello.
So that was a fantastic game. You fall short to Yiran so close. That was very close. What's your thoughts and how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. You know, I think that game could have been better. I could have played a little bit more safe, but I think that was just the game I needed just to push myself to close to top 3 or top 4.
And we saw that you were defeated for one time, but you revived and get that revenge immediately. What were you thinking at the moment?
I knew that both of the people fighting did not have ultimates, and when I revived, I would have mine, so I knew that I would be safe. And also, I think I was had very good gear, so I was very confident in my ability to secure that kill.
Very nice. From what we saw last game, your form just getting better and better compared to the first couple games. So do you think you will just keep that hot hand and keep pushing?
I think I will. Kind of as the games progress, I think I get used to the lobby more and more, and I think that will help me keep pushing and hopefully get number 1 or number 2.
And we know in Singapore you play a lot of scrimmages. And how is the real match different from that?
I think it's just a lot more serious. Everyone knows that there's something on the line because the bottom 8 will go home, and I think that's what makes it all the more intense.
All right, thank you for joining us, and hope you will keep playing well.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a short break, and we'll come back soon. And be ready for our final game of the day. And for our final game, now we have H-Flight leading, and we will see who come on top at this first day of the group stage of J Cup.
bottom of the table, not having a particularly good qualifiers, unfortunately, and the odds of them making Worlds at this point is unbelievably low, and it's getting lower because JJ are just wiping them off the map. Dropping down from the tree will land the lockdown. 14 is going to be double locked up as Bowder finishes them up, finishing up Wolves as well. Players are dropping out left, right, and center, and somehow Cuckoo is keeping this game going for his team. He's jumped over the Yotualt, he's been grabbed, he's been slammed, he's taken down and eliminated from the lobby. YZG are starting to put some kills together, starting to put some names. Able to get him off and kill Ping Tao. Ping Tao's down, but Godly is going to get a heal off the Karen, so he's going to be able to survive for just a little bit longer. Another charge click comes in, but that vertical slash doesn't quite connect it that next time, though. But he is in trouble. And Shutong, sorry, able to mop this one up for AOW.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from across the world to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my co-host and caster, Got Moxie, and we are 5 games deep of today's 6 games of solos. Many more games to come across the next 2 weeks here as we continue to head through the group stages and then into the grand finals once we see which 16 players will qualify for those grand finals here in the World Championship. But it has been a roller coaster of a day, and there has been many opportunities for these players to shine. And quite surprisingly, WBG Spider is not one of those players that has been shining today. He has walked away with his 1 MVP, but he has struggled to put up any performance today for the most part. And he is the player who came in talking about how he wanted to be the beast. He wanted to dominate here in the World Championship, but maybe the change of tempo that served him so well during his competitive season in the Pro League has been flipped back on him, and unfortunately it has been the bane of his existence today. And you might say Justina has been the bane of his existence. Every single Justina we've seen has been able to lock down and pick up that elimination onto Spider. But hopefully you guys won't get eliminated as we ask you a quick question. And which weapon caused the last kill of game 5? Was it A, the spear, B, the greatsword, C, longsword, or D, nunchucks? Man, you really need to be paying attention to pick this one.
This is a mean one. I feel like these are just getting progressively harder and harder and harder. Like the last question in the World Championship broadcast is probably just going to be like, how many bubbles of sleeping did I see being used in one game? Because Actually, that's probably easier to answer than it was in the Pro League Season 2, because the answer is probably like 2. Because whenever we go and see these Z-Pings, they get like one bubble off, and then they're gone. And I can't lie, Rune, I'm kind of happy about it. After so many lobbies of Z-Ping after Z-Ping after Z-Ping, it's quite nice to just see diversity coming on through, and I think diversity is probably going to be something that we do see in this final game, because once again we're headed back to tomorrow's Isle. We could potentially see some people trying to double up on the Taka, maybe a double up on the Temi as well. Maybe some players still want to run something like the Yoda or the Justina. Hopefully, fingers crossed, anything but the Z-Ping, because as we've seen, it's a track record. You lock Z-Ping in one of these lobbies, you're not going to make it out alive.
Look, she just can't compete anymore. And for all the players at home who had to live through the Z-Ping meta, and as well as those casters, it was a dark time. Don't get me wrong. Seeing 16 Z-Ping lobbies get locked in was not our favorite thing in the world to cast. And I know it was not the favorite thing in the world for many of these players to play against. So it's a double-edged sword, right? Not only have they seen significant nerfs, but when a player sees a Z-Ping, it's something primal wakes up in somebody when they see that Z-Ping, and they're like, that needs to die. I want it to go away. Yeah, it's automatic. You turn into the Terminator from T2, and you're like, look, I'm coming at you. But no, Z-Ping clearly is not able to keep up with this meta. She doesn't have the power to counteract some of these other people. And here's the thing. It's as it should be. Z-Ping is a support hero, right? Yes. There was absolutely no reason for her to be in a position where she was the most dominant hero in all of solos.
Do you remember the MVP Z-Ping lobbies where we'd have like 40,000 damage done? Like whoever came in first.
What a weird time. Now, here's the thing I'm hoping to see out of this coming lobby. I think we're going to see a lot of hero diversity. I think many people have already done their double picks, so they're going to be forced to play something they haven't played yet. I think about the other half are probably going to lock in a double pick, whether it's a Tarka, whether it's a Temi, maybe a Takeda or two. I think potentially we probably end up seeing a lot of Justina in this final game, as we haven't seen a ton of Justina coming through, or Yodo Hime, right? This is probably going to be a Justina Yodo heavy lobby. But the question is are we going to continue to see that aggression that we've seen come through? I think it's hyper dependent upon which players are still alive.
Yeah.
If some of our more aggressive players get eliminated early, I feel like we go into that regular slow pace. I don't want to say slow pace, slower pace than NA, right? The CN region isn't slow. There's always fights breaking out, but it's a much more paced out experience instead of this rapid fire go that we've been seeing today. But again, it's very dependent on who is left alive after the zone 1. If players like WBG Spider, Tryhard, Yiron, Damo, APF are alive, it's going to be a very quick lobby. If some of those players get eliminated, I expect to see things slow down. That's a Viper being locked in by King in solos. We're going to see a Tarka run back, 2 Justinas as well. Coming in next, 2 more Tarka run backs, followed by 2 more Justinas. So far, kind of exactly what we predicted coming in. These Z-Ping picks, man, this is I can't agree with it at all.
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
on
have
the
what
same
it takes
page.
to stack up anymore.
I mean, Wolf U has adapted. They're not fielding Z-Ping, they are going to field Yodo. I'm really interested to see this Viper, because it's probably going to be the F2, right? For the silence of 8 seconds, where you just lose any ability to be able to use a skill, which can be really strong for a Viper to be able to use under duress. But we can have a look at where some of these players are going to be dropping. A lot of them are going to be really opting for some high octane fights straight off of the rip. No one going for Central Celestra, but a lot of players going for some really high loot tier areas. Because we do have 2 Z-Pings in this lobby, but again, a lot of diversity coming on for a couple of Yodos, a couple of Justinas, some Tarkas. I do believe I saw Temi as well amongst the mix, but this is the pick I'm most interested in, and I know you are too. This is the King landing Shipwreck, wanting to just get as much loot in that side as possible. But Secret Tunnel giveth, Secret Tunnel taketh away. Everyone vies for this specific area for Fireflies. As it is actually going to be Jin taking Spider down as we have a look at a Justina currently going toe-to-toe with another Justina. Tryhard going to be able to use that freeze form to try and find themselves a little bit of a reset as we actually see no disengagement coming through from Tenoshi. They know with that bow hot swap that they can't just try and grapple cleanly away. They just has to survive long enough for exactly this to happen. Roy he comes in for the third party, not onto Tenoshi, but onto the other Justina. However, Tenoshi goes a little bit too aggressively forward and actually aggresses onto the Taka, and as a result, Roy he is not just able to pick up one, but two. And now Trice with that F2 isn't able to find the reset or the zoning capability that they were looking for, and has to use the spear to actually try and disengage from this fight. But Roy pops the ultimate to be able to catch on. The clang is there into the F, and it's going to be Roy taking down 3 players in the absolute blink of an eye.
There's players who've made it all the way to the final circle without 3 eliminations. We just saw Roy pick 3 up back to back to back, almost instantaneously. Roy is setting himself up for success here in game number 6. And what a game it is, as we are already off to the races. Many of these players keeping the aggression coming forward. Hypernova here looking to come in here on to Demo on the backside of the wall here. One of the few Z-pings we do have in the lobby. Going to see if they are able to bring it together here, as we see the third party coming in from Foods as well now. Hypernova immediately being turned on to, and this is exactly what we talked about, right? Foods had the opportunity to hit Damo in the back here, but instead turns that aggression immediately on Hypernova because they see Z-Ping and it all goes red. It's just like, you can't ignore it. That needs to die.
Well, Damo's done the exact same thing. However, the ultimate is going to allow Food to try and stay alive in this. As we actually see Damo popping that ultimate to try and chase. He knows that the bubble and ultimate are going to be on cooldown, and he wants to try and catch onto the Z-Ping before the bubble is back. However, Spider has actually now come into the mix, swaps over towards that musket, knows that Food is either in this building or around it, is able to check both the second and first floor, charges up the scare rush to be able to catch onto that Z-Ping, not going to fall for the counter, hits the uppercut, will be able to take Foods down, and this is what we talked about. Z-Ping does not have the same insane survivability rate that she does. She cannot just go from player to player to player, from third party to fourth party to fifth party, and survive every single engagement. If that bubble is gone, if the ultimate is burned out, you are going to die if you get chased.
Oh, absolutely. And it's exactly what we see play out here. The Spider comes in and is able to pick up that elimination. Now Roy here looking to pick up his 4th elimination of the game, and he finds it. Roy turning into a very different player here. You know, games 1 and 2, Roy kind of slow coming forward. A player who did a lot of smack talking in the intro goes to 5 eliminations here. This is what I expect out of a player who did as much smack talking as Roy did in that intro, coming in here talking about how he knows he's better than the players in the CN region. 5 eliminations before Zone 2. Roy is off to one blaze of a start here in game 6. Spider catching out yet another player here with an ultimate, but goes very, very low, is able to find a white armor to swap into as the King comes in for the third party. Is he going to find the second infinite? Is it going to be on King? King goes up top. The infinite is going to be canceled out by the terrain here, and Spider going to be forced to back away.
But Spider lives because he was actually able to transition towards that infinite. Yes, the terrain does muck it up. Yes, it allows the King to get the recovery. However, he had to disengage himself fully from the situation, so Spider gets this opportunity to use as a reset. As Ego uses that Justina ultimate to catch after the fleeing Justina, but gets caught in the freeze. Tryhard actually going to be able to catch on to their chaser. Charges up that scare rush onto the wall, but Ego anticipates and is able, before the ultimate runs out, to catch the freeze on to Tryhard in return, and will be able to finish the job, unlike their opponent, as Tenoshi going extremely extremely low at the moment, has run into Roy, who might pick up his 6th, gets caught in the charge, left click from that dagger, comes in with the horizontal grapple, gets the connection into the jump parry. Tenoshi is gone, and Roy picks up a 6th.
Roy, what? Oh my goodness. This is what I expected to come out of a player who came in and was like, hey, look, I'm better than everybody in the CN region. It's a lot of smack talk, and there's been no backing up of it today. He's been a fairly solid player, but he hasn't just absolutely come in and started wrecking things. Here he has 6 eliminations before Zone 2. Now he's backing those words up. This is the game where he's like, look, it's the last game of the day. I don't get another opportunity to play. I got to stay true to my word here. And Roy absolutely blitzing through this lobby at a blistering pace as he just continues to pick up elimination after elimination. Hypernova here ignoring Jin to go after the lower player, and then decides they're going to take a reset as we see another player show up. And I think it's Roy, who's not somebody you want to be on the receiving end of right now, is Hypernova trying to get a little bit of a reset here. EWG's Yiran able to get most of a reset as Jin continued to give chase to them. Jin able to catch them out here, though, and both cancel the pot and do a little bit of damage to their armor here, though. So Yiran going to be forced to back off once again as we see the Frost Core come out from Jin. Maybe a little preemptive on Jin's part here. If Yiran wanted to turn the fight, that would have been a juicy opportunity to do it, but he's banking on the hope that Yiran was going to continue to chase away. We're going to see the Realm of Yang pop here, and it looks like we're going to see Wolf use Choice go head-to-head with OUG's King.
I think actually Choice was actually able to snipe out the gate as well. Now Dahu was able to make it into one of his own and gets to go head-to-head with Huang Fly. Gonna go for the verticality and immediately gets punished by taking a musket shot to the face. But Choice on this Yodo doesn't have the F2 to fall back onto. Has to be very careful. They're going up against the Viper. Catches the uppercut for the nunchuck, and immediately we see that Viper ultimate trying to catch the stun onto Choice. But the pillars are perfect to break connection. However, the King is actually able to catch onto the Yodo by coming around, hot swaps onto the bow. The Yodo still caught in the stun, and that's why Viper is so strong. That's so unfortunate. Choice thought that he was safe behind the pillar, and the King just closes the gap.
You know, this answers my question. I was very curious whether King, I think we all knew King's gonna run F2. There's no reason not to run F2 onto Viper, but were they gonna run the V1 or V3? V3 being a very powerful tool as it allows you to lock down and silence an opponent while you fight them for a very long duration, right? Great tool. Also stops third parties as well, because you come into that fight expecting to third party. All of a sudden, you don't have abilities while they continue to take that fight. You're at a disadvantage in that third party. But they opt to go for the V1 being quite a bit more scary to some of these players, especially if you need to create space. You can use it just as a tool to create space as well, but able to utilize it there, able to slip around the backside of the pillar there and catch that stun out and pick up an elimination. So V1 clearly working out in the favor of our player here, as we now see Yiran catching out Huangfly. Huangfly going to be stopped on their dual blades as we see the freeze come through, but they're going to turn around and catch Yiran with it again as Jin comes in with the bow as well. Huangfly might have just bought themselves the opportunity. They need to find a reset here as many of these other players begin to give chase to these players who have gone low. Choice gonna catch Jin out again. Jin finally finds the Frost Core reset and is forced to use it so they can go ahead and get away, get a reset. Roy coming in here onto Dao Yue. Dao Yue with a Vermilion Bird's Might, so not worried about losing this fight. Doesn't want to lose it. Oh, the Infinite's going to come up, but Dao Yue is going to return the favor with an ult of their own. The elbow back immediately into the Infinite as Roy picks up their 8th elimination of the game. Roy setting a record pace right now. Could very well set the competitive record in a Pro League series for most kills in a solo game if he keeps this pace up.
Spider is the one currently holding that record as well, and Spider's not been having a great day at the moment. Roy with Phantom Step 2 is going to make it so much harder for players to be able to predict how he's moving with that katana to cut off everyone else's movement around him. There's a choice on that Yodo, I believe, has actually been able to find themselves a Soul Bloom. They do not have Yang Depletion at the moment. As the nunchucks charged up, there's the F2 just dropped to be able to keep themselves safe and look for that armor. As a Z ping now comes on through, Hypernova think with that Yodo's F ability removed, they are going to be pretty easily collapsible upon, and that's exactly what every player is banking on at the moment. Choice, unfortunately, the only Yodo here, so it's going to be pretty easy to be able to track where they're going, as immediately goes in with the nunchucks, manages to rip away the majority of Hypernova's armor, as we actually see Choice on the back foot, still being pressured by so many players around. The F2 comes back online, preventing Yuan from following up onto that grapple, but Choice not able to hold themselves still long enough, just keeping themselves in blow focus for as long as possible to be able to make sure that they don't get grapple cancelled. Loses the armor, loses a majority of the health, has to go into the emergency ultimate to be able to teleport out. But now that you've used the first slash, you're snipeable, and every single player in the area wants to try and land those shots. You can see Choice is trying to keep themselves a little bit harder to be able to predict will be able to live through the ultimate, but now they know you don't have the ult. You have to just use the streets of Celestra, use these corners, hug these walls to make sure that you do not get collapsed upon, because that Yodo is so vulnerable.
Oh, absolutely. Just massively vulnerable. And we're going to see the likes of, I do believe, Choice go down here, as we are left to our top 7 players here. DAY1 just skirting the outside edges of Celestra here. Of course, running it back on the target as we take a look at the replay here. Him versus Baodao's Huangfly in this particular matchup is able to catch Huangfly out here with double charge left clicks. Huangfly trying to go for the frost core, but before he can even get away, jump clicks into the left and right click so he can carry that momentum forward, and that's where he was able to pick up this legendary katana that he plans to put in work with here in the end of the lobby. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe the number of competitive eliminations in solo for a game with a win is 9, and it belongs to WBG Spider. Roy needs 2 more eliminations and a first place finish to walk away with that title, to walk away, steal that record away from WBG Spider. And I would say that goes a very long way towards proving exactly what he said earlier about how he is better than everybody in the CN region. And speaking of which, here's a recap between his fight with WBG Spider from earlier, and he certainly is able to just go ahead and catch Spider out in this infinite, and Roy making those infinites look easy. Not only would it add, it would add insult to injury to the fact that he takes Spider's record, especially off the back of eliminating Spider. And here we go, Realm of Yang, and it's King versus the likes of Roy. And Roy is the opponent I would want to not see in here right now. He is on something different this game as he comes forward. We're going to see the dagger comes out. He's able to catch King out with it. Going to come up. King going to look for the stun here. Roy, look at this. He's just waiting because he's got the invisibility. No, he's going to actually get stunned. He was going to try to use the invisibility frames to break it, but now he goes very low. Question is, can he get on King? This is it. The infinite's going to come out. King isn't able to capitalize on the stun hard enough, and Roy picks up his 9th elimination. He needs 1 more and a first place finish to take the record away from WBG Spider and potentially skyrocket himself into first place off the back of a massive game number 6.
Okay, it takes confidence to think that you're going to be able to iframe a Viper stun off of Phantom Step. And it's honestly a win-win for Roy, right? Because you fake King out, he thinks you're going to hide behind a pillar. So even if the stun lands, he's too close, which means that Roy's immediately able to change into that infinite form and catches the Viper out, and there's nothing you have. You don't have the ultimate to be able to break out of it. As we actually see Roy taking a little bit of damage, goes in with those nunchucks just to try and threaten and zone Dao out from being able to capitalize on the fact that that armor is broken, as he's been able to pick up legendary nunchucks and Mystic Might. 5 players left alive in this lobby, and Roy is going to know where every single player close to him is. Dao Hui does not want any of that. He is immediately going to reposition and wait to see if he can find someone a little bit more vulnerable. I think Roy's got Dragon's Roar as well, because he did not have Nunchuck fully charged up, and now he does. Now he's going to try and catch that meter dump if he's able to find it. Charges up first, charges up second.
Absolutely huge coming out from Roy here, who's able to pick up his 10th elimination of the game. Now going in hard onto King, picks up an 11th elimination. He's still holding on. He's into the top 3 with 11 eliminations under his belt. What a huge game coming in for Roy here. He only needs 2 more kills. 2 players left in the lobby to walk away with a coveted first place. And man, what a game it is coming in for Roy as he finds Ace and Jin now. That Mystic Mike ticking. Oh, the parry coming out from Jin though onto Roy. Roy turning it around with the ultimate, looking for the infinite, doesn't find it. Justina catches him out, but he's able to come back in, catches it, goes for the people's elbow, but gets picked up here by Jin. Jin is able to, no, Yiron shows up and picks up the elimination. On to Roy! Roy had it all! Oh my goodness, and Yiron able to clean up both those eliminations in the end. But I think it's clear who our MVP is. It's gonna be Roy Hee Hee.
It's Roy Hee Hee, and I have to say, when he came close to breaking Spider's record, he came close. However, here's how Spider was able to hold on. Not only did he set the record once for coming in with 8 kills in a solos match, no. He immediately broke it, I think it was 2 weeks later, and picked up 10. So even though Roy Hee Hee comes close to breaking the record, Spider still retains that crown. However, Roy's performance, absolutely magnificent. Locking down not just one player with the Dragon's Roar, but 2, and then catching them in the 4-meter stomp, and again beating the Viper ultimate out from the King. What a performance this player has had. He has got to be feeling so happy with himself. We knew that he could hit that level. He said that he could hit that level. We were waiting to see him prove that he could hit that level, and my goodness, did he do it in style.
Yeah, just what a performance here. What a final game to end it on. And you know, he even gets the redemption arc with tap dodging to get the invisibility to get away from the Viper stun the second time. He wasn't able to land the tap dodge at the right time when he was in the realm of Yang, but in the very end, he gets the ult to come back out from the Viper and says, no, round 2, tap dodges away from it, cleans up the kill as well, goes to 11 kills, doesn't get the most kills with the first place finish, but I do believe picks up the most eliminations in a solo game, period. So still a huge record for Roy and a massive MVP finish for him. And I do believe the most points in a solos game obtained today here in the World Championship.
Yeah, that's honestly going to be doing absolute wonders for his place in standings as well. We knew that it was going to be really close between first and second, between Huang Fly and our second most consistent player as well, the King. But honestly, with that performance, he's putting himself up there to definitely be within the top 5, I'm pretty sure. And if he continues to have performances like that, the next day of solos that he gets to play, not only is he laying down the gauntlet for everyone around him, because the fact that he was able to find those kills so quickly forced, again, similar to Spider in Pro League Season 2, it forced everyone to try to adjust to his tempo. And the fact that he was able to juggle 2 players at the same time, not get third-partied and lock both players down, punish players for actually coming and thinking that they had an opportunity, very reminiscent to what Spider was able to get away with in Pro League Season 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Roy coming through in this game. To be honest, he had a lot of bold claims coming into the start of the day, to be fair, and he needed to make something happen. Like you said, it's almost a play-by-play rerun of what happened with WBG Spider at the end of the first bi-weekly in his last game, where he was able to just come arrive and no surprises here. Roy in first place, 11 eliminations, a 16.3 point game. There are trios games where teams in the top 5 don't even get that many points.
He might actually have just blown Spider's record as well. 11 kills. Spider, I think, had 10 that he was holding on to. So not only did Roy, I thought he had 7, but no, he had 4 more.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's gonna take some time for, I think, a lot of players in this lobby to recover from. He had just some absolute stellar gameplay. Like we said, you have to have confidence to literally face tank, to mind game a Viper, not just once in their ultimate, twice. Also, again, that jump parry, the grappling hook to lock down into horizontal, into jump parry was absolutely gorgeous. Like, honestly, the entirety of the highlight reel for this last game, I guarantee you, is just going to be this player's A-reel.
I mean, to be fair, he's got 11 eliminations. The second most eliminations after that is 4. It's all coming up Roy, you know what I'm saying? It's literally just a greatest hits of Roy's is what the reel is about to be here for this game. 23,000 damage, 11 eliminations, and 20,000 of that damage with melee weapons. Roy here, one heck of an MVP card for his first MVP card ever here in the World Championship League. What a game for Roy.
Dragon's Roar as well, absolutely stacked for those Soul Jades. He's been feeling really happy with himself. The second he picked up that Phantom Step, he's like, okay, great. I'm just gonna be able to turn this lobby on its absolute head, and my goodness, he did just that.
You know, it gives me feelings of old days, right? Because old Viper ult, you could actually tap dodge during the travel of the ult down the eyeball and get away from it.
好的，
But
欢迎来到
that's
笑笑
not
的
what
环节，我是
happened
主持
here.
人
He
陈
of
宇。首
course.
先恭喜我们来自越南赛区的 VNGC 战队的 Roy Hi Hi 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。同样的，我们也是赶快联系一下Roy Hi Hi， 看看他现在有什么想对我们说的吧。Hello Roy Hi Hi. So first, congratulations that you got the winner of this game. So can you introduce yourself first to our audience?
Xin chào Roy Hi. Mình biết là bạn vừa giành được chiến thắng ở trận vừa rồi thì bạn có thể chào viewer được không? Hello mọi người, tôi là Roy Hi đến từ Việt Nam. Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Roy Hi from Vietnam.
说大家好，我是 Roy Hi Hi， 来自越南，非常欢迎我们的 Roy Hi Hi 选手。那其实今天的比赛打得非常的精彩。那经过了今天6把的比赛，觉得自己今天状态发挥的如何呢？包括赢下最后一把，心情怎么样呢 ？So I really think you have an outstanding performance today. So how do you think your performance after 6 game, and how do you feel when you win the final game today?
Hôm nay anh có một màn trình diễn rất là tốt thì anh cảm thấy thế nào về màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm nay và nhất là trận cuối cùng khi mà mình đã giành chiến thắng? Thì em khá là vui, vừa vui vừa run ạ. So I'm very happy but a bit nervous in at first.
拿到最后一把的胜利，我觉得非常的开心啊。当然，其实这一把在落地架的时候就发挥了非常大的优势，尤其是刚落地架就拿到了3个几百分，包括在拿到首个几百分之后呢，一个非常漂亮的震刀给了我们很大的惊喜。所以想问一下Roy Hi Hi 选手，当时是如何快速判断的呢 ？So I see you have a really great performance in the Born fight, and after you got the first kills, you use a counter stroke immediately, and I really want to know how did you judge at that time?
Thì sau màn sau kill đầu tiên thì anh đã có một pha counter parry đối thủ, thì tại sao lúc đấy anh parry ngay lập tức sau pha giết đối thủ đó? Tại vì em nghe tiếng và cũng thấy họ đứng ở trên nóc nhà. Yeah, so I just hear the sound and then just predict it to parry the counter.
好的，我当时是听到了这个脚步声，所以迅速的做出了反应。OK，so 当然，其实，在之后你第2次进入到回阳镜的时候，是面对了我们 OUG 的路人王，他当时是选用了全场唯一的一个宁红叶。那当你看到这个宁红叶的时候，你当时是如何去思考你在回阳镜当中的决策的呢 ？So when you are in the Ring of Yang and when you face or OUG the king, and he is the only Viper in the game. So when you notice that, what's your strategy at the time?
Khi mình vào cổng thì mình gặp OUG the king thì là người thứ nhất dùng Viper Ninh trong trận đấu này, thì mình có cái chiến thuật nào khi mà biết được thông tin đó? Em nghĩ là Viper Ninh thì mình cứ đánh thôi, cứ bật về là hất tung là được xong ạ. So he just using his ultimate to counter Viperning and to fight him in the gate of Yang.
哦，我用了姬沧海的这个奥义去 counter 宁红叶的，姬沧海的 F 和奥义去 counter 了宁红叶的技能。当然，这次来到了我们的节杯，想问一下你的目标是怎么样的呢 ？So this time when you come to our World Cup, what's your target this time?
Thì trong trận đấu khi mà đến với MBDC này thì cái mục tiêu lớn nhất của anh là gì?
Em đã nói thêm một lần nữa là quan điểm của em là vẫn là vô địch thôi ạ.
Yeah, so he just come to the MBDC to be the champion here.
哦，我这次来就是打算去拿到这个冠军的，哇 ，great confident。好的，再次感谢我们 Roy Hi 选手来到我们的采访席，也是再次恭喜你拿下了本场比赛的胜利。Okay, so congratulations again to be the winner of this game and hope to see you in the following games. Bye bye.
Xin cảm ơn anh.
Bye bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a 6 games it has been for the opener here for the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. Man, we couldn't have asked for a better 6 games, and we couldn't have asked for a better game 6 to round the day out with. This has been truly a great day and a great intro for the World Championship. If this is day 1, I can't wait to see the rest of the games here in the group stage, Moxie.
We've got new heroes rising to the forefront. We've got new players as well, really getting to make a name for themselves on the worldwide stage. I know I, for one, I'm going to be keeping an eye out for Roy He after that absolute stellar performance where he absolutely blitzed the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 solo kill record straight out of the water. So Spider, he may have broken his own record once. He's now going to have to break another record if he wants that title back. And it is going to be a this couple of days, I think, for some of these players. As we had expectations going into this. Some of these players did meet them, like Huangfly, defending champion from the first iteration of the World Championship, absolutely met our expectations and more. He did so well consistently. His first place and second place, wherever he may end up at the end of the day, is pretty much guaranteed that he's most likely going to be able to make it through as the top 16 teams to be able to head from group stages into the finals. Definitely the King as well. Previously, Luring King has been impressing, and we knew what a monster he could be after seeing his performance in Season 1 and Season 2 of the Pro League. But some of these players, really happy to see the NA region as well as the Vietnam region really stepping up, landing themselves really nice high spots in the leaderboard.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, crazy MVPs across the board today. It's been one heck of a way to start the World Championship out. And I mean, these players are clearly hungry. We've had some of the most fast-paced games we have seen since we started any sort of Pro League competitive this year. And I mean, I can say that as somebody who's casted nearly every single region, these games went by quick. Honestly, so fast. Game 5 slowed down pretty drastically, but we were down to 5 players by Zone 2, which is absolute insanity. As we take a look at the final standings here, Foods all the way down to 16th place. Dao Huey still not able to put points up on the board, holding down into 15th place. Glitches Tenoshi after 2 games in games 3 and 4 once again puts 2 more 0 points back up on the board, barely holding on here. Hypernova from NA, unfortunately not able to make anything happen during these last couple of games here, putting a total of 13 points together. APF also from NA with a 15.6 game score. 17 Jails Ego also holding down on to that lower position in the 13th place. If we take a look here, EWG's Yiran has shifted up into that first place position with a 42.1. OUG's The King on the back of his consistency, still holding on to second place with a 39.1. Baudos Huangfly holding on to third place with a 35.2 after 2 disappointing final games for the day. And Roy He off the back of an explosive 6 game, jumping all the way up to 4th place and shoving out WBG Spider down into 5th place. Spider not in top 3 at the end of day 1 is not something I expected to see, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I saw it in the Pro League Season 2 in the Grand Finals. He had a rough start getting off of the blocks on day number 1. Like, it takes a little bit of time for him to be able to adjust into not just like the pressure that he's meeting, obviously being the champion coming through with a ticket punched straight to Worlds because of that win at Season 2 on solos. It takes a little bit of time for him to be able to adjust to the tempo of the players around him as well, and that's when he tends to punch them back. But you can see actually that it's not going to be solos that the action continues tomorrow. No. We're going to transition over towards trios. It's going to be the same group of A and B, but instead of seeing things like the Taka and the Yodo go head to head, we might potentially get to see the new Transformer coming to a head, and that is where we're seeing things like the Yui getting pushed out for a Takeda to come through, the Karumi being removed for a Temi, and I am really happy about that change.
Yeah, these new Transformer comps have been absolutely wild. Of course, Monk still dominating the trios scene, but the support that backs him up changing drastically as these new metas consistently develop, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see what these other regions bring to that table as well, because I'm sure NA, EU, and SEA all have their own takes on that Transformer comp as we get ready to head in to day number 2. And I just, again, I don't think I can iterate it any better than the fact that this is one heck of a way to kick off the start to the World Championship. These have been 6 very intense games. We have seen all sorts of storylines play out between these players. Roy in this last game absolutely tearing up the tarmac, as it were, here in the final game with an 11 elimination game. Of course, we got to see WBG Spider going head to head with Tenoshi at one point, those 50-50 fights going back and forth, and then finally getting to see that final fight play out between those two players was an incredible experience. Tryhard did some amazing things in game number 5. Unfortunately, you know, he gets a little too aggressive and gets eliminated there in the end, but still one heck of a game for one of the best players coming over from NA. And then of course we saw Damo as well coming in and picking up an MVP for himself here, a player who has experience in multiple regions. It's just been one great day if you're a Naraka fan. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it from me and Got Moxie here, as we got to bring you the first day of the World Championship here for Naraka Blade Point. Make sure you set your watches, you set your timers, because we're going to be back tomorrow at the same time for our first day of trios.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times.